The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The challengers and legends stages take place in May in France. For the challenger stage, 16 teams compete in a Swiss format across 4 days. Initial matches are best of 1, and all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. 8 teams from the challengers advance to the legends stage. For the legends stage, the 8 teams from the challenger stage are joined by 8 teams that advance directly from the RMRs. These 16 teams compete in a Swiss format. Initial matches are best of 1, and all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. 8 teams from legends advance to champions. Champions is the final stage of the Major. The 8 best teams of the competition play in a best-of-3 knockout bracket. The winner will have their name cemented in Counter-Strike history and will walk away with $500,000 US. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly.
If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In RMR, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything to me. I'm fucking ready.
Another fine day of Counter-Strike is coming up. We're here on the B stream. Of course, we're in Paris for the Major. We're at the Legend stage as well. Jason, how are you feeling on this fine morning?
I'm feeling great. Well, actually, I'm feeling a little nervous. Feeling a little uneasy with how things played out yesterday. Obviously good. Not as bad as these guys. Not as bad as these guys. This is G2. Rough. Yeah, last night's loss. Obviously frustration. Obviously depression. Obviously dreams slipping away. Obviously games slipping out of control. So I'm doing better than G2.
Yeah, that's a good benchmark to start with. Yeah, it's a really, really rough turn of events. But on the other side of things for FaZe, well, it's not a lot of smiles happening here either.
I was going to say, on the other side of things for FaZe, equally depressing.
Yeah.
Doing better than these guys as well. Yeah, all you can do is shake your head in disbelief. Both those guys dropping matches last night at the end of the day that they would probably not have expected to drop. That
nobody
I didn't expect.
expected.
Yeah, nobody expected it.
Yeah, what an interesting turn of events. I didn't even know what to say about it. Obviously, the results from yesterday are right here.
Yeah, just track your eyes down, you know, towards the bottom, I guess. G2 Vitality, that was earlier in the day. This is round 1. Okay, so we'll get to round 2, but this all was like okay, right? G2 with a close loss to Vitality earlier. This is the one that's really painful. Go down to the bottom 2. Bad News Eagles beating G2 16-13. That was on Ancient. FaZe FaZe losing to Into the Breach 16-12 on Inferno. Those two games have thrown just a spanner in the works for this entire major.
Yeah, British Counter-Strike, best Counter-Strike apparently.
Oh, stop! Don't do that. Don't even start with me. It's too early. Coffee's not finished yet. Here's how things have played out so far. Obviously, you can see the schedule for the 2-0 matches. Heroic Team Liquid, Monte, Vitality. Liquid surprising everyone. If you want to talk about a positive surprise,
I know,
coming out of the Challenger stage, that's the Liquid we like to see.
It is. Does it make you trust them now for the Heroic game? Have you bought it again, Jason?
Here's the thing. It's not about are you buying in when you're a fan of Team Liquid. It's just about, do you still have hope? And I always have hope, Anders. There's always a little bit of hope left for Team Liquid. You're never, I'm not going to say they're going to beat them, but I got hope. And the way they played yesterday, it's entirely possible. That they're switching obviously into best of 3, so that game against Heroic is going to be a lot more difficult than their earlier 2 engagements. But here's your schedule for today.
That is the problem for me, though. That's what Liquid sell you. They sell you hope, and they have enough impressive wins where you're like, oh, okay,
I know.
I'm back. I'm back on the train.
It's great, man. Now that I'm addicted to it, I'm all in. I need my next fix, and I've got it now.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be one hell of an interesting game. We'll be covering that a little bit later on.
Vitality Monte, another qualification game. That's gonna be really fun to watch. Vitality, I was really kind of looking and just saying, what kind of form are they gonna come into this? I know they just won IEM Rio, but I still wasn't convinced that was gonna be consistent. They've looked great. Monte's been a lot of fun to watch, so a little bit of a battle there for Vitality. FURIA G2 elimination game at the end of the day. 9 FaZe elimination game at the end of the day.
Yeah, FURIA have tried a new approach of not winning any T rounds.
Yeah, they've gone very defensive heavy, haven't they?
It's an interesting experiment.
Yeah, you see all those interviews where it's like, yeah, we've brought in this new style, and it's like, go back. Just switch back.
Cancel it all. Well, the first game of the day is Fnatic that are arriving on scene, and obviously they're going to be playing against GamerLegion. This is for the 1-1 bracket, and this game could have an unbelievable impact on the tournament. Yeah,
sneakily, this is perhaps one of the most important matchups of the event, depending on what kind of a bracket you're looking for going into the playoffs. A GamerLegion victory here allows G2 and FaZe to avoid each other in an elimination game. If Fnatic win this game, one of G2 and FaZe, provided they don't get eliminated today in their respective matchups, provided they buckle up and get things done today.
Sure.
One of G2 or FaZe would face each other at some point during an elimination game. So, well, I guess. Hey Kerrigan, hey Twist, hey Nico. I know you guys are watching. Y'all better be up.
They better be ready for it. Yeah, this is so interesting, isn't it? Obviously, with the way that the system works, with the Swiss system, right? You're gonna have your chances to play, right? Some of them are gonna be best of 1s, but you're never gonna get knocked out unless you're playing a best of 3 at some point, or you're not gonna qualify without playing a best of 3. So you're gonna have the chances to do it. But for a lot of people, I'm sure having that elimination game especially would be rough.
Yeah, it really will, especially because those are two of like the kind of top 5 teams coming into this in terms of there's been some shaky performances from FaZe recently. G2 started the year really strong. It hasn't kind of lasted as long as they probably would have liked. But in terms of the storylines and in terms of the pedigree and the legacy that a lot of those teams and players bring in, we would have liked to have seen that kind of those legacies end in the playoffs. But look, before you get there, you got to give a shout out to some of the younger teams. And speaking of legacies, someone like Crims, but guys like Mezzi and Fasha and Roy and Nikonaz who are starting to kind of establish their legacy and their history. This is a fantastic performance, and it's the same with the ITB guys who caused an upset, same with the Bad News Eagles guys who are coming into their 3rd major, still causing problems for the top teams, and credit over to them. But for now, this team better buckle down. They've looked much better than I expected coming into this. I saw Crims was having a really good game yesterday, and for a team that won, for an organization I should say, that won the 1st major, obviously looking to have an impact on the last major as well.
No doubt about it. Actually, we did get to catch up with Fasha earlier, so let's see what he had to say before the game.
Well, Fasha had a chance yesterday to be 2-0, but a close overtime loss to Monte. What were the differences, maybe the small details that lost you that game yesterday, in your opinion?
I think the mid-round a little bit. We started off pretty well, especially on the CT side. We went A2, and then they switched it up a little bit, and we couldn't adapt really well. And then on the D side, our start was really sloppy. And then in the end, we came back. We won 2 ecos, I think, and then we just couldn't close the rifle rounds against them. I think it was like the after plans we played really poorly, not together or anything. So I think that was the biggest problem.
Now, we've seen you guys make a deep run at the last major. You got into the playoffs. You had some good form from that point as well. But just leading up to the major, I think people weren't too convinced with your RMR performance, which left a lot of people doubting. But you guys have come in looking way stronger, I think, than people were expecting. What were maybe some of the reasons for some of the weakness at the RMRs and then the development coming out of it?
I think after Rio, we had 2 or 3 weeks really good practice, and we changed a lot. We had a boot camp as well, and I think that helped us really well. We're really confident. I think we should have won against Monte as well. Like, if you look at the teams, like, we're probably the better team, so we should have won. So we're really confident, and now we play against GamerLegion. I think we're really confident as well, and I hope we can take the win. Like, everyone on the team is really feeling really confident.
Yeah, I mean, the seeding is definitely helped with some of the path there. But when we look at your own individual performance, I think at the start of the year, you've said maybe you struggled a little bit. You weren't happy with that performance. Is that due to some of the roles that you've had to figure out as you've come into the team?
Yeah, that as well. Like I said, even last 3 weeks we switched 2 positions again. So yeah, we keep finding the right. We're trying to find the right 5, like the right positions, and we're still working on it. And we're not quite there yet, but I think the last 3 weeks showed that maybe these are the positions we need to play.
How are you feeling individually with these changes and how everything has gone? Is it fitting you well?
Yeah, I think so. I think unfortunately yesterday I couldn't really show it, but yeah, I think it fits me way more, and I hope I can show it at the Legend stage and maybe in the Champion stage as well.
Now, throughout your career, you maybe have played different positions, different roles within the teams. Do you feel like in Fnatic now you've sort of had to find a new identity?
Yeah, maybe, but we're switching a little bit back to the entry fragging as well, because that's my strength, and yeah, I keep getting those positions now on more maps, and even on the strats, like they just say let FaZe go first, and yeah, in practice it works. Now I need to convert it to the officials, right? Yeah.
And in terms of your preparation, when you're looking at GamerLegion, what have you guys sort of seen as potential weakness you might be able to exploit?
Yeah, obviously we looked at the map's going to be overpass. We looked at overpass as well, and yeah, I think we have got a pretty clear idea on how we want to play against them. But I think that goes the same for them, because if they leave overpass open against us, they should have a game plan. So we should be prepared for everything. But I think we can take them on the overpass.
Well, best of luck. Cheers, FaZe.
Thank you very much.
Well, there we go. There was FaZe, and over on the GamerLegion side, we have the lineup here. They do look impressive. They have been playing better than many people expected, and one of the main engines for the success is Sue. We got a chance to catch up with him as well before the game.
Now, we've seen you in those high-pressure games. It feels like GamerLegion, when their backs are against the wall, you guys seem to play better with the pressure. Would you agree with that?
You could say so, yeah. I think starting off, we weren't maybe ready in the first day, but we showed really great mental strength coming into the next game and resetting instantly. And ever since then, every day is just a progression.
Now, we've heard Snappy say throughout this competition that he believes he's one of the best Danish IGLs, but based on the resources that he has available to him, would you say you're on a similar boat in terms of your IGLing, that you have to make a lot with a little in terms of the resources you've got available?
I don't know, I just focus on myself.
Now we look at your performance here in the Legend stage. You know, you've got some difficult opponents ahead, but looking at the team ahead of you at Fnatic, what are your thoughts on them?
Just like every other game, it's going to be a hard game. Definitely not an easy opponent. But we just stick to our routines and what we know we are strong at, and hopefully we put up a really good game.
Now, we did see a slow start for you guys in the Challenger stage. You lost 2 games you shouldn't have. We've mentioned that, but it seems to have come together. We've asked a few of your teammates why that is. They've given some different opinions. In your opinion, what is the reason for everything coming back together?
I think we were showing what we lacked previously, and it's something we've been working on since the beginning of this team, the mental strength and just the attitude that we bring into the team. It's like every game we come in, we're all prepared mentally, and just as individuals we're stepping up, and we believe in the team. We trust each other in everything we do, and yeah, I think that stands out the most, you could say.
Now, I think your confidence level, I think from what we see, you guys are coming into every game super confident. What would your confidence level be today on a scale of 1 to 10 versus Fnatic?
Same as always. Confident as never. Before.
Okay, 11 then. Good luck. Best of luck.
Well, there we go. We have the stage set for our game. It should be a really, really interesting one. Like we said, one that can have a big impact. We got some pick'ems here as well. Again, I ended up at the bottom. I don't know what's going on, Jason. I don't know how I do it.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in any way. I'm surprised to see a lot of picks for Apeks over Bad News Eagles, who've been quite an upset team, as we know. I've gone for Bad News Eagles myself, so that's probably why I'm saying that. A lot of GamerLegion picks as well over Fnatic. I think that's everyone trying to kind of manifest a world in which FaZe and G2 still don't have to eliminate each other in their game. And a lot of picks for FaZe over 9, which I actually think is a very winnable game for 9 as well.
Shout out to Mahone for doing worse than me. I appreciate that, Danny. Thank you so much, helping me out a lot here. We're gonna go to a break, and then we'll be back with the game in just a few seconds. Stay tuned.
Means everything to play in the major.
That's the goal of any player of this game.
It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
It's the last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
That is what we are all here for, to decide a winner, to find the winner of the last CSGO major as well. And we're a little bit far away from that. Still, we got Fnatic and GamerLegion playing today. The odds are slightly favoring Fnatic. What do you think about that, Jason? Is that reflective of reality here?
Yeah, that's fair. I think there's still some things that GamerLegion have to prove, and obviously I think Fnatic has actually surprised me, at least, looking a little bit better than I expected coming into this event, but you look at some of the results that they've had, I think they've got a little bit more of a pedigree of being able to perform up to the highest level, so yeah, I think that's fair. Also, when you go to the GamerLegion side, you know, I think if there's one person that they're going to need to have a jump up in his performance, because Ima's been playing well, I've liked her calling out Suhi, Isaac's had some impact, I'm still looking for Acor with the AWP, which, I mean, such an important position in today's Counter-Strike, the AWPer of your team. Acor's got another gear. He's got a level to him that we haven't quite seen yet at this event, and he could power them forward. He could continue them forward in this Paris Major. Tough task, though, here on Overpass against Fnatic. And you want to talk about the last CSGO Major, you want to talk about major winning pedigree, Crims has been around forever. In this kind of a situation, with the pressure rising, it's not going to affect him at all because he's been in all the high-pressure situations.
Yeah, nobody has more experience in this server than he does. There's no question about it. Curious about how that will play out. Nikodos is on the other side AWPing once they get into the rifles a little bit later on, so it's going to be some Dane-on-Dane action happening there. Don't know who's going to be coming out on top, but look at this aggressive play from the CT side. Already FaZe pushing all the way out of the B bomb site. Nikodos is holding the other side. They know this is going to be B attack right now. GamerLegion are actually in way more trouble than they realize.
Yeah, they are, but I mean, thankfully for GamerLegion, these Fnatic players that are aggressive aren't pressing the issue past their positions right now. They're playing it really cautious. Isaac and Eva seem to have an idea of the potential of this. Oh no, against the wall. That's Roy with the first kill. 5-on-4 in the favor of Fnatic. That's going to force everyone back, but at the same time, it's busted up these pushes. Fasha's now alone. Nikodos has shifted over to the A bomb site, so it's all on these dualies.
Yeah, it really is. Man, that's a weird beginning. You're right, they really were looking behind them like they kind of knew what was coming. Let's see what Fasha could do in this position. Flashes go out. Not going to affect him, but that shot through the tunnel most certainly will. Isaac to open it up. That's a beautiful click. One bullet to get rid of Suhei. That's what you like to see. Roy stepping up behind. Probably should have been a kill right there, but it's not. And Ima's picking up Nikodos. This bomb site's under attack once again. Even if they realize they're going to get stabbed in the back in a couple of seconds, Messi picking up one more shot. Make it a double, why don't you? And Ima in a 1 versus 3. Out in the open and shut down. Eventually, Roy will get his kill as well. And Fnatic to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, really nicely done from Fnatic on the mobility of that defense, going back and forth between the bomb sites. Perfectly timed rotation from Nikodos to be prepared at sandbags when his teammate goes down to handle business. And everyone arrives in time. And with these kind of with this sort of a kill, the attack goes towards the B bomb site, but there's a fast flank down blue door. And even though it doesn't get a kill, it applies so much pressure to this attack.
We didn't see those. That's some really good shots from Messi coming out as well. They look impressive. Wow, it did look like GamerLegion had been studying Fnatic's pistol rounds quite a bit, because there was a lot of sort of making, you know, like the fact that they had 2 people looking behind them already, like you said, it is suggestive that they have an idea that maybe that's something Fnatic like to do. But either way, it didn't really work out for them this time. MP9s is what they're running into now. And those SMGs going to get a couple of kills. 3 so far. There we go. Got the job done in the end. That's all that matters.
Yep, sure did. Awkward.
I like that.
A little awkward.
That dink sounds so aggressive, but then in the end, he only took like 52 damage from it.
Yeah, it's a Glock, and you're like, whatever. This is a great map for both these teams to meet on as well. Overpass, 80% win rate in the past 3 months for Fnatic, 82% win rate for GamerLegion in the last 3 months. And I think one of the other nice things that we kind of got a glimpse of, even albeit in a loss for GamerLegion yesterday in their opening match against NAVI, they got put in a hole a little bit early. They started slow, right? It was like a 6-0 run for NAVI before GamerLegion really responded, but they responded powerfully. So this isn't a team that just kind of fades out. They fight back. So don't be afraid if Fnatic jump out to a little bit of an early lead. 2-0 for the moment. First gun round at hand. Deep nade, chip damage onto Suhei, but he's not ready for the aggression. Roy pushes way up towards Fountain. Another man advantage for Fnatic.
Yeah, really, really aggressive as well. With FaZe playing all the way at the bottom of long like that, they should have a really good position here. Although they run into Chaos and Isaac, and they just get mowed down. That didn't need to happen. That seemed like that was a little bit reckless. Some of 5 versus 4 into a 3 versus 4 instead. Fnatic dropping a couple of players, even if Isaac is beat up a little bit here. And actually Crims, he's decided, you know what, I'm not going to be able to hold the B-bomb side completely on my own. Maybe I need to push forward and try and find the information. And Nikodos, he was rotating into B, but now he's rotating back. And this is all because of Crim's position right now.
Yeah, kind of cool. I mean, look, that seems unnecessary, that double push downstairs. But Fnatic, I mean, at least in the opener, remember in the pistol round, we saw that aggressive stance as well. So it seems like they've come in with a game plan on the CT side to be proactive, to push forward and find information and find space on the map. From a defensive perspective, at least this time it backfires. But it's not done yet. Man advantage. There's an M4 here in the hands of Nikados. He's also got Molly, nade, and a flash. Oh, that's a good Molotov. It's going to delay him a little bit longer. And Isaac doesn't have the HP to handle Crims.
No, he really doesn't. And he's running away. Crims is hearing it. This is going to be really dangerous for Isaac. There's a team kill. And Nikados is picking off Chaos. That's a really quick way to change around. And Ima's probably about to be alone anyway. Well, not when he's dead. Isaac's getting shot in the back in a matter of seconds. Actually, Crims might as well have just had that kill. He knew the whole time when he was lurking up behind him. Really well done at the end. That's GamerLegion with a chance to really get back into the game early on, and they just can't solve that 4-on-3 situation.
Not at all. They're going to take a timeout early. I think part of the frustration maybe playing these rounds 4-on-5. Obviously talking about some of the aggression I would imagine they've seen out of this Fnatic defense. And this round is won all by the utility of Nikados. That extra Molotov that he'd held on to delays things so long, so well, sets up Crims' flank. It allows Fasha to be really comfortable tucked into the corner. A nice defense from Fnatic for their third round.
And a bit of frustration as well for Echo, you could tell. I'm kind of wondering, I think this is a round that a lot of it, again, is kind of won by Fnatic, just getting that aggressive stance outside of B, which it seemed like GamerLegion, even the pistol round, were aware that that can happen, but that's something that they have to be really, really aware of. It feels right now like if GamerLegion want to execute onto the A bomb side, but they haven't checked outside of B, there's a chance that there's going to be a stack there, and there's going to be, you know, more preparation that maybe you'd normally want. So something to think about for the T side. You have to make sure that the CTs don't know that you're just running into the bomb side on A. A couple of rounds where that's already been given up a little bit early. Got some 1D Tech9 to Mac 10, so they could put some speed behind this round, but it should be around for Fnatic here, given the weaponry.
Yeah, well, given the lack of utility as well. So, I mean, this kind of a round, you have to imagine, is going to be contact all the way up highway, all along bathrooms towards that A bomb site. And as soon as they encounter resistance, that's going to be the trigger to go, because they don't have utility to smoke things off, to flash around corners. So it's just kind of like, wait until we're spotted. If they get to the end of the bathrooms, they can try and explode. But again, without a flashbang, Nikados is going to have a clear line of sight. Roy's not going to have too many issues in his face. So it's all about the opening kills with this Tech9 and how much chaos that Mac 10 can create. Whoa! Okay. Or the Deagle.
Head is gone.
I didn't even mention the Deagle. Who needs a flashbang when you've got that kind of a shot? Mezzi in a recovery situation.
He's so low on health as well. I don't even blame them for him. They think they got the instant thing on him. Oh, you're right. The bomb not getting planted. This is going to buy a lot of time, but Isaac still gets the one kill into a 1v1. Crims on the other side. So much experience, like we said. One of the few players you don't want to be in a one-on-one against at all. Ima to try and pick up the bomb. He tries for the headshot once again. There we go. He's got a little bit of an opportunity. Running out of bullets, though. 4 of them left. Hasn't reloaded yet. This is so scary, and Crims has already walked out, and he crouches in for the kill. That is so close. Almost GamerLegion getting a chance to return to the game here.
That's the experience, the boldness. I think a more timid player might just play that headshot angle at the trash can, but the fact that Crims is like, no, I'm going to slide out. I'm going to get to an angle that's really, really tough for you to clear. I can't believe this opening. Holy hell, Ima. What a deagle shot. And if the bomb doesn't get dropped, Mezzi comes up. That's a critical kill. He gets 2 before going down. But the fact that the first one is the bomb carrier and delays that plant entirely is so massive. And it turns it into a completely different situation for Fnatic and really saves the day.
Yeah, and you know, with hindsight, hunting down Mezzi on the stairs there suddenly turned out to be a really costly mistake potentially, right? They had to think on him. They thought, okay, we can run him down, get him low, and we're going to be good to go.
But you make that decision because the bomb is dropped far back out in the open, right? So even if you try and say, okay, let's pick up the bomb and get it planted, you're still, you know, exposing yourself to so much danger. So if you're going to do it, if you have to go into a dangerous situation anyways, why not go and be aggressive and hunt down that kill? So again, the frags from Mezzi just forcing a really unfortunate decision on GamerLegion. They're going to start again, a man down. Make it 2. Mezzi on top of the rock, an angle Acor didn't expect.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect it. Although it's a slight bit of a return here. Hard round to win anyway, but the timing is good for Chaos. This could be a massive double spray down.
Oh, no.
It's a little bit too soon. Still will get one of them at the very least, but there was a real moment there where he could have turned it around. He could have got the double spray down.
That could have easily been a lineup. Yeah. Oh, man, just maybe a half second earlier. But that's also Fnatic kind of like just ignoring that position on the map. Just there's not going to be any re-aggression, so almost a punished mistake from the Fnatic defense. Shui's left in a 1v2. 28 HP. He's going to need to be perfect. And I think Crims, again, with that experience, has put himself in such a powerful position. He's not exposed to any kind of a fight in the B bomb site. He knows Sue is going to have to commit himself into the site. So coming up on sandbags, he'll be able to wait for his teammate. He'll be in a position that's not expected whatsoever.
How do you do this, though? I mean, he's so low on health, right? One little mistake. Not that he's even making one right now. He has no idea where to look.
Oh.
This is an awkward scenario. A little bit of a spray. It's still unlikely he can win the round, but he knows where both of them are at the very least. Crim's just hiding back there. Coordinating a bit. Good headshot. Hold the phone. There should have been no way. He should have been dead inside of the smoke to begin with. Looking right over. The spray is good. And Suhei coming up with a massive 1 versus 2 clutch.
Oh.
How's that happened?
Even he's just like, yeah, I got away with the one there. Crims just spams the wrong spot in the smoke. 1 bullet connects, and that would have been the kill. That would have been the round done. Such a smart play up until that point, and somehow Suhei finds a little bit of luck to go in his direction.
That is ridiculous.
Oh, my Lord. Have you seen anything like it?
I mean, if someone is going to get you fired back up, there's no way anyone on this team thought, oh, this could be in like... At that point, you're just thinking, oh, at least we're getting a bomb plan. That's nice.
That didn't feel like there was a chance in hell.
None at all.
That had to have been such a low percentage clutch.
That's actually... It's so weird.
And that one hurts doubly, considering Fnatic. Remember, the previous like a round or two ago came down to that one-on-one with Crims. So it was only one player surviving. Fnatic's money is gone.
Look at the spray. Even then, even if the spray fails, you think that's it. Like, there's no way. It's actually so weird how that even played out.
Let's go, come here! I would fucking suck!
Thoughts, Jason?
He's had his blueberries this morning.
He's definitely had a couple of blueberries. Here we go. Oh, what a way to get a game started. 4-1. Should have been 5-0. There's no question about it.
Yeah, well, that's Counter-Strike for you. Look at what it causes. This is a great avenue back in for GamerLegion, so you'll take that luck all day. Now you get a round up against unarmored USPs. One flashbang mistimed. Acor is going to hear all these footsteps. Call it out, the B stack. If he wants, he can get a little aggro with that back 10. He's got plenty of players and teammates in support. But at the moment, they obviously don't know it's unarmored USP, so don't really want to mess with it all that much until Ema's able to have some impact from sandbags.
Yeah, even if you know the stack is there, you're right. Just the Mac 10, it feels like farming territory. But especially for Acor, he's going to be wanting to pick up that AWP a little bit more. The fact that it results in the instant collapse of the Fnatic economy is real interesting. So he's got himself hyped up, and they're back into it. 2 rounds on the GamerLegion side. Well, let's see what Fnatic come up with now. Yeah, it's a little bit of a slap in the face to lose a round like that, but hopefully they can find a way to turn it around pretty quickly. Yeah, they won't be able to afford the AWP.
Yeah, the Optin hasn't really had a whole lot of impact in this game. Remember, it got 1-deeg just a while back as well. So, I mean, we haven't really seen the Fnatic op get going in any meaningful way. Nice shooting from Suhei.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, all right.
Shaking his own head. It's like, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's working. Stop being cold. I think.
Yeah, out of spawn, no damage done. We had a player crash, so things are going to be all good. We're just going to get things medicked and started back up. So when Fnatic goes down, no harm done.
No, we're all good. We're all good.
Over on the mainstream, the A stream, we have another match. As you've been, if you realize, if you've been tuning in through the Challenger stage and yesterday in the Legend stage, 2 streams going on simultaneously. That's NAVI taking on NIP. NAVI trying to recover after getting just smacked around the map against Liquid yesterday, and they're doing it well. 6-1 start against NIP. That's an Overpass game as well. So Overpass fans are rejoicing. The few of you that are left out there in the world.
I feel like there's more and more of them now. I think the love for Inferno has been exchanged for Overpass.
Oh, okay.
It's my sense of it.
Not for me.
Not for you?
Not for me.
I don't know. I've heard some convincing arguments why Overpass is an interesting map.
No, I like Overpass a lot. I just, Inferno's untouchable.
All right. It's too much love for Inferno. That's fair.
But I mean, certainly Overpass fell out of style, fell out of favor for some time.
It did.
It's come back. It's come rip roaring back. So 6-1 for Navi. Things looking good, at least to start. 4-2 for Fnatic here on our stream as the players rejoin the server and players are readying up and getting ready to go.
Yeah, always good when the tech problems happen.
It's elimination day.
It is.
A Legend stage. We're sending teams home today.
Yeah, always heartbreaking whenever that happens.
Yeah. Also makes for the most exciting Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it really does. I think a lot of people do get hooked on the emotional side of things too. I mean, I think for me too, like that's one of the. It happened already during the RMR. It was such a roller coaster already, seeing teams not making it there.
FURIA G2, one of those elimination games. FURIA yet to win a T-sided round in their Legend stage in the opening 2 maps that they've played. A lot of conversation about their change of style. It's obviously not working super well. FaZe 9, a team who's kind of come into favor with their run throughout the RMR, and obviously everyone's excited to have some Polish Counter-Strike back. Pasha's so pumped up. He's trying to cycle here to get here in time from Poland. Might not make it.
I think I picked against 9, and I almost want to change it if I can, because
I did my predictions today based off trying to manifest the tournament back
will it
into
into
sanity. Yeah, it's not who I necessarily think is going to win. It's just who I'd like to have win.
Yeah, I think 9 is a really cool team. I'm really excited for them. But obviously having FaZe continue on feels like the right thing to have happen. So. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out once we get there.
I mean, as we've seen though throughout this major and through recent majors as well, it's not. I mean, it's not really like the old guard is no longer guaranteed these spots, right?
No,
like
really
there's been a rise of these, I guess, quote unquote tier 2 teams, the non-partner teams, kind of coming up and making impacts at the major. So, look, everything at this point moving forward is earned, and you know, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, the last 6 months have really been a roller coaster in that sense, and I'm sure it'll continue. I'm sure a lot of people are getting inspired to sort of say, oh, actually, you don't necessarily need the ultra legend sort of name behind you to make this work, right? You can come up with a team of relatively unknown people and actually do a lot of damage. So that's an interesting position to be in. This game, if you are just joining us, currently technical pause. We do have everyone back on the server, so it shouldn't be too long, but we're stuck at a 4-2 scoreline favoring Fnatic with an economy that's been beaten up pretty quickly. So GamerLegion with a good crack at getting back into the game early on here.
Sure, and
like
kind of what we just mentioned just a little bit ago at like the 2-0 mark is GamerLegion, as we saw against NAVI. They got no quit in them. They're gonna come back and they're gonna cause some difficulty for you. So yeah, Fnatic's gonna have a tough rebound in a round where they won't have an AWP. Mezzi's a little bit low in cash flow.
And A-Corp looks like he's going to stick with the MAC-10.
Hell yeah.
Hold on to it. Hope they don't have any head armor.
Shuhei's heating up into the game.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting prospect.
I mean, this is one of those teams too. Like, you want to talk about like younger teams and younger players. Like, there's just like so many exciting elements to these younger teams that are now starting to make a name for themselves. I mean, even after the Rio RMR. For GamerLegion, you know, at the last major, you know, Shuhei kind of identified as an in-game leader that's got some individual prowess and had the team playing in a very effective manner. So I mean, there's some pieces there. I'm obviously making a name for himself, having impact at this event.
I think he's been really the standout player. Don't know why he's warming up his eyes though with the hand warmers, but I guess that's a thing.
It just relaxing the eyes a little bit. I don't know if it's warming them up. You know, you take the stress off. You've never had those massages that put like a warm towel over your eyes or something like that?
Yeah, maybe.
Get that in your life.
Okay.
Some cucumbers as well.
If you're offering, Jason, I might consider.
Cool.
Cucumbers, blueberries, massages. We're back in the game. Thank God.
Need some Ballantines first. 4-2. The scores for each team: Smoke towards Blue Door, Fnatic again having an aggressive stance to open up the round. Roy and Mezzi with a little bit of a boost, and when that doesn't catch anyone off guard early, they fall back off the timing. They're going to remain aggressive.
3 players that don't have any head armor to run in either to the Galil or the MAC-10. That's really worth keeping an eye on a little hut down in the left-hand corner, because that could make a big difference. Again, Fnatic aggressively pushing, but this time it's not outside of the B-bomb site. It's all the way over at the playground. Sui's just in the corner. I don't even know if they realize.
Not yet.
They're kind of looking for it. Nikodos could be walking into the shot. Oh, he's making a lot of noise. Are they going to realize? They won't know the Roy's there. Oh, that is so interesting. The bomb is down. He's going to be coming back into it, but Nikodos, he should be a free kill. Crims, in the meantime, has picked up Chaos. This is just madness. It's because of the running that they have no idea. Like, Acor has no idea that they're coming back into it, and Imma actually a little bit caught as well, but he was just checking out his gun for a second. We're back into a 3-on-3. What is this round?
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic with this aggression just kind of, I guess, lost track. They felt like they cleared everything well enough. They never cleared out blue door, so they thought by pushing up towards middle, having aggressive stance, have that boost in towards blue door, things would be clear. And the aggression turns into an overextension in the mid-round. 22 seconds left. Isaac's clearing out the A-bomb site. Ima's going to turn into a lurk to watch the flank, but Crims has already passed his vision. That's a good spot. That's an even better shot with the Galil.
Yeah, no head armor will do that to you. Crims a little bit low, and Mezzi will get blown up as well. The lack of helmets really having an impact in this round, and Siwi's going to find the last one and take down Fashar. That's going to be a third round for GamerLegion, and again, the money going to be blown up on the Fnatic side, so they're right back in the mix of things.
Yeah. And that's a really nice recovery for GamerLegion. That almost felt too easy. When Roy pushes up and gets the kill on Acor above the ladder and has the bomb down, you think this is firmly in Fnatic's control, and just things slip entirely away. What a good shot on the Crims. A follow-up as well. Isaac handles business.
So good, bro.
Kiaz is the hype man we all need. We all need a friend like that.
Yeah.
If you're a Counter-Strike player, you're hopping in matchmaking, be that guy.
Trying to get people fired up.
Just give it a shot. If you're not normally that guy, just experiment for a day.
I don't disagree. It does make the game a lot more fun to play. Again, in the attempted timing of the flashbang, they're going to find anyone at all. And in fact, out on long, I mean, even if they rotate back now, they should be probably a couple seconds late. So GamerLegion would have to try pretty hard, I think, to screw up this round. They really put in an effort, you know?
Yeah. Well, seems like they're more than happy to just win.
Who can blame them?
Yeah, that's the right way to go about it.
Yes, that is in fact what they're here for.
Yeah, 4-4 is going to be the scoreline when all is said and done. Question now, if Fnatic can take any of these weapons away. Small chance, an even smaller chance of recovering any of them, although Acor with the Zop is still maintaining a pretty aggressive angle, pretty aggressive position, but he's found the face of Crims.
This forward movement for Fnatic in some of these rounds. I wonder if they have a secondary plan, because surely GamerLegion are going to be hyper aware now. It's like 3 rounds so far, maybe 4 rounds, where Fnatic have tried to push up really, really aggressively, and eventually on the T side, you've got to be calling it out, saying, you know what, let's just keep an eye on everything, because they might just slip through the net.
Even if not, even like you'd expect at some point Fnatic to say, okay, we've done this for 8 rounds.
Yeah.
And it stopped working. GamerLegion's now won 4 in a row, a lot of it exploiting some of that early aggression. We're not getting the opening kills that we were starting this game with. In the first 4 rounds, Fnatic had like three of them probably that were like man advantages provided to them. So now it's kind of like, okay, this isn't really working. They're aware. Let's switch into plan B.
Still haven't really seen Acor on that AWP do a lot of work. Nikodos can't afford it on the other side, so for a map that's so wide open. Oh wow, that's just wallbang down, and he takes out Kios as well. Now the Molotov on top, if that was an HE instead, he might just get the kill almost for free. Sets him on fire. There will be a smoke instantly, but my god, that is a lot of impact for just shooting through. But again, the return is there.
The aggression is there. And Sue's been the one who's had to encounter a lot of it, so yeah, he's not getting caught off guard. Simultaneously, Acor finds a pick with the AWP. So what a return. What a reversal. And now he's got a deep angle into the A-bomb site. It's Mezzi who's got to come over. Remember, he used all of his utility. He used his Molotov earlier over towards short. He's got no nades as the sole defender. Nothing to delay if GamerLegion end up at this A-bomb site.
See if he loses patience here, Mezzi. If you step too far out to the right, you could be dead. Even the jumping is not necessarily risk-free. Yeah, Acor's thinking about it.
Oh, this is setting up a fake. This could actually work really well. 3 players of GamerLegion going back to the B bomb site. Shuei passing the bomb, and that's a good tag. No one's moved, no one's budged from the B bomb site. Mezzi's telling all of his teammates to stay parked. Good counter utility. This is going to be tough for GamerLegion.
Yeah, it will. What great discipline out of Fnatic. They're actually just sticking to their defense down here, and that's what they should be doing. You're right, Mezzi's just absolutely aware that that was going to be a fake. Crim's good on the one. Mezzi with the follow-up, and they've shut it down. Just the AWP left. They might be low on health here, but there's only 15 seconds. He tries. He almost got it. Oh, he takes him down right through the wall, and now he's hunting for it. Glocks are out. 8 seconds left here.
He's not aware.
He's right there. He has no clue, and A-Core goes down. He's so close to being around. He would have had him with the Glock. That could have been an incredible clutch.
That had to have been miscomms. That had to have been miscomms because A-Core was convinced he was up in heaven as well. That silencer really obscuring the position of Crims earlier. He did get a kill. I thought A-Core would have had the knowledge, especially switching to the Glock. I thought he knew exactly where Crims was. A close affair, but a heroic stand from Fnatic's defense at the B bomb site. Not fooled by the fake at the A site. Sticking around, Mezzi keeping his teammates in position. And a timeout called from GamerLegion. I think Fnatic wanted one as well, so they're more than happy to take it. This is how it started. Got extremely close after this, despite a kill and heavy damage.
They must have known, right?
I guess they thought, yeah, that's what's so confusing. He got 2 kills in that position, and A-Core just never realized. I thought it was going to be, I didn't even think he was going to go for the plant. I thought it was going to be hyper-aggression with that Glock to try and clear out behind the bomb site.
That's what I assumed as well. Wow, that's so interesting. But again, you see in both instances how much the information matters, right? The fact that they knew it was going to be a fake and they stayed at the B bomb site, and the fact that they just lost track of Crims somehow. Those 2 bits of information having a huge impact on that previous round. Fnatic, after losing 4 in a row, they're back with a 5th round. And this is super important, right? They've again spent all of their money in this one. They must win this one, otherwise GamerLegion are going to be heavily on top again.
And GamerLegion still have plenty of cash to work with. 5,000. Oh, good flashbang. Oh, but it's an SMG. Roy can't complete the kill. He's taken very low. Deep nade. Deep nade does a little bit of extra damage. Just 4 HP taken off Isaac with it. But meanwhile, look towards long. It's all on Mezzi. He's gone down, which means Nikados is exposed, overextended, and on his own. And the A bomb site is easily cracked open.
If that was anything but an SMG peeking up in that position, even the FAMAS, God forbid, probably would have been able to get the kill.
So much FAMAS hate going on.
I hate that gun.
Leave the FAMAS alone.
But the gun hates me as well, Jason, so it's mutual.
When in France.
Yeah, it is. It is a French device. Maybe that's the root of the problem. Just not agreeing with Danish.
You took it all the way over the line. Okay.
Why not? Why not? For the memes, Jason.
For the memes.
Roy down to 12 health, but he's going to be safe in T-spawn for the minute. That was one of the rounds where they were less aggressive, Fnatic. I mean, the connector position is just not too uncommon for the CT side. And they still couldn't really make it work. And I think you're right. I mean, that deep position on the A-bomb side, you lose that. And Nikados is just on an island when his teammate in the bomb. He's got nowhere to go.
And he even knows it. Like, he's trying to get aggressive to, like, at least clear out part of the attack, right?
Sure.
But just not, yeah. There's just only so much you can do wrapping around. Nice job from Ema.
Good fucking job, boys. Insane right now. Right now.
That sums it up.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that.
Kios had better lines, but
yeah, Kios has got a little bit more flair to his hype up. But that's the thing of the in-game leader, trying to keep him calm and leveled.
I know. That's probably what you should be doing.
Not trying to suck anyone, I think was the phrase.
Exactly. That's the level of hype you just have to appreciate. Crims with the M4. Oh, it's such a good job. He nearly had the double. That's the kind of thing that'll change the outcome of the round. But that's the big impact rifle they still had in play. Now it's down to the SMGs.
Hold the phone, though. Fasha's going to come through the smoke, or at least phase it. Look to the right. Oh, good clear. Good shot onto Isaac. Well done. Bomb is still dropped above the ladder as well, and Roy maintains an aggressive position on the rock out towards long.
Yeah, Kios going to be checking it out. They're going to pick up the bomb, and let's see where A-Core wants to go with it. Oh, he's not going to be able to win that fight. That rock position has just become a little bit of an issue.
That's the second time the top of the rock has done the job. Well, Kios has B.
Yeah.
Not fully convinced yet, clearing things out slowly. A-Core starting to shift. They've got smoke, Molotov, 2 flashes, and an HE grenade. Plenty of utility to establish some safety. This utility is going to give away the game. There's no kits on Fnatic, but that flank from Roy is going to be an X factor. He's picked up an AK-47.
Oh, bomb.
And A-Core can't plant for the position of his... Oh my god, that's a risk and a half. Okay, now he's planting for his teammate. The crazy, crazy man.
That is actually so scary. He still gets a shot on Nikodos. Not bad. Comes back to the tunnel, and Roy will take him down. But you're right, they did get the plant for this position.
This could give away Kioz's position, the fact that A-Core forced it so heavily.
Not wrong. He does have a smoke, but no real way to use it at the moment. Here's the couple of steps out there. They got to be quick with it right now. They do not have the defuse kits either, so they got to be a little bit fast on this bomb. Already walking out into it. 10-second defuse. He comes off it. Roy, though, instantly jumps right on top and will be able to take down Kios. It's not bad. It's a very, very close defuse coming in. That little second to take it away. It's so close, but
oh my lord.
4 seconds left. Oh dear. I thought he had that one. And Roy probably did as well.
Oh no, Jesus. Everything is going against Fnatic right now. They are getting stomped all of a sudden. 6-1 run for GamerLegion. And it all started with the Sui clutch. The Sui miraculous 1v2 inside the bomb site.
Yeah, I still don't have a good explanation for how they were able to win that round. But yeah, for Fnatic, this is horrifying. The round loss bonus has really started to kick in though. So at least they are able to put together a reasonable buy in this upcoming round. But 6-5, and it is a really nice beginning for GamerLegion in spite of everything. And some of these rounds look so hard to win, right? This is a 2-on-3. The risk that he takes, he doesn't even smoke the high ground A-Core. He just flashes it and runs. That in itself is, they could have lost a round right then and there.
Yeah, it felt really, really crazy.
We need an exorcist to help out Kios soon.
After the major. Let's keep it though for the major.
True. That's a good point.
All right.
Oh, it's great.
Nikodos with the AWP. Sliding forward, standing tall, sees an elbow, takes off A-Core. Another opening pick for Fnatic, and they needed it. They need something to start swinging in their direction.
That's a weird way to lose a fight. Yeah, I would have assumed A-Core would have been aware potentially, but I guess he was holding for a completely different angle. Didn't expect to find it all. 4-on-5, another good opening for Fnatic. They've got so many of these openings and they can't hold on to them. It feels like almost every time there's a way for GamerLegion to get back into the round. Nikodos looking to make it another one, and that should cement it, right? This is where you feel so safe. 5 versus 3, no problems.
Crimson Fasha even realize with the man advantage, they're going to back up into more passive positions where they can potentially stay alive and delay a little bit longer, not just take clean fights for themselves. Whole defense is going to back off so the bomb site can't be entirely lost. Utility being dumped to delay a little bit longer, make the attack a little difficult. Krims pushes up, finds one at Sandbags, and now everyone's going to swing off that. Got to be careful, don't lose too many. Make this costly. Krims backs away, jumps around the corner. Fasher's there in support, but a good shot from Kios. Pinned down, his teammate's fallen, and there's Fasher with the last 2. We're all tied up at 6.
Yeah, and Kios actually, before he got flashbang there, he actually realized there was a gap in the Molotov that he could have pushed around. I think that's what he wanted to do. So kind of dangerous stuff, but yeah, this is...
Even the micro detail of the fact that he gets blinded, he spams maybe 10 bullets into the air just in case someone's swinging, and then he runs out of ammunition trying to attack into the bomb site. If he doesn't have to reload at that pillar, he might actually be able to build a 3rd kill on top of his entries.
Yeah, he could have kept it going. Well done on Fnatic though. Nikodos also having an impact in the round there, the 2 kills. You like to see all of that. And he's ready if they want to come through. Flash is going over. And they're not really going to attack him. Roy playing around in connector, and then 3 people on the B bomb site, so a really good defense being set up out there. Oh my god.
Peace.
That's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, that sucks. Roy's aggressive at stairs down towards blue door. And with Nikodos aggressive out towards long, Fnatic's more than happy to keep 3 players here, especially considering the HP of Fasher spam through the boards. But GamerLegion this whole time, is lining up for a hit towards the B bomb site. That's an unfortunate loss. Another man advantage for Fnatic, but now the play starts being made through Monster.
Isaac didn't seem like he was aware at all. I thought he would have been. Fasher low on health from that earlier spam, and Chaos will get the kill on Mezzy. Crim's down here at the bomb site. He's alone right now, and they realize, I think they know where he is. One good flashbang and he could be dead already. Acor doesn't have one on the other side, unfortunately.
They're pausing. They want someone to come out blue door and go for a flank so Acor could pick them off. They're looking for a reaction, and now if they can just pause and stay hidden, Fnatic doesn't have the information. They might think they're falling back.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They really are waiting for that one mistake. Smoke to set up a one-way for Crims. He can play around it. Only 24 seconds. It's risky to wait for that smoke to fade right now. They're not going to have enough time left for the bomb plant, and they're very low on health on the other side. There's the eventual reward that you were talking about. Finally, they get that kill, but there's only 10 seconds here. The bomb's on the ground, and they do get rid of Crims. That's important. 8 seconds left. Nikodos, he gets run down by Suhei, but that is way closer than it seems. Suhei with a nice triple, and GamerLegion on 7 rounds, but my God, that was really close.
That's a really, really, really impressive round from GamerLegion. It takes a lot of trust in your teammates and your in-game leader, or whoever calls for that kind of a pause. It takes a lot of trust in each other to hold as that clock is running down lower and lower, especially considering, look, they're in that position from 50 seconds. They wait for like 35 seconds before they actually make their move.
Yeah.
And it's Acor finding that release valve of the pressure, finding the player on the flank so that he can then join in with the attack. And it all works perfectly for GamerLegion.
This has actually been such a weird first half from Fnatic's point of view. I feel like they've had so many opportunities to win way more rounds.
Opening kills, they had a really good start to this, and it really is. It is that Suhei 1v2 clutch that happened in round 5 that has just taken all the momentum and all the wind out of Fnatic's sails. And they still, you know, we were wondering if they were going to have like a second layer, a second plan for this map, falling back from the aggression and changing the look, and they really haven't. The AWP has still been aggressive from Nikodos. Yeah. They've still been looking for picks at Fountain. They've still been aggressive down blue door. And I mean, in some level, it's like a really weird one where it's hard to blame because they've gotten so many opening kills off of it. It's just the follow-up. They haven't been able to complete the picture.
Yeah, the start of the round works out the way that Fnatic wanted to work out. They're actually getting the openings.
Bang.
That's just a USP.
What's up, baby?
Ever lose that fight? I can't believe it. Okay. There's an AK gone. Nobody in the bomb site here, so still should be a fairly good round. Roy stolen the Molotov as well. They're going to try and see if they get this boost off. This should be very obvious, but it will not make a difference when you hit a shot like that. Now GamerLegion are a little bit scared. The push is coming in with Chaos. He's good for the double spray down, but we're still right back into a 2 versus 2, and this is interesting. 25 seconds. The bomb is going to be planted. Acor has health.
Roy's just too far away.
Oh, you're right. With no kit as well. He has a Molotov. Do you really want to throw it and give away the game here? I doubt it. Acor's already taken a look. Could he slip the net and get the timing against his countrymen here? Roy getting close now with the Deagle. Acor walks right into it, and that might be the end of the round, unfortunately, here. Crims shouldn't have time to find both these players with no kit. It'd be different if he had one. He could put all the pressure on Acor, but he realizes a 10-second defuse. He's going to try and go straight for it here and just hope that he's a little bit later on the other side, but he won't be. Running into it for the fight. Acor will win it. A good double on him, and another round for GamerLegion. They are really taking over this game.
Yeah, 8-2 run from round 5 on. This is wonderful from GamerLegion. This T-side has found its momentum, and they have come back into this game in a big, big way. Sui with 13 kills, leading the way. Ema with 11. Over on the Fnatic side, it's Crims with 12 and Roy with 10. Delivering for their team as the top 2 fraggers, but man, Fnatic has to feel horrible about this CT side considering the way it started, and certainly considering about very few things they've had to get excited about in this stretch.
Nikodos missing a shot, and Isaac will be quick to get rid of him. Roy actually, it looked like Chaos kind of saw it, but maybe didn't even trust himself. There definitely was an opportunity. Look at Sui, though. They're just taking out of this thing. That's fine. We get the 1 kill on Nikodos. We know he's been that forward restrooms player, so we're going to go for it. Roy getting pushed forward, but the bomb is being planted already, and Roy's in way more trouble than he realizes. Oh my God, he's so good. That is a crazy flick to be able to achieve, and he actually almost had that second shot as well on Acor. That looked absolutely lightning.
Yeah, that's sharp. I'm part of the Roy fan club. That's really, really well done. Good impact, and it sets up the flank nicely. Fasher and Crims coming in. Sui's actually the only one at the bomb site for GamerLegion. All this attention on the players coming from bathrooms. Oh, Oh, that's not a good find. Acor's now put under pressure as well. Oh, and he's got nothing to do.
Yeah, he can't even get there. There's no chance. They're going to go straight on that defuse.
They might think this is clear, though. They just came from the flank. Oh, smoked it off. Needs some luck, and it's not there. It's not there whatsoever. 8-7. Fnatic steal away the last round, but overall, a fantastic half from GamerLegion and an all-important matchup between Fnatic and GamerLegion, and we'll be right back with the second half.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is going to give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm going to try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try... Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist is Canadian, so not that guy. NAV. But then again, it could be NAV, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm going to try NAV.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Russia is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's just the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
An 8-7 half here on Overpass between GamerLegion and Fnatic. I'm not gonna lie, Jason. I feel like this could have been like a 10-5, maybe like 11-4 half in favor of Fnatic. They had so many openings that they gave away. I don't even know what's happening.
Clutch situations, obviously, we referenced it a number of times. The Sui 1v2 in the first half, but I mean, even just some late round, I mean, some great calling from GamerLegion as well. But just
yeah, that's true.
Despite, I mean, if you want to look at it in a way of like how this game is kind of like won in the different sections of it, yeah, Fnatic might have won the early game with some of the advantage they gave themselves, but the mid round and the late game in the post plants, the clutch situations, all that goes to GamerLegion.
Yeah, that is a good way of putting it. 7 pistols in play on the CT side. Oh, and a little bit of a flash around the corner to try to hunt him down, but it's backfiring on them. Nikodos, you have to get out before you get hunted in reverse. And an infinite amount of bullets on Emma. He's going to pick up 2 kills to begin with, in spite of the pop flash that was coming in from the T side. They're trying for another flashbang, but the kills just continue to go the way of GamerLegion. And Fishard's on his own. Oh, that is a 6 spin around. Oh, let me have some more of this. That was really beautiful. He just cut him down, and now he's picked up the USP. I am in for this clutch. Ace clutch to try and win the pistol round. Jason, do you believe?
Well, I mean, look, he's doing the right play in this situation, right? He's moving across the map and he's kind of taking the information away from GamerLegion. So now a lot of it comes down to timing. A lot of it comes down to how Shui and Kiaz decide to play this together. Right there at the moment, they're going to stick at the B bomb site. If they were to split 1-for-1, there might be a chance, but coming back in, he'll be able to find an opportunity to get a 1v1 and then play with the bomb. So he's doing everything right to make this possible.
Yeah, they're going to be rotating in. Molotov will be gone by the time that they get there. It's the low health that's the issue, and he's moving on forward into them. This is now close range. USP, how many headshots? There's one! Oh, for sure! Got one more, there we go! Oh my god, he's done it! Ace clutch, Jason, to pick up the pistol in the second half.
That's unreal. I'm not going to... I just said the clutches were all going in the favor of GamerLegion as well. What a performance from FaZe. I'm not going to lie. When he pushed forward, I thought he was done. I thought that was the wrong play. I didn't think 100%. You could do it because you're definitely fighting both of them at the same time. The fact that he's at that angle, unexpected, unreal.
It's so many missed shots.
From everyone. From Kiaz as well. And that's the most meek celebration you'll ever get in an ace clutch pistol round at the major. Nicely done. Fnatic wins the second pistol round as well.
That is so sick. If that doesn't get your team fired up and back into the swing of things, I don't know what will. What a shocking beginning. They absolutely had him. He was, like you said, so many missed bullets on the other side too, right? They just needed 1 or 2 connections and they would have been fine. Flashed on over, but GamerLegion, they actually beat them to the punch, pushing on out. Nikodos, you got to stay alive a little bit here. This is going to be a very risky if he dies with the AK, but he's doing a fine job, no problem. Almost back-to-back aces here.
Yeah.
Nikodos 1 kill away.
That would have been wild. All right, Kiaz, can you cause any damage? That's about all you're hoping for. They're already wrapping around him now. There is value in hunting this down. They want this rifle back. Puts him in a little bit of a dangerous position, forcing a couple more rebuys if he gets just 1 more kill. But they know they have him boxed in. They know there's no way for him to actually go for this round whatsoever. Kiaz is just waiting patiently to see where the hunt is going to come from. Krim's quietly walking through playground. Fasher in bathrooms basically right next to him through the wall.
Yeah.
And now he's been spotted, and now he will go down for free. There's the AK recovered, and Fnatic with the 9th round, back into the lead.
Okay, good job. I mean, that's one of those scenarios where if Nikodos just gets 1 kill and is traded, and now they have a Galil and an AK that they're running around with out there, that could have been really, really scary, but it's all good. Fnatic gonna stick on 2 Mac 10s for the round. I think they actually chose that over the Galil, which is kind of interesting, right? But they know, well, I don't know if they know, but they're going to go for it anyway.
Hell yeah.
There's armor on everyone, including head armor for GamerLegion, so...
Yeah, well, they know those Mac 10s are in play, right?
Yeah. They don't want to mess around. Could have been a little bit of an interesting spray.
Yeah. A-Core is going to back off. The only defender at the A bomb site, that should pull Ima back, or Sui. Both of them playing very passively at the B bomb site, where Kiaz and Isaac have more aggressive stances. Fnatic now just starting to gain basic map control, clearing out Blue Door. They've cleared out Fountain, pushing towards the entrance to bathrooms. And the question now becomes, without utility, GamerLegion have to be really careful not to lose this bomb site so quick. That's a great spot. The kill on top is wonderful. But just good to have the information. It'll pull defenders over. And now actually, A-Core can push forward. Him and Ima are kind of bottlenecked in the same position. But with Suhei getting towards Truck, this defense looks a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it does. It's really uncomfortable for Fnatic. They don't have any map control anywhere else either.
This is all the defensive utility, however. So Fnatic, pumping the brakes, calling the pause. They have another Molotov for either dice boxes or the truck. They've got a smoke for headshot or bank. They've got nades as well. They have utility to re-exec onto this bomb site.
Ima's going to be walking forward with Krims all the way on the other side of the wall, right? He's all the way in restrooms.
Ooh, Mezzi has the Molotov, and he's close up, so they won't be able to use it.
He has the bomb as well. Got to be real careful here. Yeah, they've waited a long time. Let's see if that's going to give them anything. 25 seconds. They needed that kill. Now the game is up. They know what's coming next. And out on long, Imma. Never going to get pushed from Crims in time. Going to be way too late for that one. So good double kill for Imma. Good double kill for Acor. And GamerLegion just securing the round. They get to steal 3 AKs, and they didn't lose a single player.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to call it a mistake because sometimes things happen and you just get in weird positions where you can't use everything, but not having that Molotov, like the fact that Mezzi takes that fight to the player behind dice boxes, would have loved to have had a Molotov thrown from the divider, right, to clear that player out into the open to force the fight at the timing that he wanted. But obviously just not possible in that way. 9-9.
And that puts a real dent in Fnatic's momentum. Again, the ace clutch to start the pistol round with, you wanted that to be the really explosive moment in time where Fnatic just super come alive, but they've been cooled down already. They've got the AK, a Deagle, and some Glocks to follow it up with here. Glocks?
Glocks?
Need to soundboard that a little bit more.
I think there is a soundboard we used to listen to, and that's on it for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
We'll get someone find it.
Yanko has it favorited on bookmark somewhere, guaranteed. So patient round, slow round from Fnatic. They're just gonna let this AK-47 move around the map and look for picks.
Yeah,
saw nothing, no aggression from the defense towards the picnic area, so gonna back away towards the B bomb site. Mezzi has that AK-47, and he's going to be leading the way through short. 40 seconds. They don't have time to go back to the A bomb site, so it's all going to depend on these opening engagements. Kia's at an off angle.
Oh, okay. Well done. That's an opening. 30 seconds. They are kind of quickly running out of time here, which is going to be an issue. And Nikolos, he was looking for a deeper fight, so unfortunately, even in spite of a beautiful opening, they are still all going to get wrecked behind that one. Triple for Isaac and GamerLegion now with an extended lead at 10-9. And even here, like the Fnatic bias, it's not going to be the best that we've ever seen. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, a MAC-10, no AWP in play.
Yeah, really labored start to this second half after losing that third round and losing it emphatically. They've only got 2 players down from GamerLegion in the past 2 rounds.
Dancing tango.
Fnatically, you might even say, Jason.
Ah. Nice. I like that. That was better than the fish one.
Okay. We're upgrading.
Yeah, you're headed in the right direction.
I appreciate that. That's all I'm looking for.
That's all you can hope for.
Yeah. Molotov on the one side. Crims not getting any real movement behind it.
He spotted that. So they're trusting Fasher a lot to watch for this flank. Nikodas as well, while Crims is able to challenge into the bomb site, find a kill. Now they're looking for the rebuttal. Good exchange from Isaac. However, he's so very alone at this B bomb site, and now he's gone down. And GamerLegion is just so far out of position, I think you have to call a save.
Yeah. It's interesting because if that B defense hold, having Suya and Acor play the connector, it should be a really good way to get a crunch onto the incoming attack, but they just never really got it up and running. They were grenaded out from the connector for a long, long time, and then obviously losing both the B players. That's it. Job done. Good job on Fnatic. 10-10. We're going to be tied up. I'm still is a bit of a mystery to me how Fnatic aren't heavily just leading the game right now. It feels like everything should be working out in their favor, but obviously the economy has been a little bit of an issue, and they just don't seem to have the same momentum that GamerLegion are able to get.
Yeah, and I mean the first half was rough. Outside of that good opening, I mean during that stretch where GamerLegion just shot out to a huge run, I mean they weren't able to win 2 rounds together. So yeah, let's see how this T side is going to look. They can inflict the same kind of pain, although in a loss with GamerLegion making this decision to save 3 rifles, that's going to help shore up the economy and make this a lot less painful than it might otherwise be. GamerLegion's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, the fact that they saved 3 rifles and the previous rounds they had almost no casualties either. That is going to make a real difference here.
Yeah, they have a good amount of money, and Acor's got 5,800. So I mean, you know, even if they lose a player, even in a victory, he can upgrade to the AWP. Even if they lose this round, he can get the AWP, depending on how they want to drop weapons. There's some options available.
Oh, it's going to be the triple nade, but it's a little bit too early. Sue really happy he didn't step forward in that moment. It's going to get you killed almost every time. Counter nades are coming out, though. Some spam as well. Sue not that far away from hitting the shot. Oh, there we go. Grim's also tagged up. It's not the ideal start for Fnatic, but not enough to lose you the round necessarily either.
It's wonderful chip damage, though. They've got 3 players away from like a 1-bullet headshot kill with the M4s.
Yeah.
Roy, Nikonaz, and Crims. Ima's pushing up long. Has encountered no resistance, but obviously without any commitment elsewhere, information elsewhere on the map, he's just going to stay parked in front of the rock.
Yeah, this is where Roy actually, who's on the other side now, played himself a lot. He was playing on top of the rock, obviously, but interesting to see him play this mirror position and taking the long fight now on the T side instead. Ima, oh, he just moved forward. That is risky. Very, very risky. Putting up a smoke just to buy a bit of time. Does not want to get pop flashed, and Roy will fall back. He's saying, all right, I'm down the connector. Let's see if we can hit this B bomb side.
They don't have numbers. It's all on this initial hold. These 3 players. Good first kill from Isaac. Shui adds in, and that's important because Acor is still parked at the A bomb site, but all the trades go in the way of the defense. A spectacular hold. Fnatic have found no access. There's the swing. Oh, a double kill. The spray down is perfect. And GamerLegion maintain a lead, 11-10.
And no bomb plant, right? A bomb plant here would have made a huge difference to the Fnatic side. Now, they might just be able to force up into it anyway. It would be risky, but the bomb plant secures the buy. They're definitely going to be going for it at that point in time. Man, it felt like they kind of got funneled into that. As soon as Roy gets pushed off that long position, it's like, all right, we don't have a lot of time left. Let's just go for the B bomb side. And you need that entry, right? You need that one kill that cracks open the bomb side, and they didn't really get it in time. Another timeout used. 3 out of 4 on the Fnatic side to talk things through. You haven't. The problem is you didn't do enough damage either to the GamerLegion economy that you can do a really crazy force up here.
Yeah, I guess the question just becomes like how much pressure do you actually feel in this game? And I think the scoreline's close enough where they can kind of sit around back. I mean, they have the money to go for a half buy with Tech-9s. The problem is the losing bonus isn't built up all that high. Only 1 round, so they're only getting 1,900 after this round if they're to lose. So Fnatic kind of milking the economy for what they can, and it's not much. Flash smoke is the only utility they have to play with. Fast towards blue door, fast towards the stairs. Ima delivers the first. There's Kioz from the reverse position down sandbags, and this round's already over. Mezzi left in a 1v5. And again, these are such clean rounds for GamerLegion that it's not helping the bid for Fnatic to cause any kind of a reset. They're going to have to kind of establish this T side the hard way, going against full buys each and every round.
Yeah, they're building it up.
Okay. Maybe not.
Yeah, this is interesting. Some good little taps coming out with the Tech-9.
Tech-9's back.
It is. I still love a good Tech-9.
Yeah, a good Tech-9's always fun.
It's found a nice role in the game. Like, it's pretty good, but it's not completely ridiculous.
It's not 2015 Tech-9.
Nope, nothing like that.
It's not Fnatic Tech-9.
There we go. Well done.
Old memes.
Olofmeister had that one. Like, he had more kills with the Tech-9
than the AK. Yeah, that one event.
Classic.
That was awesome.
21 kills on Sue at the moment. He's had himself a really beautiful map right now. They're 2 rounds ahead. GamerLegion 4 from winning the matchup overall. It's the best of 1, of course.
And 4 of the last 5 rounds on the CT side, so it's feeling like this defense is really solid, really confident for the moment. And remember the implications of this game. A GamerLegion victory means we don't have to have a G2 FaZe game for elimination. It means we can avoid that eventuality, provided they win their games today, which is no guarantee.
I was going to say, don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but yeah, you're right. There's some implication for this game down the road. Fnatic, I don't think care at all about that right now. They just want to find a way to win it.
I don't think GamerLegion care about that at all. Neither one of these 2 teams care about it. It's important for reasons outside of these 2 teams.
Yeah. These 2 are 1-1, so no one's getting knocked out from this, obviously. That would require a best of 3, but man, you don't want to be with your back to the wall, do you? Some of those teams in the 1-2 category are going to be hard to play against.
Especially in best of 3s, where they just get even stronger.
Okay, well, Isaac looked like he wanted to push that smoke down there, or at least wanted to test it out. GamerLegion been much less aggressive on their CT side than Fnatic were. They've been inside the bomb sites. They've been a little bit further back, and Acor is going to get that opening kill on Fashari. Just was going to try and put out a little bit. Kiosk gets traded at a minimum. Nikodor's able to take him down, but it's still a 4-on-3, and we only got 20 seconds left. The bomb is making its way through the tunnel right now, but they could run out of time. This is kind of a horrifying position to be in. Nade lands right on top of Nikodos, and Mezzi here with the bomb on his back. Only 12 seconds. Flash goes over. They could have peeked and killed Isaac right now, but they just didn't know. Nikodos is down and 6 seconds left. They're trying to get the bomb plant, and they will be successful. Mezzi, he swings out for the shot on Suhei, and Roy continuing the battle. How has it come back for Fnatic? Now might be able to do this one. Imma fighting both at the same time, and Fnatic, they should have had no business losing this or winning this round. How's that even happened?
Way too fast-paced. GamerLegion wanted to end that immediately. They knew they had a player trapped in the bomb site with the plant, but Suhei got caught between two decisions. Didn't know if he wanted to hold for Sandbag's player or swing on the planter immediately afterwards. That's a good kill from Roy, but Suhei's just kind of caught in no man's land, not understanding, not really picking either one of the fights, and it leaves Acor in a tough position as he had just dropped down in towards water. So GamerLegion kind of try and execute that retake really quickly after the bomb is planted, and it's not nearly as coordinated as they would have liked. And yeah, that's the look of the hands on the head of a guy who just knows that round slipped away.
Yeah, presumably in that round, if they just say, you know what, let him have the bomb plant. Don't worry about it. Just let him do it, and we've got him locked in, right? There's no way they can fight their way out of that one. A little bit too much pressure, perhaps. 11-12, Fnatic. To be fair, they've given away a fair few rounds themselves that they should have won. So I guess it's only just that they are able to get one back. GamerLegion definitely had that one at the back. You pointed it out earlier though. Acor had enough money for an AWP, and he's bought one into this round. So that back is going to be interesting to see if that's going to give them the round here.
Yeah, but this is the all-important rounds right now for Fnatic in this game. This is going to dictate who's kind of fighting from behind for the rest of this map. If Fnatic wins this, GamerLegion's fighting to recover and stabilize the CT side that all of a sudden has its economy depleted. If GamerLegion win it, then Fnatic, they have a little bit of money that they might be able to work with. They would obviously love a plant in this round, even if it's a loss. But, I mean, staring down the barrel of 11-13 when you don't have a whole lot of money is never fun either. This really, really dictates who's in the driver's seat for the remaining, 5-6 rounds that we would have. And who's going to be called upon? Nikodos to peek up, Sandbags with an op. Oh, he might get it. Acor sliding into position. Who's going to see him first? It's Acor, ready for the fight. And a man advantage for GamerLegion.
Yeah, different position for Acor, completely right. He's been on that A bomb site for a long time. So just that little switch up in the personnel is going to make it hard for Fnatic to realize. They're not expecting to find an AWP at that angle. Instantly down. Look at the nades on GamerLegion, or rather the lack of grenades. One smoke, one flashbang. That's what they have to mess around with here. Not that there's that much really on the Fnatic side either. FAMAS in the corner, all the attention taken away with that M4. A couple of bullets coming out. USP, and he can't find the shot. It's right back into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, but Acor's op is now coming into position. Okay, no, there's one smoke on the retake. There's a kit on Acor, so keep your eyes on if he goes down. Mezzi's going to back out of the bomb site. I don't think Acor spotted it. So strong positions for Fnatic for the post plant.
Yeah, Roy gets jump spotted out and can't find the kill on him. That actually could have been it right there. He's trying to do it again. This is so risky. Now the rifle's going to be put into play. Isaac will pick it up, and they should know Mezzi's down here somewhere. They smoked it off. They're going straight for the defuse, and he's not aware of it yet. Doesn't even matter. Isaac, beautiful mechanics coming out from him in the retake, and a must-win critical round for GamerLegion. They're both so low on health at the end of it.
I don't know what Fnatic can do. I think if they have another timeout, they have to call it. They have to burn it here. Crims is the most money at 3,900, but they're not buying into this. They're not picking up AKs or Galils. This has got to be a Tech 9 round, a Deagle round from Fnatic. That is a tough 2v2 to swallow. I thought maybe, good job from Crims. I thought maybe Acor with that peak earlier with low HP, that might have been their undoing as low HP, but Mezzi never actually spams into that smoke, was looking for Isaac the whole time, and just an immediate headshot, and not even Tech 9 armor. 2 Deagles on Crims and Nikodos, armor on them, but this is a very light investment from Fnatic, and I don't know, it's hard to blame them with the money the way it is.
Yeah, they have to trust in the power of the Deagle here.
But that's the consequences of that all-important 12-11 round. It's GamerLegion who wins out and is in the driver's seat. It's Fnatic who now have to force up against that and see if they can overcome one last obstacle to stay in this map.
And this is where Fnatic really wish that GamerLegion would have one of those more aggressive rounds so that you can actually find some players here at the start of it. With the looks of things, they're going to have to walk all the way to the bomb site to try and do that. Still, 3 deagles in play. There is a chance. Door is going to be open here, and Chaos, it better be quick to try and turn it around. Actually, not even going to make a difference. Crims lightning fast on that opening. They pick up the SMG, and they want to go right for the smoke, but there's fire on the other side, too. They're getting mowed down. I like the attempt. You got to try something, but yeah, that was their one chance there.
I got to say, too, I mean, the game that we watched against NAVI from GamerLegion yesterday that you and I casted, Isaac was a fantastic anchor, and he's delivering again at this B bomb site on Overpass. Yeah. Previously, it was the B bomb site on Mirage. He was good for a double pretty much every time NAVI attacked into his position. Look at the way he's handling business kind of on his own a little bit at the start of that. To have another double kill to slow down the pacing to prevent anything from being built upon the opening pick. He does fall eventually, but Acor has arrived to ensure nothing gets too weird. 14-11. GamerLegion 2 rounds away from making Fnatic 1 and 2 in this Legend stage.
Yeah, and you know what, to be honest, I mean, getting those 3 kills is still pretty important, right? You need to find a way to still turn this into round victories, but you just cut pretty deep into the economy on that CT side. If you can pick up this next round, you're going to get a lot more reward out of it. Let's see how this plays out. No armor at all on Nikodos. But why not? He has money. That's interesting.
Yeah. Nerves?
I don't know. I mean, that's the kind of thing that could really cost you a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in one way you might be able to say he's the Opera, he's trying to save a little bit of money, but no armor. Is it like, actually, I don't even want to go there. He should have bought armor. Ooh, Fosher just an inch away from death. Maybe a half second away from death. Acor again shows his position at the B bomb site with the op.
Sneaking on in, and not even the headshot, but just the aim punch there. Definitely making it a little bit of an issue, and he was ready. He almost got caught throwing that smoke, but
a little bit of shadow. A little bit of shadow shows as he's trying to get around that smoke before it plumes.
It's a powerful start for GamerLegion. 3 versus 5. They're going to find that kill on Roy as well. This is really falling apart here, Jason. I don't know if there's a way back into this one for Fnatic. Crims is on one side of the map, Mezzi all the way on the other side.
Fnatic hasn't been able to build any momentum in this game. They had that 4-round streak to start the map off the back of the pistol round. For the rest of the first half, it was isolated rounds 1, but never 2 in a row. They started the second half with a pistol and a second round conversion, but again, they've won a couple rounds isolated, never 2 in a row.
That flashbang might have actually just saved his teammate kills. He was getting hunted by Crims, and I don't even think he realized. Yeah, now it's too late, and you're not wrong. I mean, the lack of consecutive rounds of building anything here has just come back to haunt them in a really big way. 15-11, GamerLegion a round away from picking up this map.
Impressive stuff.
It's one of the most confusing, what looks like to be a loss for Fnatic that I've seen in a while. Like everything about this just felt like it should have been their map to pick up. I mean, could have easily won this. It looked like
this really got out of control in the first half. That run in the middle of it from round 5 on, that 8-2 run, 8-3 if you go all the way to the end of the half, it was just where they grabbed complete control of this match. It feels like Fnatic have never been able to like get comfortable as a team, despite some decent wins, despite some clutches. They never had anything that got them back into the game and made it feel convincing, like they were truly able to fight back. Just small individual moments. But the power of GamerLegion is on full display. Sui is a fragging in-game leader, which everyone has been excited about. Acor and Kiaz just having like their basic impact when called upon. Isaac as an anchor, and Ema just as a force on the map. The pieces for GamerLegion are working exactly as designed.
Yeah, they really are. 1 AK to play around with here. A lot of pressure on Fnatic. They need 4 in a row to get this back into overtime. If they win the first one, it could be done. The economy on GamerLegion is not that good. There is definitely a way to get back in, but this first one is going to be the hardest one. Oh, a little bit of a jump. Oh, come on. If they get that, that would have been a ridiculous way to get started. But no such luck.
No such luck. You're going to need a lot of luck.
Yeah, put it all into this one.
Hey, shout out to Nikodas for getting to buy armor or not buying armor in the previous round. Allows him to get the AK-47.
Yeah, but I'm not on board with the... I'm not at all on board with it.
I feel like I'm actually like more invested than I should be on if that was like actually a genuine mistake or if that was a planned lack of armor.
I
also don't even know if I want to know the answer to that question.
Yeah, what if it was a plan and you're like, but you could have maybe won the fight with the AK.
Yeah, exactly.
Who knows? Maybe we'll find an answer one day. Look at the clock here. We're down to 35 seconds. This is horrifyingly slow right now on the side of Fnatic. They have 2 more smokes that they can try and put up, but 1 good kill for the defensive side here, and they're in trouble already. Imma gets traded. I'll accept that. That's not bad. Nikodas picking up the shot. And 20 seconds now. They're getting close with the Tech-9. Sui comes blasting through the smoke, and you'll pick up the kill on Crims. They see the feet right at the edge. The bomb is on the ground, and this is a nightmare. Nikodas, he's on his own, fighting 1 versus 4, and he will eventually be found. It's GamerLegion to pick up the round on the map as well. 16-11 at the end.
Yeah, and this time GamerLegion, much like yesterday, start a little bit slow, down 0-4, but they figured it out much quicker and much more convincingly. What a great T-half on overpass. What a great clutch from Sui. He provided so much strength in that first half to get this team going, and GamerLegion surprise again. An upset over... I don't even know if it'd be an upset, would it? It was pretty 50-50, it felt. The odds had it as an upset.
Yeah, I don't know what to really say. I think that what's shocking about this, or what is upsetting about it, is the fact that Fnatic probably could have won this game. It really looked like it.
The aggressive decision on their CT side was panning out pretty well. The early rounds were in their favor. A lot of opening kills, just not able to convert a whole lot of them.
Yeah, I'm really confused, especially like you said on the aggressive stance on the CT side, getting so many openings, a lot of 2 versus 4s or 3 versus 5s that they could have won, that they probably should have won, and they just weren't able to. But credit to GamerLegion as well for turning it around and coming up with some really big rounds where they fought their way back. And that Sui clutch at the start really did something to
I mean, he ends with 27 kills, 13 deaths, 97 ADR. Probably the most important or the most impressive performance we've seen from Sui in the Legend stage and the Challenger stage previously as well. A great Herculean individual effort. Emo was right up there with him with 22 kills. Yeah, GamerLegion looked really solid today, and once they figured it out, I mean, Fnatic couldn't penetrate the defense, they couldn't stop the offense with any kind of significance whatsoever, so GamerLegion, in reality, it feels like they just kind of overran Fnatic in this match.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened. I mean, it still feels a little bit surreal, but GamerLegion will take it. It means they move into the 2-1 bracket, and Fnatic move down to the 1-2. At the verge of getting knocked out.
And we mentioned during the cast as well, and obviously we all know at home after watching last night's games how many dangerous teams there are in those elimination games that you start switching into series play, so it gets harder for Fnatic. And we've got an interview ready with GamerLegion.
Yeah, I'm here with Imma, a big win coming through for GamerLegion, 2-1 now in the Legend stage. I was talking to Fnatic before this, and they said they expected overpass. Was that the same for you guys?
Yeah, we expected the same overpass, and I mean, if you watch the stats, it's gonna be obvious because it's their best map, it's our best map, and then it's obviously gonna be a brawl.
Can you tell us a little bit about the game plan coming into overpass? If you knew ahead of time, what kind of you prepared for this matchup?
We didn't have a lot of time. Obviously, we knew pretty fast that we play against Fnatic, but yeah, we prepared like we did with every team, and yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about some of the specifics of that? Like, what preparation did you do for it?
No comment.
No comment. Okay, absolutely. Well, I want to talk about your individual performance because the first time we spoke together, it was at the start of the event at the Challenger stage. You maybe had a very quiet first map, but you've turned it completely around. You're playing insane right now. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first games it was on Inferno. I mean, if you watch my stats, like on Inferno, I'm a bit down, but I'm trying to work on that, and then, and yeah, I don't know. I have live game.
Well, we looked at a lot of situations where you guys are losing that first kill and you were able to pull back a lot of disadvantaged positions. When you look at your team, it's crazy you have that ability. What was allowing you back into those rounds?
I mean, we had some problems with these rounds back in the days with 4v5 situation because it happens to lose the entries, and then we need to find out how do you want to play it, and then we discussed, and then now it's working really well for us, and everyone is putting something, and like even Camille is saying or something like calling me, Freddy or someone else. It's just we just have good chemistry in that situation.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big congratulations and a fantastic game as we've highlighted, and there's the stats for the game. You can just see it. GamerLegion individuals just dumpstering Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very weird game. 16-11 is not necessarily like a very, very close scoreline, but it felt like a very, very close game.
I'll say it felt like, look at like that T side from Fnatic felt very much like what all my questions always have been about Fnatic is like where's the power of this team going to come from? Like it didn't feel like the T side really had a whole lot of opportunities. But this is what's coming up later on in the day. Obviously, the first two games going down. NAVI beating NIP. GamerLegion, as we just saw, beating Fnatic. We got ENCE Into the Breach next on the mainstream. Apeks Bad News Eagles will take place right here on the B stream. We're off to a break, and we'll be back with that game.
The Counter-Strike continues. We've got Apeks versus Bad News Eagles.
Hell yeah.
Here we go. Oh my God, JL he's ready. He's rolling out of the van.
Careful there. Got our coffees ready to go. Everyone's hyped up. Apeks has been a lovely surprise in this tournament that they're still going on, and obviously through the RMR as well. I remember just being like, well, I get a Castico at a major again.
Yeah, it does feel like a throwback.
It's been a minute.
This is, I mean, they are one of those teams that it's been hard to judge from the outset, but they've really impressed me, at least so far. And they're playing up against B&E, who were impressing people yesterday. What a win.
Well, they've been impressing people for what, like, this is their third major. They still haven't made it into the arena, so they've been impressing people for some time now, obviously, with some of their performances. And I mean, mostly coming into this major, we've kind of had them tagged. They've never really been able to break out to great success outside of the major, so they've kind of always been like that team that's good for an upset. They're like that team that just ruins someone's event. Obviously, last year, famously in Rio, it was FaZe, which was a huge thing. And so, I mean, for Bad News Eagles, they're fighting to change that reputation to not just be the upset team, but to be an actual dangerous team that can go deep into the event.
They have Devil Walk standing behind a beautiful mustache that was all powerful. Look for him right now. Look at this.
Major champion?
This is the thing, though. This is secretly the really cool storyline, is that there is, admittedly a small chance, but there could be like the most insane arc of Devil Walk winning the first major and then winning the last major as a coach. That would be something.
Yeah, that would be something. That would be actually a really weird thing to come back in. But I mean, we're far away from that at the moment. We're very far away from that.
Just saying.
That's why I have no response. I haven't actually thought about that eventuality quite yet, but maybe we have to. Regardless, we can hear from Bad News Eagles. We've got Juan Flatro with an interview.
Well, Juan, BNE had to once again take a big scalp, a big team name going your way. Do you get some sort of increased level of intensity when you play against one of these top teams, to just level of focus and intensity?
When we play tier 1 teams, yeah, definitely we do. Like, we focus a lot more. We're much more into the game. And but if we do this with every other team, I guess we can reach a really higher level of consistency. But that's what we're working on. So, yeah.
Yeah, what is the difficulty? Because I can imagine when you go into a game versus G2 or FaZe, it's quite easy to realize, okay, we have to respect them right from the get-go. It's another level of focus. But when you're going into a team like a tier 2 side or a smaller side you feel more equal to in terms of experience, maybe getting into that zone is a little harder?
It's a little harder. It's a little harder because we have a problem because a lot of time we have a lot of confidence and we just underestimate sometimes the teams. And I think it's something that needs to change definitely for us. We need to get into a better headspace, control our emotions, control our ego a little bit, and things will get better for sure.
Now, we have seen, the emotions is a big part of BNE. It's a big part of who you guys are. So when you do get maybe a little too emotional or you let them kind of take over the game, how do you guys manage that at the moment?
I'll repeat one more time.
So when you have these emotions and you get really fired up, how do you sort of manage that so it doesn't distract from the game?
I don't know, to be honest. We have like 2 or 3 years now that we're playing at this level with high intensity and high emotions, and I guess with time you just get used to it, you become immune to it. So day by day we're just getting more and more immune to this kind of system.
I heard the same answer from Heroic, actually, because they practice with that same intensity, they feel that way. But I want to talk about finals and some of these big pressure games where you just need that final matchup to get the win, and sometimes you guys are unable to get it done. So I want to talk about CCT finals in Malta and Melbourne. In terms of winning some of those high pressure games, do you think that could leak into some of the high pressure games here?
This is the thing, because even those finals that we played were not that high of a pressure. Like, we didn't feel pressure at all. Maybe that's where the problem sits, because we need pressure. We need to have the pressure to perform. We're a team that perform a lot better in pressure situations. So I think whenever we relax too much, just like in CCT and in Melbourne, we just don't perform at our level. So I believe we need to have some sort of pressure, some sort of stress that keeps us going on.
Well, you guys beat Apeks in RMR in overtime, right? So that was definitely a pressure matchup right down to the final line. Do you expect a close game again today?
If we start on the right way as we're expecting, and not to throw like 8 rounds in a row and start in a big disadvantage like last time, I believe we can have a much better game this time.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Cheers, Juan Flatro.
Yeah. What a good, it's very interesting to think about, just, the overconfidence and maybe the little bit of relaxing. We've got Apeks ready as well. Jacob playing very well at the moment, and we did get a word from their camp as well before we get into the games. Let's see what they had to say.
Hey Stigo, good to have you here again. We started in the Challenger stage, now you're here in the Legends. I just want to talk to you about your development throughout your career, because I think there's many points you've kind of had to reinvent yourself as a player, play different roles, figure out what you had to provide to your team, and I think you're a player that thinks about that a lot. So I'm just wondering, what is it you think you provide for this team?
So this is a question I've been trying to answer throughout my career, because you always develop as a player, but it always spirals back into kind of being more supportive element on the team when it comes to either in-game and out-of-the-game stuff, trying to make the team more calm in the stressful situations, because those happen a lot. Try to find consistency and mostly be like supportive when it comes to consistent communication and being open-minded about problems and dealing with them. This is something that I've always find myself getting into, and it's interesting to me, work with these kind of things. And obviously, when it comes to like firepower and everything, I'm trying my best to improve individually as well. But in our team currently, there's some other players that are capable of like hard solo carrying, and I'm just here to enable them.
Yeah, we're looking at your team. I think it's maybe debatable who the star player is, but in your mind, who is it?
It's really hard to tell. It depends on the maps, on the roles, on the sites. Like, we try to scramble things out around. It's not like only fixed role that we have is probably that Nok is Oper and Kixon is IGL. That's it. Other than that, it depends on the map. Someone else is anchor on different maps. Someone else is playmaker on different maps. So it really depends. So I think that we're all capable.
Now we look at B&E, it's a team you played back at the RMR, a loss to them in a close fashion. When you look back at that as a team, what did you learn in review?
Yeah, I think we lost to Inferno, to them on Inferno in overtime. I felt like it was a game that could have easily gone our way as well. We just crumbled a little bit to their play style, which is a little bit different from other teams, and it's annoying to play against, but it's super solid. They are proving it again and again. Yesterday with the win as well over G2. So we are just going to be more ready for it, and I hope it's going to be that extra step that we needed back in RMR to close the game out, and I'm just hoping for a good Counter-Strike here.
Yeah, you're right. In terms of B&E, they've taken some big names. G2 really struggled against them, and then we've seen FaZe multiple times struggle, can't figure it out. Every time they say they think they have figured it out, but when you look at B&E, when you talk about that playstyle, what is it that you're trying to avoid?
It's some things that you don't really expect to happen, and they consistently happen against B&E. I don't know, it's really weird to discuss this because it's, again, like every map is different and every game is different, but B&E they have an incredible record against tier 1 teams. FaZe, G2, they're beating them consistently in the big matchups, I would say, and but sometimes they're struggling against tier 2. We saw it in Melbourne, where they couldn't, I think, close the final against Movistar. And this is one of the things that is kind of playing in our favor, because we are maybe less predictable, or we're playing less this textbook Counter-Strike compared to tier 1 teams.
Well, great to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Jason, what you're trying to avoid when you're playing B&E, it's the madness, and you can't. There is no avoiding it. You have to embrace it. You have to dive in and try and fight them at that level, because this is a crazy team to be playing against. The odds say that Apeks are actually favorites for this one. I don't know if I agree. I doubt it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way, but I think a lot of that is the recency of I mean, as I even referenced in the interview, is just like the high-profile wins that Bad News Eagles has. And as Juan Flatcher even said, like a team that plays better when they have that tier 1 opposition, where they're considered the underdog, so they have the pressure, and learning how to play their game in a different scenario sometimes can be very, very difficult. And let's see if they figured it out. It's going to be ancient between Apeks and Bad News Eagles, and we're going to be live into the pistol round. Apeks starting on the offensive side, Bad News Eagles defending. And right away, we're getting a B rush. Okay, slow down.
Kind of looked like it, but I don't know. Yeah, they did slow it down a little peak.
Oh, what's up, baby?
Yeah, Exact's going to realize they are coming for him. This should be a quick bomb plant and potentially what could be a very difficult retake coming in. Flash around the corner, though, and there's the start. Flatro and GXX both picking up a kill. Kicksound gets one in return, but they're getting hunted down. The bomb is still freshly planted. They need to hold on for a long time. There we go. Nok and Stiko coming back in. GXX, he lands another bullet. It's down to a one-on-one. He doesn't even reload. He just tries for another pistol, but it won't be in time. Nok will take him down, and we are off to the races here. Apeks will pick up the pistol.
That's a high-octane 2v4 for Apeks to win. Nok and Stiko do a phenomenal job. Nok stuck inside the bomb site. Stiko gets that all-critical kill. We saw the perspective. Cuts him down, chasing down his teammate right here. Absolutely perfect as he swings out. What a job from Stiko.
Yeah, that looked like it was not going to be a winnable round once the retake was underway, but they did it anyway. Good job on Apeks.
Yeah, really good job. Because that looked like a lost pistol on the first 2 kills, but it's a 5-on-3 retake for Bad News Eagles. You feel like that round has slipped out of control, like it's not going to go in the favor of Apeks, and what a good recovery. Well, I can help answer a little bit of the question that Dinko laid out to Stiko in that interview as well, asking about who the star player is, and he said, what, Nox the in-game leader, and Kixon's or Nox the Opper, Kixon's the in-game leader, and everything else is like whatever. Well, Jacob in their victory had 31 kills.
What a god. Yeah, he was out of control.
Yeah, over into the breach. So you talk about like having some of those, Nok, a young Opper, Kixon, a young in-game leader as well, a new in-game leader into the scene, but then you have them surrounded by the experience of Stiko as a more supportive element, and Jacob as just a strong, he's just been a solid player throughout his whole career, hasn't he?
Yes.
Just like a really good journeyman player.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? One of the few Norwegians left that is still playing at the majors. Wow, okay. Synopsy get one in return at the very least. But this should still be a fairly easy round for them to power on through. Nicely done. Rigon showing up, taking down Stiko. Yeah, gotta maybe have to take those words back a little bit. Eagles here, but he can't find the second shot. That would have been very, very cool. Nice jump around the corner, and they will clear it up. With only 2 casualties on that T side, so fair enough.
Fair enough.
We'll accept it.
2-0. Bad News Eagles going to have to sit this round out. Just USPs. 5-7 picked up by Juan Flatro with a little bit of armor, so he wants to get frisky in round number 3.
Yeah, give him the chance.
Give him a little bit of love. Give him some fun.
We talked a little bit about momentum and how it was lacking from Fnatic in that last game on Overpass, but BNE are a horrifying team to be up against if they get any momentum at all. And it seems like it doesn't take a lot. It's like one little thing that goes their way. They're like, oh, we're super fired up. We're ready to win the whole game. It's really... It's why it's one of the most entertaining counterfights to be watching. This one gonna get shut down though. Kicksam is ready for it, so that's good. Don't give them anything. That's not great.
Not ideal, but still a massive advantage, obviously, for Apeks with the weaponry.
We're contemplating right at the edge. Surely can't see anything through that. And they're going to catch him walking through.
However, they're still committing to the same bomb site. Stacks here. Scenari's coming from CT spawn. Synopsy's close towards A main. Okay, some of the danger is taken away. All of the danger is still... Oh, maybe not. Hold the phone. Synopsy with the triple. And now he's got an AK-47 ready for the follow-up fight, but it's Jacob to save the day.
That is so scary. It's a 1 P250 that's just out in the open. They had him... He's got nowhere to stand, and he just fights his way out.
And that's what makes them such a tough team at times to play against. The Bad News Eagles, it feels like, very rarely find a fight they don't want. Like that's a little bit of the unexpected that Stiko is talking about. Is sometimes you expect a player to play a little bit more cerebral. These guys are just balls to the wall, aggression, fighting, battling every turn.
Yes, 5-7 there at the end. Yes, it is true. They do love the battle of it. Running right into the middle, and the flashbang was nearly perfectly timed, but not quite. Rigon will take him down 4-on-4.
That's what I mean right there. Rigon with an opening kill could have fallen into the smoke and survived, and Donut played the 5-on-4. Instead, he swings back for the fight, and those are the kinds of things that can catch you really off guard if you're not prepared for it.
Look at JL and Johan Fratro on the other side, just both of them testing that smoke, hoping that the wall bangs will force their opponent into a little bit of a fight. They were trying to see if they could bait each other out into that one.
A little bit of stalemate in the round at this point. Ooh, Kixon with the wide swing. Got to be careful. Juan Flatro might feel the space given up. Good awareness from Kixon to turn back. Turns from the nade, not ready for the fight because of it. And again, do you fall back or do you look for the next battle?
Yeah, by the textbook, you would fall back, right? You would say, that's it, that's good enough. GXX, a really impressive AWPer in his own right. Do not underestimate him. He's one of those AWPers that's not really usually in the conversation for a long time about, you know, good AWPers, but man, we've seen some games out of him too. They will find another kill, bring it back into a 2 versus 3. Bad news, Eagles. 30 seconds on the clock, just about. JL, that's a good crouch into the spray.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Synopsis with a knife out, to get himself killed. And we're right back into a 1 versus 2. That's a little bit unforgivable.
Yeah, that's very, very unforgivable. Taking a lot of liberties in this round was Bad News Eagles, and I think they've gotten punished for a couple of them. Juan Flatro pushed up all the way down the ramp and staying parked there for some time, gets wrapped back through T-spawn. The knife out for Synopsy. It leaves GXX in a really tough 1v2.
Yeah, but he feels like he wants to go for it anyway. He does have some grenades. He could make it a bit interesting. He's got a kit as well. He finds even one of them, but he's been spotted out already. He needed to find the kill first instead of getting discovered the other way. Apeks at a 4-0 run right now.
So many, I feel like there were like a ton of advantages Bad News Eagles just threw away in that round, and we highlighted a couple of them as they happened. The opening fight from Regon, he goes back for the second, gets traded. This push right here from Juan Flatro and sticking around without finding safety, kind of trying to manage almost like 3 angles at once. That's an early timeout taken from Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, but the aggressive style that they play, even in the man advantage, is something we're never going to be able to take away from them. Like, that's what they do. The knife out, obviously, walking through that part of the map, that's really risky. There's no reason to do that.
Obviously, all the emphasis in this is going to be on the players and the teams for good reason. But what an interesting battle of kind of, you know, legendary figures behind them. That Devil Walk, as we kind of highlighted, winning the first major, coaching his teams, coaching plenty of teams. Cuban as well, not a major winner, but obviously the coach of the legendary Polish Virtus Pro roster from back in the day.
Yeah.
Great pedigree in Counter-Strike amongst both those guys. So coaches both kind of moving on to take these lesser experienced rosters and try and bring them up to snuff for this final major.
Yeah. This is, I think, one of the beautiful developments of Counter-Strike is that we have the depth now to be able to have, you know, legendary players stay around even past their own playing time.
It's also a good highlight. I mean, that's true in Europe. So one of the great deficiencies in the North American region is that we don't have those old legendary players stepping into coach roles to help teams kind of rise up and get experience and perform well.
Yeah, and one of the things that's probably needed for the region, that's definitely true. Scenario coming up with some pretty interesting kills. He wanted another one. Gonna get shot in the back, but it is still a 2-on-3. Let's see if the deal can ring true. GXX, and doesn't look like it. Gonna be falling a little bit back. Yeah, the fight just continues.
It is just so nerve-wracking as a player if you're Apeks, because the fights are just always there. You just have to be ready for it, for a peak all the time. Such high stress. Good transfer over from Jacob to find another one, and that's going to be Synopsy on the flank again. Gun out this time.
And some of the P&E battles, they're interesting because there are matches where they show up and they try to bring this style and they never really get off to a nice roll. They never really win those opening fights and it all falls a little bit flat. And then there are games you watch them where they're doing what they're doing now. It almost looks like they're sort of running their head into the same wall over and over again, and then suddenly just works. Suddenly everyone wins their fights and their opponents have just nothing left. They cannot get back into the game because B&E have just taken the whole thing over. So it's interesting. It makes it exciting to watch the Counter-Strike. But right now, it's all gone the way of Apeks. 5-0 in their favor.
And one of the things Juan Flatro said is, like, you know, this could be a different game if we don't, you know, make mistakes and get ourselves and lose 8 rounds in a row. Well, they've lost 5 in a row. They're almost there.
Yeah. Not the best start.
No, they haven't avoided the outcome that he wanted.
Nice fucking round, boys.
Why do you say it like that?
I don't know. Just memeing, isn't he?
Yeah, a lot of memes coming in.
Okay, well, we got rifles back in the hands of the CT side. Synopsy's got some mid-control.
That's a beefy nade.
Look at Stiko and Kixon. They are putting some pressure on this A-bomb side. Now, it is going to be a fake, and I think Juan Flatro just kind of figured that out, even if he got traded. So they're not going to be too sold on this A attack yet.
Forced out a lot of utility from Regon, though, over towards the A-bomb site, and Stiko's maintaining presence inside of A main for this transfer back. So Regon deep behind the corner box. It's Synopsy over in Donut on defense. And Synopsy might have just given away his position with those shots. Sticko might have heard that.
Yeah, that is definitely suspicious. They're going to go check out the middle, though. 3-man push here from the Apeks side.
Uh-oh. This is a call from Bad News Eagles. They want to go find a fight. As we know, Sticko's in perfect position. Look at his face. He's so ready. He's so ready, so focused. Grabs the first. Oh, not the second. But now they know his position, and they can start pushing forward through Donut a little bit quicker. He's stuck at the box. And they know he's out here to the left, hunting him down. There's the jump up. There's the kill from JL. And reinforcements have not arrived. Scenarios had to go so slow and cautiously through middle, knowing that Red Room might have been compromised, and Bad News Eagles have a decision to make in a 2v3.
I mean, they're always, I feel like, going to look for another kill somewhere, though GXX actually will back on out. Okay, I thought they maybe wanted to do a little bit more. That smoke was up, so maybe they could have gone for a boost on top, but it is really risky, so a little bit more by the book to fall back and decide, okay, let's just save the guns that we have here. Yeah, they were so far away. I was going to say Synopsy did play it fairly aggressively in the corner, considering that his teammates were far away, but I guess he didn't trust his ability to stick around in that corner for another 20 seconds, and he probably wouldn't have been allowed to anyway. So either way, Apeks, what a start for them. 6-0 in their favor. Doesn't really get any better than this.
No, not at all. And they've handled some of the early pressure and some of the early fights. They've expected the unexpected.
Yeah. I mean, you know how they're going to be playing, right? You could even tell Stico's kind of like acknowledging that. It's like, yeah, this is what the game is going to be like, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be ready. So it's good to see that they are. 6-0. Some money to work with. Not a crazy amount of money on the Apeks side, I suppose. That's maybe one thing to think about.
No, they'd love a clean win here. They'd love a good knockout punch, because this is a pretty heavy investment into the round. Bad News Eagles going to be buying in the next one, but with those saved weapons, things help a little bit. That exchange again between JL and Juan Flatro, essentially almost just about even.
Oh, nicely done. One saved AWP. And Jacob falls victim to it. Scenari's pushed all the way down the ramp of the B-bomb side. Oh, that's beautiful. Crisp shot coming out from Synopsy. A little bit better. 5 versus 3 now.
You can't let this slip away. This has to be your first round if you're Bad News Eagles. JL's going to have to run and get the bomb with low HP. Knock is working through middle. Kixon is working towards the B ramp. Juan Flatro's there on defense with low HP but an SMG. Scenari with an M4 tucked along the wall.
Yeah, one of the 3, JL's practically dead already. Going to be leading in with Kixan, hoping to find an entry. 40 seconds here. That's a great shot, but yeah, the off angle there for Juan Flatro. Going to be taking down Kixan, and now time is running out, and the flank is coming in. Rigon, you see him call it instantly. They know where that last player is. It's going to be a free kill from him, so they do convert the round. 6-1. And now, you know, we talked about this being sort of a, potentially a flawless round coming out from Apeks, which they probably needed. Their economy is already going to be in a weird position.
That's a nice job from the Bad News Eagles defense to put a stop to the mid play. I mean, GXX with a nice kill with the AWP, stepping forward to make sure it's clear. Good for them to get it around on the board. They mentioned that they play better the more pressure they feel. And I mean, even in a 1-1 game at the major, you're going to feel pressure at 0-6.
Yeah, no question about it. They need to keep this up, though. One little taste of victory for Bad News Eagles. Surely not going to be enough. No, look at this forward position. They're going to get flashed out of it, though, unfortunately. He just had to fire that gun. Felt like maybe someone could have peeked him, and JL wanted to push forward. Smoke is in there, and Rigon is a very, very forward push here. They are... The only one that can maybe bring him out is if Jacob can find a kill over at the A-bomb side, because the rest of them are kind of locked in here, and they will find...
What's a little this might be the moment. This might be the moment for the move to be made. Actually, okay, Synopsy hears everything. He's pushed up. This was very aggressive everywhere on the map for Bad News Eagles. So Synopsy heard the footsteps over to the A-bomb site. Stico's got the bomb. He goes down. That's going to be the round. Jacob and Knock have to just save these weapons. They're going to find a clear A-bomb site, because all of Bad News Eagles had rotated off of it, but I don't... Actually, maybe you go for it just to get the bonus money. Maybe you go for some kills, try and keep the money low on the Bad News Eagles side, but there's really no hope of winning this.
aggressive all across the map, Jason, is what you said. That's
I mean, Regan pushed down middle and flanked towards the B holes. Synopsy pushed down middle and got a close angle behind the smoke at the main choke point towards middle. And obviously the B defense, with that kind of knowledge of nothing being in middle, was more than happy to just flash and take fights at the B ramp. So yeah, everyone willing to fight for Bad News Eagles when they're in that comfortable position, and a timeout taken by Apeks, their first.
It's the BNE experience. That's what we're getting.
They need a theme song.
Surely the community can come up with that. It has to be something, it has to be powerful, right? Like, it's got to be something aggressive, because that is how they play the game. How do you, I've got to say, you know, obviously I know this from the past majors, but I really got to talk to Devilwalk about this at the RMR a little bit more, and sort of like their philosophy behind it, because if I just put on sort of my normal Counter-Strike glasses and I try and analyze any game of BNE through like how I normally think about Counter-Strike, all I can say is like, well, they're making a mistake here and this is wrong and they're not doing this, and like they're not, you know, this is incorrect, they shouldn't be doing this. But obviously, you have to kind of forget about that. It's not because they don't know better. This is a deliberate style. This is how they like to play the game, and the success is like they're proving that it's working for them, right? Which is, in some ways is so sick. Like, it's so satisfying to watch someone just say, no, we're going to recreate the game kind of in our own style, and you just have to deal with it.
I mean, you have to look at it this way too. There's, in the game of Counter-Strike, there's so few things in terms of playstyle that you would just flat out say are wrong. It is better for all 5 players to do the wrong thing together.
True.
Than right things as individuals.
Yeah.
And I mean, at the very least, Bad News Eagles, it's, you know, it's, we're not going to ever call it fundamental. We're not ever going to call it textbook Counter-Strike, but everyone's bought into it, which makes it dangerous, just right out of the gate for that factor alone.
Yeah, it's, you know, they really like convinced me throughout the RMR, watching them play, sort of committing to that style so hard. I was like, all right, if they believe in it, I guess I have to as well. Pistols back on Apeks here, as the money just couldn't last any longer. That's in spite of a 6-round win streak to begin the half with. They just, it wasn't that one-sided that they just were able to stack an infinite amount of money. Rick on in the middle. Good control with the AK, sprays all of them down. The ace to pick it up, and yes, I said earlier, you don't want to get Bad News Eagles fired up. You don't want the momentum, and that'll give into them right then and there. What a beautiful round.
Yeah, you don't want any confidence in these individuals, do you? Especially with the way they like to take fights. That's a nice round for Regan to start feeling a little bit better. Up to 9 kills off that ace. 6-3, AK's back in the hands of Apeks, so let's see if they can get back to exerting their influence on the map.
Yeah, they're going to need to. Gotta find a way.
Over on the A stream, Anders.
Yeah.
It's Into the Breach against ENCE.
Hell yes.
And it's currently 9-4 in the favor of Into the Breach, so continuing their success after beating FaZe. Really riding that momentum. Stiko and Regan. Oh, timing. Timing's against him. That'll be frustrating, and he'll hate watching that round back.
So close, isn't it? Synopsy says, yeah, you're going to try and smoke me up, but I want to be aggressive, and he's going to get punished for it. Jacob was waiting in the middle. 5 versus 3 now, and you could expect another peak. JL, it's very smart again, kind of showing a good understanding of the kind of opponent that he's up against. Okay. Maybe don't. You know that GXX has the AWP, and they're still going to be coming for it. 2-man setup here. Gonna hunt all of them down. GXX just on his own. Shot in the back, and actually JL from the other side got the wall bang on him. So well done, I suppose. They actually hunt everyone down.
Where did he find that first kill in that 4-on-2? Because he smoked off that Molotov. I thought his vision was going to be taken away, but he found it nice and clear. Fair play. 7-3. And again, that aggression from Bad News Eagles. Those aggressive decisions, all of them punished. First by Stiko with Regan's push in towards A main. Obviously neutralizing any kind of follow-up push in middle through the red room. And then obviously neutralizing any kind of aggression push down B ramp as well.
Yeah, good patience for Apeks. Oh, fight in the middle breaks out. A little bit of chaos here. Flashes go everywhere, and GXX will pick up the kill on kicks out of the middle. So it is still a 3 versus 3. Man, that was all-out chaos.
Oh, and Stiko, he wants to take advantage of it, seeing all those bodies fall and all that emphasis on middle, but I don't think he got there in time, and good on him for calling it off, because GXX just slid into position with the op. So now it's on JL to make his play.
Yeah, good experience on Stico, right? That's what you want to see out of a veteran player like that.
Oh, this is so sick. No one's even close to having eyes on middle. And I don't think anyone's even really considering it. GXX hasn't turned around and looked towards CT spawn. He's just kind of rotating through. Now he realizes the gap as the op scopes in, but JL is waiting. Juan Flatro converging towards middle as well. There's a minute for JL to be patient and make this play happen.
Oh my God!
Oh!
That's 4x3. Surely would have seen him now. He definitely does. My God, seconds from disaster. GXX could have been dead. I can't believe it. That came down to almost nothing.
And another round, he'll hate watching back, JL.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was about 10 seconds he had time to make that play. There's no way for him to know it, but the window of opportunity was wide open. I think Nox just got to save. You can make a sprint to the B-bomb site. 30 seconds left on the clock. A long rotation. Juan Flatro already realizes the danger.
Yeah, he sees it coming. Nork should not be able to win the round, but you know what? If he gets the first one, then maybe it's possible. Does spot it out, 15 seconds, and going to decide to go for the bomb plant instead, just to get a little bit of extra economy on that T side. Why don't you? Oh, sees it, but GXX still able to drop him. So, B&E picking up a 4th round, surviving with 3 players, but yeah, at least a little bit something for Apeks. They could have won that round, though. I mean, it was down to that mid-fight.
Yeah, that JL lurk actually has some impact. That's crazy. I mean, he could have stayed parked in that cubby as well. Again, this is all criticisms after the fact and with full information on the map. He could have just stayed parked there and wait for Juan Flatro to go past him, but regardless, that was almost a complete disaster.
How does it feel from the from an NA point of view, Jason, that the British Counter-Strike now has overtaken NA Counter-Strike? How's that?
Is that really the angle you want to take? I see what you're doing. I see you've got your little spoon out stirring the pot.
Yeah, that is in fact what I want to do. Still early days, Jason. Still early days. We'll see. We'll see. They're doing well though into the breach over on the other side.
Yeah, they're doing okay.
Oh, just okay. Right. We'll hope for a liquid into the breach matchup. That would be something. 7-4.
Yeah, I'd take it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We'll see. You might regret that. You just might. They are going to try and hit this A bomb site. Rigon's in the back. Synopsy is kind of not able to help him that much. Oh, he just swings out. He's in so much trouble. It's a weird setup for an 8 defense right there.
Yeah, no one to take attention away from Rigon in that corner. Synopsy Molotov's off, and now they're kind of bottlenecked as well. 2 players not able to actually get out and access into the retake, and Bad News Eagles just completely taken out of position. And with the smokes up and the choke points, and with how convincing this take is, might be time to back off.
Yeah, they have some money in the bank, but it doesn't seem like it's worth it to throw anything away.
They're going to try and stop this. Jacob and Stico are pushing up into Red Room as well.
Yeah, they actually might be able to catch all of them. This is really sick. Apeks, they sense a moment of weakness, and Jacob's hunting them down. Synopsy has no way out of that one. That's really convincing. Well done. They not just even to win the round, but obviously to get all the rifles out of their hands. That's a good amount of money on B&E, so they're not going to be completely broken yet, but it's getting close.
Yeah, that's the only fight happening. And even if he wins that against Stico, I mean, there's plenty of people streaming. Yeah, that's a little frustration. They say, what is this? I think I heard.
I believe so. Take your word for it.
Nice fucking call, Damian.
There we go.
Hyping up your in-game leader.
We all need a hype man. Devil Walker on the other side. Second time out called here. A chance to talk them back into it again if you're just joining us. This is a 1-1 game, so nobody's getting eliminated here.
That mustache is powerful.
It really is, isn't it?
It's going for like a Ditka look to him. Mike Ditka, you don't know that reference, do you?
No.
God,
I've let you down. But Jason, until you watch The Wire, I'm not going to tell you. You are a couple of weeks away from getting duct taped into a sofa and eyelids duct taped open as well.
Cool.
We're going to be watching The Wire like that.
Sounds kinky. All right, Rigon. Blinded. Oh, good shot from GXX, though, through the smoke, and that buys time for Synopsy to come back into the defense. Ooh, he steps back into the flames, though. That might be an opening. Good counter utility, and oh, Apeks, they have to call it off. They're going to alleviate the pressure on the 8 bombs, and look at the way they lured over everyone from Bad News Eagles. This gives so much space over to Jacob, and if he can slide up again in towards middle, there's a potential punish that could have massive consequences.
Not gonna lie, I didn't even realize there was a Molotov behind Rigon either. There's the punishment you were talking about. Jacob, and he keeps pushing. Does he see it? He got a kill here last time, and he almost did it again. Keeps on powering through, takes down Sceneri, and he's right back into a 2-on-3. Jacob, he's just cracked open the round. EonFlauncher with a good shot and a little bit of damage. He knows the rest of them are there, but it won't matter. Nice find on the AK.
Synopsy got a kill from Donut as well, so they know his position. They can book over to the B bomb site with all impunity and get that bomb planted. They have strong positions. Not going to hold the smoke run through from Synopsy, who surely risks it, if I know anything about Baz News Eagles. And he gets behind the box, keeping him boxed in. Good shot, 1v1.
He throws it. Oh, but the smoke in hand. He just let it go. It's such a sick kill on the first player, but it will not make a difference. Kicksan with the double, and Apeks, they are up to 9 rounds on their T side, and they have taken away the economy of B&E. This is starting to look like a really, really good first half.
Jacob, bro, is just a missile of impact in this round. He cracks everything open, spots the player who'd already crossed, eliminates 2 players in middle. And I mean, part of that is due as well, a little bit of an over-rotation that we've seen a number of times in this game from the Bad News Eagles defense. They really get all 4 players huddled up towards the A bomb site without a whole lot of eyes on middle. So Apeks is consistently able to find the way out when they're stopped on the initial thrust.
One M4 in play, boosted up into the middle. This could actually potentially be kind of a sick play. Oh, but they fall off. They had the right idea. Jacob was down there. If the smoke fades, they probably find him. Hold the phone, though. Flauncher getting a kill. He pushes forward into the fight. There is no fight they don't want to take.
Exactly. They love them all. Although I'm not even going to blame Juan Flauncher for this. You got to create something, right? You have that AK-47. You want to be able to dictate something, grab maybe 1 more kill, so unfortunately goes against him, but it does set up a nice stack that Apeks can be lured into. They might think this is clear after that push. Now they'll be crossing their T's and dotting their I's, and now they're aware of the potential, only falling prey to Sceneri for just 1.
Yeah, that's well played. Apeks not really making too many assumptions. He actually hit that shot. I don't even know how. He didn't stop. Kicksan comes back for it, though. He is hungry and looking for fights. 3 kills in this round for him, and the bomb plant on top of it.
Look how ready they are, though, for everything. Like, we haven't seen a whole lot of Apeks getting, like, caught off guard by the refights. That's a conversation you have going into the game. Like, guys, like, they're going to challenge every smoke, always expect the fight to come. Like, they're not always going to have that picture-perfect Counter-Strike of waiting for their teammates to get into position. Just be ready for everything. You can have as many of those conversations as you want, but actually putting it into practice in a live match is completely different.
Yeah, I think that's really a thing that's worth highlighting. It's probably a very different experience watching a demo of B&E doing what they do, and sort of like you can all nod at watching it saying like, yeah, okay, yeah, we can see a lot of fights happening, like they're not afraid of anything, they're going to keep coming. But actually having the experience being up against them inside of the server is going to be very, very different. So a lot of credit to Apeks for stepping it up when it really makes a huge difference here. They could be in the 2-1 category real soon. 10-4 as a lead right now going into the last round of the half. And B&E, they had that little bit of momentum, right? They had that 4-1 run in the middle of the half, but that's not enough. It didn't power them off. Apeks are back on track. JL and Kicksan doing really well, and Jacob obviously having some hugely impactful rounds of his own. I don't know why, but there's a bird in T-spawn that starts every round saying, "Whoa," and it throws me off every time.
Yeah, birds might not even be real. Good double kill in middle, add a 3rd on top of it. Isn't there a conspiracy that birds are actually just like really elaborate spy devices? Kind of like how Finland's not really a country?
Say it's not real, but I feel like you're siding with the government already, Jason. Find that to be suspicious. EonFlauncher having himself one hell of a round. Double kill in the middle. Spun around for that one. JL is on his own here. And a 1 versus 3. Some shots of the smoke. They know he's in here somewhere. Just trying to see if they could find him. The bomb is dropped, so JL can't even really play around that fact. Yeah, just going to be absolutely locked in for this one. A 5th round for B&E is still not really close, but it's something that they desperately needed. The second half, we're going to need to see a strong start for the B&E team. We'll be back after the break.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAV?
Okay,
It was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada. Nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done. NAV.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Apeks versus BNE. We are on Ancient for a best-of-one game here at the 1-1 bracket. And right now, Apeks are making a pretty strong case for themselves to be moving into the 2-1 bracket. Jason, how can they screw this up in the second half? Is it possible? Can they still lose it?
Of course they can. Let's find out how.
Nice.
I'm willing to go down this road.
Okay.
I'm willing to go down this venture with them to find a way to lose the game. One of my favorite tactics.
There is, if you look hard enough, there is usually a way out of a victory.
Also, I mean, you got to say this too. Bad News Eagles, with this kind of a style of always looking for fights, like the T side is always going to be much more dangerous. You know, like the T side is always going to be where they kind of get to have a little bit more say and a little bit more ability to dictate when and where those fights take place. So let's find out. Oh, Kixon's going to get pulled right into this. Way too early of a rotation on the flank. It's going towards the A bomb site. Jacob's going to be under pressure again.
Yeah, but there is potentially a flank coming in. Oh no, Jail and Nork, they're actually held back quite a lot. Jacob's just on his own back here. Nothing but him and his USP and some headshots that are coming out. Jacob, he's found a way again to bring his team back into it. Jail gonna get run down, but it's still a 2-on-2. And the bomb, it's dropped out there. How much more does Jacob have left in him? Can he save the team one more time? They've picked up the bomb, and they're starting to see if they can fall back. Stigo's going to watch them, and at least they will know. 2-on-2 for the afterplant here, and BNE, they need this pistol round so badly.
Jacob's just so safe in that position. What a stunning pair of kills it's on. Stico moving in. Oh, that's a peek and a half. Scenario lined it up before the peek and drills him in the face. And Jacob, you've got no kit. This has got to be a very fast retake, and you got to find both kills very quick. This is essentially with the bomb being planted a 1-on-3. And this one, I don't know. Okay, well, see you later. I won't even build up. I won't even build up into it.
He just barely cracked open the door, didn't he?
He just did that. I mean, that's a great pistol round to win. A good way to find yourself, because it's really easy to feel like this pistol round gets lost after these 2 kills from Jacob, especially because you only had one more player at that A bomb site at that point in time. Good pair of kills at the end for Scenery. B&E's within 4.
That's all it takes. It's just one round, and they're just so fired up.
They're back.
That energy is so infectious. It really is. 3 MAC-10s, 1 Galil, and 1 AK-47. But you know what? There's head armor on 4 out of 5 players on that Apeks side. So not that the MAC-10s aren't good, but it's not going to be exactly the kind of stopping power that you're looking for. Apeks have kind of bought themselves a position where they could do some real damage, especially if they get the stack right, which they currently have. Nork and JL and Kixan. Stiko close enough that he could get there. Even better, they have 2 smokes left. So if you drop the smoke right in the middle of this attack to the B bomb site and you kind of split up the forces, it could get real interesting. Let's see what these smokes could do on the CT side.
Ooh, not gonna push up out of the Molotov. Needs that first kill, can't get it. Can't track the MAC-10, but the Deagle has lined up a shot, so is Kixin. Okay, now we've got a problem. Now the alarm bells ring for Bad News Eagles. One more for JL, and they've been stopped cold.
Yeah, that smoke, that's a T smoke that's failed. JL cracking their skulls as they get into the bomb site. A beautiful triple out of him, and Apeks, they steal the round back.
Oh, I want my Deagle to work like that. I want that Deagle.
Listen, we'll get you a private lesson with JL later.
I'll take it.
You down.
What's his rate? I'm in. Look at this, holding the line.
It's that smoke. You actually see it up on the up on the stairs. They needed that smoke to be down to block that position, and it just failed.
Amazing.
Yeah, and all that momentum we saw after the pistol round has gone the other direction. Frustration with a little slam on the chair. But Bad News Eagles not going to give it up just yet. They'll descend into the tug of war.
Never dissuaded from another fight. Oh, nicely done. Synopsy couldn't see anything. He probably was gray screen on that fight.
Yeah, JL kind of baits him into that fight. Shows a little bit of gap on the side of the smoke that Synopsy thinks he can handle, that he thinks he can exploit, and it's just not the case. JL's ready for it. What a pair of rounds he's having. An opening kill here and those 3 Deagle shots in the previous.
They're rotating around Rigon at the moment. He's calling it out. You can see him on the microphone just saying, you know what, I'm so close to this A-bomb site. Give me a chance to get an opening, but...
Yeah, well, that contact is going to pull Jacob back from middle over to the A-bomb site. It's going to pull Knock over from B, and it's going to push JL forward to clear out the B ramp. So Apeks is putting the puzzle together, getting a clearer picture as time goes on. 50 seconds remaining.
Look at Rigon positioning himself for a push in middle. He's expecting that because he showed himself in Donut, there's going to be a CT that's moving in to find him. So he's trying to play a step ahead. Now, nobody is, because unlike Bad News Eagles, Apeks are a pretty disciplined team on the CT side, right? They are happy to sit around and wait for this to actually unfold. They're at least on the bomb site, but a very tough position for GXX to even get the bomb plant in.
Yeah, bomb was dropped, which means he can't really hold on to Temple in any meaningful way, which now slides Rigon into action. And as you mentioned, they'd encountered him earlier. So an easy cleanup for JL with a pair of kills in the round, and it's 12-6. At the RMR, as interviewed in the interviews, or as mentioned in the interviews earlier, these 2 teams played on Inferno. It was an overtime victory for Bad News Eagles. This one doesn't feel like it's even going to get there.
No, not right now. Apeks really stepped it up today. It's just very cool to see. JL is clocking into the game with 21 kills right now. That's impressive for having only played 18 rounds in the game. Everything's working out for them. And on the other side of things, I mean, there's been many competitive rounds where it's been really hard to judge who's going to end up coming out on top. I mean, that first half had a bunch of 2v2s and 1v1s, but a lot of them just went the way of Apeks.
Those clutch situations having such an impact in both of today's games.
Yeah. They're out of money, though.
6-round lead.
B&E just... Snary's picked up a little bit of something.
It's that tug of war, right? They lost it without getting any kind of a plant, and they lost it pretty convincingly in the previous round, so you don't have any motivation to keep applying that pressure. So a couple pieces of armor, a couple upgraded pistols, only 1 flashbang on Synopsy. Scenari's going to try and create with the Tech 9. Oh, JL realized he couldn't get away, tucks himself into the corner, and Nox there to bail him out of a weird situation. And now Jacob steps up to the plate in middle. Couple of nice kills, not kills, and things are all good for Apeks.
Nice. Yeah, Jacob will survive on 1 point of health. So, quite happy. There could be fish on this map, Jason. There's a little bit of water in.
Those would be the weakest fish. Those are like, what fish lives in a puddle?
Eels, maybe?
Eels in a puddle.
Little tiny eels? No?
I don't think so. I guess it's fun. Do eels count as fish?
Yeah, I think so.
My marine biology knowledge isn't quite where I'd like it to be.
Their spines move the same way. I'm gonna put.
You're gonna
category.
Put your vote in yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone on Twitter knows more about this than we do.
I doubt it. It's 13-6. A little trick for you people at home. You just sound confident on the internet and people will believe you.
I can hear British voices behind me rising. Into the Breach has won their map over on the mainstream. They've taken down ENCE in convincing fashion, much like Apeks is doing here to Bad News Eagles. JL has been having fantastic impact in this second half. He's up to 22 kills. So, I mean, with that kind of a frag total, he's having fantastic impact in the first half, but really you can feel his presence here on the CT side. Yeah. It's all down to this flank from Regon.
It really is a long flank coming through. He's going to get the first one for free. He wants to see if he can make it a quick double. Ooh, trying to stab him. Okay, but you need the next here. 50 seconds. He's controlling the middle, and actually, they're going to walk the bomb back. This is not at all.
Stiko's going to bypass him, though. He knows Jacob doesn't have the HP to kind of go for this sort of engagement. Oh, this is awkward.
It really is. Jacob, he's going to get the reward for it. He was just sat right up the side of his scope. And now GX zone. He's right there in front of him. It's going to be a nasty surprise. Another round for Apeks. 14-6. And a triple kill for Jacob.
The problem solving from Apeks in this map has been awesome. Awesome to watch, and especially here, this 2v2, the two most experienced players on your team. That's a tough 2v2 to work your way out of. Really well done. Perfect decision making.
Yeah, that's made all the difference. Timeout called for B&E. Cuban gets a chance to talk. Devilwalk gets a chance to talk.
What do you think looks more coachly, the mustache or the beard?
Oh, I don't know. It's got to be the mustache for me.
Yeah.
It's got to be. I wish he was wearing those 80s sport shorts, though.
Sure.
Like, that would be...
The short shorts?
Yeah, like the really tight ones.
Why do you wish that?
We all wish that, Jason.
Oh, he's had a lot of frustration coming out in this game.
Can't really blame him.
You can feel it. I mean, you can understand as well, like just getting out-positioned, outplayed in situations that doesn't even give him a chance to put some of that skill to use.
Yeah, not to be puffing too much copium, but there definitely is a world in which it's a very different scoreline. This is sneakily a little bit more of a closer 14-6 game than you would imagine. Like, it seems like there's been so many 2v2s, and a lot of them have just gone the way of Apeks, and obviously that's really impressive. I mean, it's kind of a testament to the fact that they have been playing this game really well. JL is trying to exploit the slight gap, like you talked about it earlier. If you leave a little gap in the smoke, sometimes a T player will try and sneak their way through.
Yeah, that's less of a gap and more of just a really thin edge to the smoke that he's trying to go through. Maybe could spot an ankle. Now playing behind the Molotov, he's got one. Oh, JL's playing such a good game. They're going to come right back for more. Oh, but the smoke does not take Juan Flatro's gaze away. Still wins the fight on Kixon. They know JL is still there. And look at Stiko. He's got to be careful. He's got to go towards mid, though, and he could shut them all down. It looks like they're in the middle of a transition. Stiko could ruin everything with this peek, but Scenari's ready and waiting, which means Stiko wants nothing to do with it.
And he could have got caught by Regon as well coming through T-spawn. He actually is kind of lucky to get out of there, but just showing himself might slow them down a little bit. Flash in, Molotov down, it'll slow them, and what a headshot! Stiko to take down Scenario, and they can't afford to slow this down so much. More backup is being called for, and Stiko's good for one more fight.
No way!
He's locking it out and shutting them out of the round. It's a triple for Stiko at the end. And now once again, the bomb is being planted by Juan Flato. He's no idea. This might be another table-banging moment because Nork has snuck in. He knows everything. He's got the right read, and there's the kill as well. Another clutch, and it goes the way of Apeks, 15-6. But the hero of the round, unquestionably, the veteran player in Stico.
He got all the information for his team. He got all the information for himself. Falls back, gets into position at the perfect moment. Drops a Molotov and a flashbang to make sure they can't escape and can't multi-fight him two at the same time. Takes down Scenery inside the flames, also probably half blind. That's an unreal transfer onto Regon with low HP. It's the third kill that's a thing of beauty. That really seals the round. And all the time bought, this 7 seconds by the Molotov, the extra 2 kills, puts Nock in a perfect position to hear the information, to hear the self-jump onto the boost.
That is so cool, and you needed that. Again, no reason to let BNE back into the game at all. GXX will open up this round. Take down Nork at the very least. 4 versus 5 to start the round with Synopsy and Regana in the middle. Getting close to Jacob, who's just in the perfect position. He's going to get one of them. We'll throw up a smoke and... Regard, it's tempting. You want to try and get this one through, but it's also risky, and he actually gets tagged. He's dead. Just pushed back. It's all of a sudden back on the side of Apeks, 2 versus 4.
You want to talk about, I mean, just the impact of JL. We've mentioned a couple times, but yesterday against G2 on this map, Bad News Eagles was able to take over Cave and Jaguar with impunity, time and time again. This time with JL in that position, they've been denied access to that part of the map that made yesterday's game much more comfortable for them. This is really tough for them to deal with. And now it's their turn to get out of a real impossible situation. Good shot from GXX. And this time there's no jump on flanks or rotations from Apeks. It's a 2-on-3. They'll likely still go for this, or at least challenge a little bit to see if they can find a kill.
Yeah, they should. Stico's on a massive flank around. And Scenery, I don't think he's realized or heard anything yet. Gotta be careful here. You don't get shot in the back all of a sudden. Scenery, that's actually about to happen. But he walks in. Good timing. And he'll find the kill on Stico, and now it's a 2 versus 2. They're still coming for it, though. They find GXX, and they do have a chance here. With a kit on Jacob, they could do it. Scenary's going to get good for the spray down, and they're not defusing. No, he doesn't really know, and there's the swing wide for Jacob. He's straight back on that defuse. 20 kills on him, and a 16-6 victory as Apeks will bring down BNE.
That's a nice performance from Apeks, and a lot of that experience on display. The way they worked clutches, the way they worked out of tough scenarios, 2v2s, decision-making from guys like Stico and Jacob, unbelievable. And they're got to be happy. For Bad News Eagles, look, they've kind of mentioned they get better with pressure. Well, now all the pressure's on as they descend to 1 and 2 in this Legend stage. They're going to start facing elimination, and that's when the most pressure hits.
Yeah, no question about it. And the performance here today, it's not like they didn't put a lot of pressure on Apeks. Again, the scoreline is a little bit deceptive, right? There were so many 1v1s, 2v2s, but Apeks were just absolutely ready. Jail with a monstrous performance, and obviously Jacob as well.
A decent amount of those in the second half also. Like, I mean, Bad News Eagles not able to win a single gun round in the second half when they go on to offense, right? On their T side, it was just a kind of a blank. They win the pistol, lose the second round, and then Apeks just run away with everything after that. So couldn't really get it going. So certainly frustrating, but still chances. And remember, this for BNE, this major, is them trying to kind of escalate themselves past just being an upset team, past the team who's going to ruin a major. They've already ruined G2s, but they've got to start to get to their goal is getting to that playoff stage. 3 majors where they haven't been able to do anything except cause a big upset.
Yeah, they want to transition into the next version of this team where they really are proving consistently that they're able to do it. Not going to be this time, and yeah, now backs against the wall. That 1-2 bracket is waiting for them, and could be a really tough fight going on down there as well. Yeah, quick update as well. In the other stream, it was Into the Breach that managed to beat ENCE, so real interesting. We do have Dinko ready with an interview, though, so let's see what they have to say on the Apeks side.
Ruben, legendary coach, of course, and here at the major yet again. Must feel incredible getting a win, being at another major, and I want to just talk to you about the game plan today versus BNE, because this is a team I was talking to Stico earlier. You guys felt like you knew how to approach their weird playstyle or their uncomfortable playstyle. Was the game plan just sit back and try and punish some of that aggression?
And I can definitely say that individually we don't feel weaker than them, and we are ready for taking the fights, and especially in taking the duels mid-round. We know what are we capable of, and especially in disadvantages we have. I think throughout the tournament you guys could have already seen that we feel confident in 3v4s, 2v4s, and there is a lot of protocols, a lot of scenarios we are always discussing post-games. And yeah, we are just basically ready for every single game, and Game plan wise, yeah, we are ready for every single game. We knew about which map we're gonna play. We checked the veto from RMR when we played Inferno. Now we wanted to throw ourselves in their better map. They won against G2. We knew they're not gonna drop it. We know they are a confident team, relying a lot on individuals' skill. But we also felt that when we are starting T-side, since they had this, we had advantage, but we gave it back to them so they could pick City, and we knew where is the flaws on their City side, so we basically abused it and as much as we could. I think the score could be even like 11 or 12-3, 11-4, 12-3.
Now we look at JL and your time and your belief in JL as a player, bringing him in from the Mad Lions. It's difficult to hear and with the calls down here, but I just want to talk about JL because a player you brought in from Mad Lions, is it great to see your belief in him paying off, seeing him perform here at the Legend stage?
I don't want to favorize anybody, but of course he's the guy who was growing next to me, let's say. It was his first professional team when it was actually me believing in him. He was our 6th or 7th choice in Mad Lions, but we were doing kind of a intelligent test of the players, and he had really great results. So we said, like, he was an OPER before, and I said, like, we can give you an opportunity to play only if you pick a rifle. He agreed. In the beginning, it was tough because I know he has this winner's mentality. He couldn't stand being 6th or 7th player and just play 2 or 3 maps at the start. But now I know that decision was fucking worth it, and like he's insane. Like I love him. I love his personality outside. I love his confidence inside of the game, and yeah. He's my starter, right?
Absolutely. Well, congratulations yet again, Kubin, and back to you, Anders and Moses.
Yeah, definitely worth it. JL showing himself to be a real superstar at the moment. These are the results so far. There's much more coming up, obviously, on the B stream. We're going to have Monte and Vitality playing it on a best-of-3 game.
Yeah, and I'm pretty turned on for those qualification games.
Yeah.
Monte, Vitality is going to be fun. Heroic Team Liquid is going to be fun. There's some spice coming up, and then obviously elimination games after that. But before we get to those, it's a break. So stay tuned, get some snacks. We'll see you soon.
Here with Dupree and Vitality are in some hot form coming into this. It must be some sort of a pressure alleviated after winning the first 2 best-of-1s when you have that sort of unique pressure of being Vitality in Paris.
It's always nice to get rid of the best-of-1s. It's always, I believe it's every team's nightmare when you get here. You just want to get past it. And luckily we managed to clinch it in one day, so we're not going to have any more best-of-1s, where other teams are still playing 1-1 games today. So yeah, I'm just happy and confident, so it's good.
It must be interesting for Vitality, who are going to be a main competitor for the tournament overall, seeing your other main competitors kind of struggle throughout the first 3 days of the Legend stage. Now, you've got yourself this game versus Monte. Do you see this as your best chance at just getting into those playoffs?
Of course, I mean, I think Monte has surprised everyone. I don't think if you would go back to the challenge stage and you would see, okay, yeah, they were fighting and they got to Legend stage. That was really impressive. Now they're also 2-0 in Legend stage. So I think they've surprised everyone, and I think they're playing some really solid Counter-Strike, and that's definitely a team that we have to be looking out for. There's no weak opponent coming into this time of game. Only, like, sure, if you look on the paper, people would probably think that playing G2 or FaZe in 2-0 game would be more difficult, but these games can be difficult in so many other ways. So we're just here to hopefully get the job done. We respect our opponent, and we just hope that we will bring the game that we know and hopefully get the win today.
Now, you mentioned that at Rio you sort of got your own confidence back. I want to just ask, specifically about some of the unconfident factors. What were you kind of unconfident about before that?
Obviously, Counter-Strike is a lot about confidence. It's a lot about believing that you will hit your shot before your enemy does, and also that you will make the right decision in the right situations. And I think that is it's a great combination of everything. Like, if you start making wrong decisions, you also put yourself in disadvantages in duels and everything. So there's a lot on the line, and sometimes you will just win Counter-Strike by just believing in yourself, and you might not make the right decision, but you simply just hit the headshot before your opponent does. And I think that is Counter-Strike 1-to-1, and that is just what I'm trying to empathize right now. It's just like I believe in myself, and I believe in the teammates, and I think that everyone in the team right now is just feeling the good vibes. So we're in a really good place, and I just hope that we'll continue showing that. And of course, there will maybe be a sliver here and there, but hopefully it will be enough for us to make it a long run.
So you were part of one of the best systems Counter-Strike's ever seen in Australia, so I want to ask you a question specifically about peaking for the Paris Major, because that's a question that I think everybody has in their minds. How do you actually think long-term enough to peak at a major?
It's been a long journey coming here, and obviously when we got to know that the major was going to be in Paris, there was a lot on the line, not only for our players, but also for the whole team, but the organization as well. Vitality's 10-year anniversary. The last major in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, there's there's a huge story behind everything. So we started out really early, knowing what did we do wrong in Rio, what did we do right, what did we do right. So it was all about back in January figuring out, okay, so how are we going to approach this one? All the tournaments coming into Paris is going to be some kind of practice. Obviously, we always wanted to achieve and win them, but all the things we did there was to come here and be the best version of ourselves. And I mean, so far, I think we've been hitting a really good streak coming from the RMR. We only had a slip up against 9, but we made Legends there. We won in Rio. So far, we're 2-0. And right now, I think the team is feeling good. And of course, you need to feel good in Counter-Strike to be able to perform. So I hope that we will just continue doing so.
On a personal note, final question, is the 5th major looming in your head? Are you thinking about that?
I mean, of course, a little bit, but it's not like my gaze is only on that. It's more about I just want to win for the team. I want to win with the team and everything. And obviously, it's a bonus if I get the 5th major. It's not like that is the one thing. It kind of comes along with the whole victory if we win it. So it's not like I'm thinking about, I had to get this 5th major because then I would believe blah blah blah. I'm just want to win with the team.
Well, that would be the cherry on top. Best of luck getting through the Legends. Our champ.
Here we go, Jason. It is Monte versus Vitality. It's a best of 3. And what a game it could end up being. I think, with Dupree in that interview, I think showing a little bit of respect to Monte, saying they do play really solid Counter-Strike. They've proven it at the RMR and at the challenges. They're proving they know what they're doing. Yeah, and I mean, even another interview that he gave on HLTV as well previously was just like, look, now we're in the BO3s. We're in our comfort zone. This is where we can do our best work, and we're just happy to be away from the scary BO1s. And I mean, he even allowed himself to mention he pulled a little bit of a jinx on himself. He said, maybe we stumble. Maybe we lose 1 BO3. Maybe we lose 2 BO3s, but we're not losing 3. Okay. And there's the jinx right there. There's the jinx. He's learning from Liquid. Don't do it. Don't say that, Jason. Well,
This is obviously a very winnable game for Vitality over Monte, although Monte continues to impress and continues to surprise with how good they can be, but just the quality of players, just the talent on this team. Boros obviously is the big name we're always going to call out for Monte, but I mean, Woro's got some skills, obviously. Demka's got some skills, obviously. Like, everyone on this team can shoot hard. It's about this team coming together as quickly as possible as a unit, and with the amount of games they've played this year, it has kind of allowed them to kind of forge themselves into a pretty scary squad for how new the roster actually is together.
Yeah, it's been impressive to follow already. I can't believe they picked Anubis, Monte, into Vitality. Vitality is one of the few teams right now that really seems to have sort of figured out how to play Anubis on a high level. So
it's good map for Monte as well, though. So I think in this, as I guess the quote-unquote underdog in your first series for qualification, you're kind of just saying, let's pick a map that we're going to be comfortable on and see what happens.
Yeah,
odds heavily favoring Vitality. Makes complete sense when you've got this team put together. Especially with how they've performed in their initial 2 games in the Legend stage as well. Vitality's looking like they're ready to just get into those playoffs. Get that Vitality fan festival underway for the next couple days.
Yeah, the Golden Hornets. I think they're already making their way here, I'm sure. Vitality, they're going to be a hard opponent for Monte to take down. The best of 3 format, definitely going to be favoring Vitality. The overall experience and the confidence here, they should be in a good position. And it's true that it's a good map for Monte as well. And that I don't mind the mentality of saying, let's make sure we have at least one map where we feel like we're confident here. But man, Vitality they're also a really good team on this one. I think it's going to be if they lose the first one, the whole series might be done. The kind of a little bit of a saving grace in my mind of that kind of a concept of picking Anubis, which is your strong map, into Vitality, who's obviously very strong on Anubis as well, is remember as well that this map isn't completely figured out yet. Like, no matter how good in your map, there's still plenty of things to learn in terms of how to move, plenty of things that need to get more drilled into the players' heads. It's not nearly as kind of easily and completely and comprehensively figured out as some of the other maps are. So there can potentially be some tricks in here that Vitality's not ready for, get caught off guard just because of not as much time on the map as others. So I think there's a couple avenues that you could make this pick kind of make sense for Monte, this being the newest map in the pool. Yeah, I certainly hope so. We actually do have a really, really quick interview for Crasnal as well that we can just check out before the game goes live.
Here with Crasnal from Monte. I do want to ask you about the start of the Challenger stage. I think everybody was expecting you guys to be super deadly in the best of ones, but you guys had to do it in the best of 3s. Now you started the Legend stage, you got the best of 1s under your belt. Was this more of what you were expecting?
We knew we were ready for this tournament for Legend stage. Challengers was pretty tough for us. We were 3-2, but we played good there. Small mistakes, but we grow up here quick, and we are 2-0.
Yeah, now we're looking at the Legend stage, obviously a race in competition, but you guys have shown that you can get through any team, really. You can play FaZe close in the opening games, you can get these top teams. Looking at Vitality, they're in some great form. How do you think you'll fare in the best of 3 versus them?
Obviously, they are a tough opponent. Last time we lost versus them at RMR, but it's time to revenge.
Now, looking at that RMR performance, what did you learn as a team from that?
For us, it's like kind of new experience. LAN, we didn't play it. But as soon as we play more, we are getting more comfortable. And yeah, we are getting more comfortable and confident. So.
Now, I think your career has been interesting in terms of you're coming into a major. Monte just rose up so quickly. You were doing so well online. Now you're at 1 game away from heading to the playoffs of a major. Did you ever see this happening this year for you?
Not really, but we never stop believing.
Well, best of luck getting through.
Thanks, man.
And with that, we are just about ready with the game, I believe. Might be a slight mic issue, just as I said that. So hopefully we'll figure that out. But yeah, this is... I
like the honesty.
Yeah, never stop believing.
Well, yeah, we didn't see it coming. We didn't know it was coming, just like everyone else. But we knew it was possible, and here we are.
Yeah, it's been a kind of a mythical run for them already. No, I think a lot of people before the RMR didn't even really know who Monte were, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Kept a close eye on Tier 2 Counter-Strike.
Right.
You had no idea.
It was probably the headline of SDY joining. You're like, oh, cool. Okay, SDY's found a home. What's up with this project? And then, oh, okay, here we are.
It's working.
I mean, these guys are playing so many games. They're even playing in another tournament as the major goes on. Like between the Challenger and Legend stage, they were playing online games for another event, which is just absolutely wild to think about.
Unheard of. People don't generally do that, really, ever. So, quite interested to see how this will play out for them. Yeah, I feel like if you lose to Vitality here in your Monte, most people will give you a pass, right? People will say, okay, well, that's kind of to be expected, and they still have another couple of chances to make it all the way through. But obviously, if you find the upset somehow, if you're able to bring down Vitality in a best of 3 to qualify for the champion stage, that would be quite something. All right, we're going to get into it now. The music has begun, and it's a best of 3 to find a winner here. Monte versus Vitality. We're going to start on Anubis, with Monte starting on the T side and Vitality on that CT side. To get everyone involved, there is also a second stream happening at the same time where Heroic are going to be playing Liquid right now, another best of 3. So we got all the Counter-Strike coming your way. Don't miss out.
Don't miss out. Here we go, live into the pistol. Quick smoke for Dark. Gonna allow Krasnal to creep up through canals and get behind it. A couple other players as well setting up for the Z hit. Vitality is shifting. They know what's coming. They know what that smoke means. Good read of the situation. Now it's all down to the execute. One flashbang for Demka to use, and there it is.
Yeah. Straight forward onto the bomb site. Boris on the opening kill. Don't want to get him started too soon. Krasnal will get one of his own, and they're just going to shut it down. A lot of people at the bomb site pretty quickly, but they were never able to help each other out in that defense. They just got picked off one at a time. And Magus now, if his teammates were still alive, this could be an interesting flank. But no, yeah, they're not, so I don't even know if sure. Just save the smoke and the armor, surely. I don't think it's worth really doing too much here.
No, he's got no chance in this one. So you got to back off. Good kills with that one flashbang just swinging out. They had a lot more space than I expected to swing into that site before they really encountered any kind of meaningful battle. Good job from Monte. Pistol round on the board. 1-0. They're just going to at least lose the armor. Going to lose the smoke and his life as well.
Yeah, he wanted to stick around for the exits, but not going to get any of that either. Yeah, a nice beginning. It wasn't too complicated. I'm not even sure if the flashbang, I mean, it might have given them the confidence initially to go out there, but it wasn't like everyone was flashed in this moment.
No, I mean, the real problem is just that 2-for-0 trade towards the right as they come in, because they kind of bust up that crossfire that Vitality's trying to set up along the left wall.
Yeah.
Really good entries from Monte.
Eagles and a 157 armor as well on the CT side. So Talenty investing pretty heavily into this one. And they have 4 smokes. Probably not a big issue with those smokes on the CT side as long as there's this much time on the clock. But once you get closer to about the 30-second mark, it's kind of worth revisiting how many smokes are left for the CTs. Already used a fair few of them already, so maybe not even going to be an issue. Through the smoke as SDY will be finding Magisk. Yeah, not a bad beginning to this round. They're very, very patient right now, Monte. They don't want to be giving an early round back. You can see they're sort of grouped up far back on the map.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're kind of underdogs in this situation against one of the best teams in the world, certainly getting out to that good start and not dropping anything early on and maintain that kind of feel-good environment within the team for as long as humanly possible. And losing a second round after winning the pistol can just put such a damper on the entire half, can really put a stop to any momentum you're hoping to build up. Vitality again with a good read. Know exactly what's coming. Stack at this A bomb site. Pop flash going to come in right now. Krasnal's looking right at it. Oh, they've got a chance, Vitality. But the return is there. A smoke to delay things, 30 seconds. And SDY might be able to catch ZywOo. Not looking in that direction, but I spoke too soon.
That's disastrous. They're running through the middle, and he can hear everything. He knows. A little bit quick to try and take that peek. Ducks down to minimize his model. 17 seconds left. The bomb is at least going to be planted here. But yeah, that smoke over at the A wall, it just absolutely shut them down.
You go for this as your Vitality as well. You got to know if you're Monte, that could have been a great win. Wuro's brought down to 7 HP, but he's going to remain aggressive. Almost gets caught with the timing. That's Apeks turning the corner, trying to begin this, and he's got the first. There's no kits.
No, there isn't. They need to be lightning fast to find Demku. He's out here as well, and yeah, just easy shot on that one. This should be the round for him. Need a clean headshot coming in from Apeks. He's trying to run him down, but he's not going to make a difference in the end. A double kill there for Demku, double kill for Wuro, and Monte barely gets to live through the round.
Yeah, a nice challenge put up in that round from Vitality, and even though they've lost both rounds, Vitality's had the read in both the pistol and the second round, able to transition and move the stack into the right place to at least mount some incredible resistance.
Oh.
Yeah. Thankfully he got that opening kill, because boy did they need it.
Yeah, turned out they really needed it. Yeah, but Vitality get to feel pretty good about that. They're like, all right, already having an impact with almost nothing to work with. The Eagles are back in action. Apeks. He's set up in the right position for a slide over peak here on the other side, and one or both of them could be in trouble. And with the utility here on the C side, he should be able to work the map. 3 people in middle for Vitality, so point of contention right here. Cyrus good for the kill last time, but not going to get a chance here. It's dupreeh instead.
They're doing such a good job of putting enough resistance in middle to prevent Monte from really taking control of it. That's utility spent. And look, Monte hasn't even gained a position on the map, so now the defense can back away. And while the call is saying they're holding on towards mid, Vitality shift things up. And again, 4 players at this A bomb site where Demka and Krasno with the bomb are starting to probe into. This is surprisingly dangerous for how little Vitality have to work with in the round. Out in the open, ZywOo gets caught.
Yeah, that's important. No grenades left on the CT side this time, so there's not going to be any late trickery coming out in that sense. But a 3-man setup at the A bomb site. dupreeh alone on B. The bomb started to make its way back. Yeah, this is looking like a really good call out of Monte. You need that. You don't want to be walking into the stack.
Again, Vitality shifts as soon as the pressure abates, though. Again, a good read. They know it's coming. Good dink from dupreeh. That's the range of a fight he doesn't want to take. Look at him just staying at small target as his teammates arrive. All the kills going the way of Monte, however. So again, Vitality with good rotations, but again, Monte overcome them. 3-0, and the gun rounds begin.
And these rounds look scary, even if they're being won by Monte. I mean, these past 2 rounds have been not just an easy roll through, but more of a feeling of, yeah, we really need to keep the focus on here. We're going to lose some of these rounds. AWP picked up on ZywOo, never a good sign if you're on the opposite side of the map. But the 4th round, the first real rifle round coming up here from Vitality. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with it. Monte with a big chance right now. If they win this round, then even if it's been a bit tough, they're going to be able to really get a roll on at the start of the half, and you want that. T-sided map as well, one of the few ones. So Monte should have a good crack at having a reasonable first half. Mid-control for Boris. Look at how far up he is. Just pushed all the way in there.
Yeah, and I think that's what's making this comfortable for them to kind of line up immediately behind this dark smoke to go into an A hit. Utility being spent. Vitality shifted again towards the A bomb site, expecting some contact there early. And Boros in a perfect position to just lurk out these rotations. They need an opening kill. There's Boros in middle, but at the A bomb site, Spinks is holding strong, and there's not a whole lot of pressure put onto him until he slides out into the open. Good shot from Woro, but Monte is not committed yet.
They know that someone's here. Boros already got that kill, so very aware is dupreeh. The bomb, though, is being brought back.
Yeah, that pressure on B happens so early in the round that Monte has time to pivot. Use Boros as the centerpiece to this offense. He's got another. dupreeh does clear him out, but damage is done. However, they're going right at ZywOo, and ZywOo's got the op.
And he's pushed out of the bomb site. This is going to be a really good fight for ZywOo. It should be. He's checking everything. Actually, he's rotating early, and they're coming back. It might be the right move for ZywOo, because they're going back through middle towards the B bomb site once again. The spray, and the timing is just perfect. And ZywOo, he's not going to get a chance to get there in time. Might get a kill here if they actually go and peek him. There's no reason you would want to do that, especially now that you know Monte going to win a 4th round.
And even if he gets that kill, I don't think ZywOo goes for it without armor. Oh, look at the hunt. Woro's got him in position. He's got him boxed in. When does Woro post up? Sliding out a little bit more. This is a pretty important kill to get. ZywOo's looking for someone behind, but no idea where Woro was going to be. That's so fast to be on the hunt and have him boxed in. 4-0, Monte take everything from Vitality.
It's a really great mid-round calls. You can kind of follow it on the minimap in that round, how once they have Boros that deep, and once they kind of realize, okay, wait a minute, there might be a rotation towards the bomb site, let's try and switch it around, and then even after they make that call, they actually go back to the B bomb site anyway. They come back for dupreeh.
Nice, guys. Let's go. Good shit. Let's go.
I think they are ready to go, Jason.
Yeah, so far, this Anubis pick is looking good. Still very early going, still time for recovery for Vitality. But Monte have shown a really, really good way to work around the map a couple of times already.
Yeah, Vitality going to be put on the back burner a little bit. Got 4 Deagles, scout on dupreeh. It's quite a beautiful beginning. Monte Again, their map pick here, but a map that both teams, like we mentioned, are very, very adept at playing. So far, Vitality have got close in a couple of rounds where they've had nothing to really work with, but that's not going to be enough. Here's Saibu with another good shot. That's going to be so hard to hit, but Krasnell, top of the round.
Ooh, that's a kill Demka would have loved to have had, and even the scout tagging Boros down, so he gets into a tighter angle. It's Dupree with that scout, not re-peeking. And Monte is slowly sliding over to the B bomb site. More players being brought into the fold. SDY is going to join up with Demka over at Dark.
Dupree with the scout here. I mean, they're not that tagged up yet. Maybe Boros, but hard to get a scout headshot from this range, you have to assume. And actually, Apeks is running through the middle. They are rotating everyone here. They're ready to try and defend the B bomb side if they can. 18 seconds left. That's a good start to it. Boros is going to get him in return. Down to 13 seconds. The bomb. Oh, it's right in the corner. He couldn't actually stop it. That would have been one hell of an opening if he could have found the bomb planter. Waro feeling very uncomfortable at the moment, and he's eventually going to go down. Nice shot from Magus, leaving it all on Boros. 1 versus 3, and he gets hunted down. They are straight on there. Magus with a beautiful couple of kills at the end.
It feels like a round like this was just a matter of time with the way Vitality was doing such a good job on their low buys of just being dangerous, of being deadly, of being in the right position, of putting up enough resistance to make things just ride the edge. And finally, it turns in their favor. Enough tags, enough few kills here or there. That's the opening from Zaiwu. The kill that Spinks gets in his position over towards Glyph is actually very, very impactful. And Magisk with 2 kills coming around the corner.
And that's a bit of a shame from Monte's point of view, right? Because they were on a bit of a roll, and giving it back to them in a round where they just have deagles and scouts, it's going to take some confidence away.
It's also just the initial 2 kills take away a player from Dark who's there to watch that flank. So when a flank actually shows itself, you know, the bomb planter is now boxed in and can't go anywhere, really restricted in where they can actually play. That's a well done round from Vitality. And they get some free weapons for it, 3 of them, and all pin 2 AK-47s. So money is all of a sudden much stronger than for Vitality than you might expect.
Yeah, they bounce back really fast. And SDY sees an opportunity. Reads that spam as a chance for him to move forward. He's really deep in there, actually. Apeks has to be a bit careful. Boost over at the B bomb site. And actually, look at the aggression coming up from Vitality here. This could be real interesting. Demka's right. They only walks into the AWP. Side were able to get that kill, no problem.
Double setup.
Yeah, this boost is pretty sick if they're peeking from the main entrance, but down below like that, maybe not so much. Krasnell's going to know there's a second player there. And that's a clean opening if I've ever seen one.
If Apeks doesn't get something, they might just save. And he's not going to get anything. Little gap in that smoke, and Waro takes advantage of it. And they've already spotted 2 players pushed up in A main earlier. Magisk and Zaiwu got the opening pick. But everything else crumbles. A double entry from Krasnell. And a 5th round on the board for Monte.
Even hunting down that player. Magisk drops. Zaiwu was on his own. And they knew where he was at the start of the round. He got that 1 kill onto Demku, but that's about it. Man, it's not at all the pace that I was expecting. There's like a very, very slow sort of pull back and forth here on the map. Monte being very, very thorough in how they approach this first half so far.
And I wonder if you know, I haven't seen many games of Monte on Anubis, but I'll just say I wonder if this is like a slow pace because they've been read a couple of times from Vitality in the early going. There's been a few stacks they've ran into, so they're going more contact style to kind of prevent that information from being passed over to Vitality. Zonic getting involved in the conversation.
Yeah, now it's probably a good time for it, you know. Sort of halfway through the first half.
Yeah, they've played. She's tried to let them play through a couple of the early obstacles. This one finally, he's like, okay, let me get in there.
Get a chance to say something.
Widely considered the greatest coach we've ever had in CSGO.
Yeah, hard to probably deny that, the way that things have played out.
He's got the hardware, he's got the bling.
Everyone on Monte is playing really well at the moment. They've all got somewhere between 4 and 7 kills. Just a really, really powerful start. And Vitality's one round is the one with the deal and the scout. I mean, on the one hand, you could read it as like a really positive sign. You're like, all right, like they've been aggressive and impressive even in the rounds that they've had nothing to really fight with. But on the other side of things, they need the rounds to really show for it here. Apeks to start off takes down SDY for the smoke in the middle.
And remember too, if you're watching this as well, this is one of the more T-sided rounds, or T-sided maps that we have in the pool. Ooh, Woro did not expect that level of aggression, that wide of a swing. Dupree uses the cover of utility with Spinks to push all the way up and take a very aggressive fight. All they have left is this A-hit. It's got to be through the smoke. ZywOo's going to find some cover, recovers nicely and finds Krasnal, and that's a difficult position to clear out. In fact, it might even be impossible against an AWPer of ZywOo's caliber. Molotov forces him out again, but the round's over. The round is done. I was going to say, this is the most T-sided map that we have in the pool, so don't get too excited for the upset victory right now and how Monte's looking, because when we switch sides as well, Vitality's going to be able to do very similar things.
Yeah, that's actually super important to remember, and I'm sure that's something that Vitality are thinking about themselves. Like, you know, just don't get too frustrated just yet. The aggressive push out of the B bomb side is bound to become a classic way to try and deal with the CT side, because it does put a lot of pressure on the T side, but the fact that they doubled and even tripled down on that aggression was more than they were ready for on the Monte side, because they did spot the push, they knew it was coming, and they still couldn't really hold it back. 5-2, no bomb plant obviously. Monte able to put together a buy in this round. It's not going to be the best buy, but they have someone to work with here. Vitality though, if they win this next round, they probably get to like a 5-4 type scoreline. I mean, that in itself will be a good position to be in, especially for the start that they had here. Let's see what Monte could do. 3 AKs, a MAC-10 and a pistol. I feel like the template for these rounds is very much the same for Monte, right? Like they're just lurking around the map hoping to find something, right? They need an opening, someone going deep in the middle, maybe find a fight over at the A-bomb side, but I feel like they are just trying that default spread almost every round.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting what they want when they run it, right? They're getting some space to work with in middle, they're getting some space to work with towards dark. We haven't seen Vitality really put a stop to those kinds of initial moves, so keep going back to it, because obviously they're doing a good job of exploiting it as well. Now out the double doors in mid, Apeks. Just looking at his sliver gap.
Look at Dupree, he's really far forward. He's going to know that there's nobody really outside of the B-bomb side, so he's going to be pushing up, but question is if it's going to be fast enough, right? If he's too quick with it here and he starts running, he's going to get caught. And actually, they're going to come back and take a look. They've called a freeze right now, Monte. They are aware that this could be happening. Gun barrel showing, and it's an easy shot for SDY.
And that pulls Magisk off his attention that he wanted to have in middle. And Spinks as well kind of shift back towards the B bomb side. Because while Vitality know that Monte have control of middle, they don't know the numbers. They don't realize there's 4 players here. So that kill keeps them honest towards the B bomb site, alleviates some of the pressure that Monte might feel, and gives them an easier time of attacking into A.
Apeks. Good early kill, but a damage onto Boris as well. You need to get past ZywOo as well, and through the smoke he finds the headshot on Woro. That's a little bit obscene. ZywOo though, still alone on the bomb side. This could still all fall down. He's going to get SDY, and Boris is on his own. 1 versus 3. He fakes the drop down with a little bit of a jump there. Pretends like he's already made his way past, but Magisk is well aware. Oh, that's good awareness. That was a nice trick from Boris to try and do that, but Magisk, he's way too much of a veteran player to get caught off guard.
I was going to say, the amount of experience on this team, like, you're not getting caught off by that one. Well done for Magisk. 5-3. Lead is cut to just 2. Good job from SDY hitting the pause button, but Apeks does God's work here. Good damage onto that follow-up player. ZywOo as well, pushing forward to get himself into safety in A main. Played just perfectly.
Yeah, they really did.
And Monte's out of money.
Yeah, that's the big problem here. Uncomfortable position to be in. 4 Glocks and a Deagle. Yeah, it's going to be another slow round, but this round just because of the money. I mean, you can wait out some grenades. It's probably always good to do.
While we're kind of chilling with just pistols, we can bring up the A stream as well in case any of you crazy people at home don't have it over on the second screen on Blast.
Do you really want to, Jason? Are you sure you want to?
Yeah, man, I'm willing to do it. Let's pull it up because it's heroic. Oh, we're gonna do it after the rounds. After the round, we'll update everyone after the round.
I don't mind. That's reasonable. Are they going to try and do the counter boost? You can boost up into the middle. It's not easy, but yeah, they're taking a timeout. Again, this might seem boring, but you're getting grenades away from the CT side. It's worth it to do like this.
Also, you got nothing. Like,
yeah, beautiful scenery though.
It is nice. Blue waters.
Blue waters got a little.
Plenty of eels in there.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like eel water to me.
Doesn't seem like eel water.
I am an expert, but still, you know. Here we go. Spinks. Good little shutdown. And Apeks taking it personally. Can even steal the deagle from his corpse. It's 4-5 in favor of Monte.
Yeah, 4-5 in favor of Monte, and they'll get the guns back out in this next round.
Yeah, they're gonna get. I mean, just barely, right?
Yeah, just barely.
Bomb plant would have been kind of cool as well. 4-5, the scoreline. And round number 10 is coming up. I'm getting a little bit nervous because Vitality, again, they've looked strong even in the rounds that they've lost. And just generally look like they know what they're doing again on the CT side.
It's been a pretty chill Anubis, all things considered. Some of it for the pacing that Monte's been bringing out. It's been very slow and strategic and calculated. Not a whole lot of aggression from Vitality, which we know is one of the things on this map that kind of lends itself to being more T-sided. It's sometimes very hard to execute any kind of aggression for the defense. But not seeing a whole lot of early challenges until just now, until I bring it up, in which Apeks just says, you know what, I want to fight, I'm good for it. Finds SDY.
Yeah, he's been not at all shy about getting the middle fight Apeks, and it's been working out against him every once in a while, but finding a kill like that makes all the difference in the world. Again, Boris is snuck into the middle now. That's what they used last time as sort of an entry point to try and get him to open up the map with. Saibu's holding it though, so I don't know how you cross this line. If you start to throw grenades here to get rid of any of these angles, it's going to give away the game, right? They're going to know.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you're going to be walking straight into the scope.
Ooh. It's going to come at A-Main. The bomb is there as well. World either has to press the issue. I don't think he can wrap all the way back around through middle. They either have to find some way to alleviate pressure elsewhere on the map, or World's got to have a magical round, and that's not going to happen. Krasnell's got a kill over at A. He's got a second kill. There's 25 seconds. I know, but this feels like it could be recoverable. 20 seconds now. They have to hustle, and they have no time to wait behind the smoke. They have no time to walk. They have to go find these kills, and it's not going to happen. Smart play from Apeks to just bail out.
Yeah, he's so far away. They can't even get the bomb. I mean, they get the kill, but it will not make a difference. They're too far away from the bomb site. So that is such an unfortunate way to lose a round. If they had another 20 seconds, it would have at least been something that they could have fought for here. But Vitality decided the scoreline. It's an expensive round for them, but they have so much money in the bank that they're not going to be that worried about it. 5-5, and we were all tied up.
Yeah, they've done a great job of stabilizing their economy and really just stabilizing this game. Both teams exchanging 5-1 runs. Last 4 going in the way of Vitality. 10 kills, excuse me, on Apeks. Zywoo's got 7. And over on the Monte side, it's 7 kills on Demka and Krasnell, while Boros is up at 8 to lead the way for Monte.
Oh, there's that boost. It is a classic.
That's how Apeks got a kill in the previous round as well, that fight, that swing. So looking to exploit it in case it happens again, but May just doesn't want that.
In light of the fact that this is a T-sided map, the fact that it's tied up definitely is a cause for concern for Monte. They did pick this map, and I think they need to win this one to have a real crack at it. I feel like if they lose this one, it just might be too much to handle. Vitality have definitely shown up to play here in Paris, and I think anyone is going to be too surprised, right? Meg is holding quite far back, just a gap to put down a smoke, but actually he's going to get smoked off instead, and they're going to try and see if they can wrap around. Uh-oh, for the B bomb site. Almost caught in an awkward position. Dupree still has to be worried, and he's going to be going down. Wow, that's it, wiped out.
Yeah, completely caught in transition. Dupree's just about to smoke things, wasn't ready for that fight whatsoever. So yeah, starts slow, but once the action hits, it's all out, and Monte cracked into the bomb site, wrapping around as well. And there's nothing to do for Zywoo and Magus except save.
Yeah, they were so far away by the time that all unfolded. And it was a bit weird, right? Because Vitality surely knew that smoke that blocks off Magus is such a tell for what's going to happen next. So they should have known everything. They just weren't able to win some of these fights.
Well, I think that's kind of why they're pushing in towards Dark and trying to establish that territory, right? And you're getting out of the danger of that wraparound, at least initially, and you can kind of eliminate half the attack. And again, just the timing of when Monte pulled the trigger is just the worst possible for dupreeh, who's got a smoke in his hand. And so much is taken away. Once again, like, Vitality, they're rich, they got plenty of money, but this is all going to get chewed into on this next buy.
Yeah, dropping down very, very quickly. Awkward round in a bunch of different ways, but not for Monte. 6-5 are going to be the scoreline here. You're hearing another sound of a potential timeout.
Here's the B stream. We got it. Or the A stream. We're on the B stream. This is the A stream. Heroic
A stream now.
Liquid for a qualification game. Both teams 2-0. Series to see who's going to move on to the playoffs nice and easy. 3-0. Who's going to have to continue fighting. And obviously, Liquid not able to replicate the success on Inferno that they had yesterday against NAVI.
11-3, Jason.
I'll tell you what, for coming into this major where like it felt like 5 teams, you could all make an argument of why they would be the favorite to win the major. Not just in terms of storylines, but also in terms of gameplay. Heroic and Vitality seems like they've really established themselves as a step above the other 3 for the moment, at least in this Legend stage.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised, especially for Heroic, in my book at least. They just look and feel so confident, so kind of exciting to see. I think we've got the makings of a really incredible major on our hands at the moment. I know people are complaining every once in a while, but I still think this is going to be really, really sick. Apeks does it again, this time against Boros in the middle. He's going to be able to open that one up, and that is a nice... Just having Apeks able to consistently win these fights in the middle is such a luxury right now for Vitality.
Yeah, it's I mean, he found STY a couple of rounds ago. Sure, having those opening kills always nice to alleviate some of the pressure for your defense. Up on ZywOo is at the B-bomb site, which means Monte's attacking away from it. But again, Vitality being really proactive. Actually, it's still an op, excuse me. Double op setup for Magisk. He's got another one.
Yeah, they were not expecting it either. And now dupreeh and Spinks, they've moved way outside of the B-bomb side. They're in T-spawn practically. I don't know how you do this. SDY, great first bullet accuracy, but will you expect for there to be a second player out here? Probably not, right? He's already making steps. He's just dead already. He doesn't even know it yet. Spinks, smart play to just check if there's anyone else there. We're gonna get a kill on Apeks and back into a 2-on-3.
Now you gotta kind of, you know, calm your jets. You don't want to be too proactive that you're giving up those kills. Apeks trying to get another fast flank coming in. Magisk has completely relocated to a new position, just staying tucked into a corner. Tough to hard clear, and can peek out as he chooses. War felt like almost scoped up for that fight. Krasno's left in a 1v3. He's got the first, but he's got ZywOo on the flank as well.
And only 15 seconds. He can only really fake it one more time, and he's going to be out of it. Oh, no. Comes off it. You have to hold down one of those two, because you were going to be... Either way, they were going to be able to peek him one at a time and probably win that round. So a really hard round to win, obviously, in that clutch at the end. But still, good job on Vitality. They tie up the game once again. They deny the bomb plant. This is a great first half right now, Vitality. Even if it's tied up, they're loving life.
Started slow, but they are living the dream at the moment for this CT side of Anubis. 6 rounds so far. They've got economic advantage. They can grow this even further. And any CT advantage on this map is considered a fantastic half at the moment.
Here we go. Pistols on the T side. What is this aggression for Apeks? He's pushed all the way into the river. You'd assume he would be scared of getting shot in the back, but he's not. And they're trying to see if they can put the speed onto the A bomb side here. ZywOo missing a shot, but both the orcs are here. Meg is going to be good for the 1 kill and a nice shot, yeah, so not at all bad. War in the middle with the Tech 9. Does have the bomb on his back, but it's not going to make any difference. Spinks just felt something. Turn around.
Yeah, that was a very weird round. Apeks was basically rushing canals out dark and hearing the footsteps above him, and it felt like Monte wasn't really reacting to the footsteps beneath them. But still, that round is won and lost by the double op setup at the A site. ZywOo gets 1, Magisk gets 1 as well. And even though Magisk is taken down, everything's traded off. Elsewhere, Apeks is able to get a kill. Nice! And Vitality now have a 1-round lead.
And this is huge. Again, the money looking a little bit more healthy now for them one more time. And 14th round is coming up. I don't think Monte they've not done enough. That run that they won at the beginning, right? They had this 5-1 streak that they were looking really good. And then Vitality just came back into the game and never really left again. Saibu's found a new position for himself. Now that they got the secondary AWP up and running, he can be anywhere on the map. And they can leave Magus go over on that side. How do you deal with this? Double set up in the middle, Dupree and Apeks. Scary stuff, but they're able to do it anyway. They should have lost at least one of those fights.
Yeah, it felt like it. ZywOo holding trained. Easy transfer down for an Opera of his caliber. Spinx can't turn in time for Krasnal, but he sets ZywOo up nicely for a pair of frags. And quickly, this round is all just down to Demka in a 1v4. And Dupree's going to start sliding into an off angle.
The bomb is so far away as well. Even if he was to get these 2 kills, he would have to backtrack all the way to T-spawn to try and pick it up.
Yeah.
It's not going to be doable, and it will be an 8-6 scoreline. Vitality.
Yeah, these ops are really starting to wreak havoc on the kind of the slower style that Monte's having of kind of sliding into position. Obviously, a double kill in middle to open up the round makes things easy as well, but we've seen the ops now ring out with opening kills towards the A-bomb site a couple times. Over here towards the B-bomb site. It's been not too shabby at all. Monte have one last round and a timeout taken for them to scrape together a 7th if they can. It's their 2nd timeout. They'll buy up everything they can. It's kind of a middling buy around 3,500 to 3,700.
Everyone on Monte is still kind of here, right? But something that's been the talking point for a lot of these Monte games has been Boros powering his way through. And we're not seeing that performance where he's not able to step into some of these fights and just completely wreck them.
The round where I've seen him have the most impact is when they got him kind of lurking in middle, pretty much isolated on his own, and allowed him to be a pivot point for the rest of the round. And I think a lot of, not just the ops, but I mean, Apex's peaks in middle to get a couple opening kills, 2 or 3 throughout this half. Now Dupree and Apeks doubled up to get the opening 2 kills in middle. The fact that Vitality has kind of shut down that access to mid as well is, I think, really kind of ruining some of the things that Monte want to work, and especially the areas where Boros can be the most impactful.
Yeah, and the lurking kind of sneaking. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's just it's not what I associate with Boros' kind of playstyle. Here we go, open the right position. ZywOo getting another crack at it though, but Krasnal actually gets the single AK shot off on him. And nice bit of damage, but Waro going to continue. Might be a recoverable round here, Monte. They need everything he get right here. Bomb is out in the open, not planted quite yet. And Krasnal's very low on health. Magus can Apeks. Wallbang does nothing at all, unfortunately. And with the bomb plant down, this is starting to get very, very tricky. Grenade, if he was against Krasnal, it would be different. But he's all the way tucked into the side. Finds the headshot on Apeks, leaving Magus what looks like an impossible round. Molotov around the corner, going to burn one of them out. All right, that makes it a bit more doable. Still a 1 versus 2. Not quite sure if anyone is in front of him. Going to try and smoke it up, but yeah, there's someone right there. And what was a heart attack? Magus swings in for it. Knows somebody escaped through that. He's trying to find him inside of the smoke, but he's trying to play hide and seek on the other side. SDY, he'll get that last round for his team. 7-8 at the end of it. Man, a tough second half for Monte going to be coming up after the break.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerp in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against NAVI, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for NAVI, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for NAVI, they are also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
We're back once again. Second half is coming up. It's Monte versus Vitality. We're on Anubis. It's a best of 3 to qualify for the Champions stage. I've got to say, it's a bit of a weird first half for me. It's like a lot of waiting around, a lot slower than I was expecting, really.
Yeah. Wasn't the most action-packed half of Anubis, but I mean, it was really a cool strategic style that Monte brought out that netted them a good early start, 5-1 at one point, and then it slipped away. And then Vitality kind of got the read, made the adaptation, started shutting down mid, started switching into a double op setup for the extremities so they could devote more rifles to mid, and really came back in the scoreline. Now, however, we're going to get a little bit of that action. This is a rush right into the B-bomb site. Around the corner, Boros gets the first kill. Spinks able to respond with a little bit of damage, mate, just with alert, but everyone is converging in this location, but Spinks is getting all the kills necessary. And it's just Demka left alone, 1v3, sliding into dark. He's got one, but Spinks again with the rebuttal. Triple kill in the round, and Vitality's up by 2.
Wow, the very relentless style here for Vitality in the pistol round, right? Just an unending fight. There was nobody had any chance to recover their senses in that moment. You could see Boros kind of getting run down at the start in that connector position. Just way too much to deal with. Vitality, they pick up the pistol round. If they weren't already doing good, I think Vitality would be fine even if they lost the pistol. They're going to be in a very, very cool position right here. 7-9. Some investment into this round for Monte, though. Look at a little bit. Boros is on the hunt with the Deagle in play. I want to see more of this from Boros. I want to see him unleashed a little bit. This is one of their super weapons on the team.
This ain't it.
Well, he got dunked on.
Talk to me more, Anders. Talk to me more about how you want to see Boros unleashed.
Yeah, he was. He was unleashed right into the waiting arms of that AK.
Right into the stack.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So trying to go for a little bit of trickery inside the smoke, and I think maybe just crept too far forward. They spotted a gun barrel and took him down. SDY's at 1 HP as well. Vitality's going to take their time with the man advantage, still spread across the map as well. Looks like the next point of contact will be middle, as we can see on the mini-map. Dupree going to start sliding up. Apeks in support. Zywoo, Spinks following up. 1 HP gets taken down. They spot the shoulder of Demka as well, who's going to stick around with his Deagle towards the double doors, and they're not going to let him get away. Apeks finds that kill as well. Now it's the scout on Woro that's forced back. And Vitality have the entire map open to them in a 5-on-2.
Yeah, they can slow this right down. I mean, they're not under any real pressure. They have the A-bomb site. They don't have to hunt for anything if they don't want to. 10-7 going to be the scoreline, and yeah, pretty easy stuff right here. That double fight in the middle gave them everything that they wanted.
Everything. No, let these guns survive. No need to hunt. You know they have a pistol and a scout still in play. Preserve your own weaponry, and Vitality's T-side is off to a very good start.
What's your feeling on Anubis? I feel like most people are quite happy about the map still.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it's a lot of fun. I mean, for no other reason at the moment, I think it's a lot of fun because there's so many different styles that come out. I like seeing the variety of different teams that emphasize. It feels like there's like some teams like to emphasize dark early on as an initial point of contact. Some teams like to take mid.
Yeah.
Some teams like to kind of pop flash and attack and aggress into A main to kind of initiate pressure from the T side. So I like seeing the different looks, and also refreshing having a map that does lean more T-sided.
Yeah, I mean it forced some of the CT aggression as well to be really creative, right? We had a couple of rounds where Vitality did it, pushing out of the B-bomb side, but there are even more ways to do it. We've seen it a couple of times.
Sure, Vitality is able to pull off some aggression off like responses and rebuttals to what Monte was doing, but I mean what we kind of didn't see from CT side, and I mean it is a very big risk and it is highly aggressive, is that deep smoke in middle for the CT side, the peek out the window down into canals. That can be a lot of fun to watch. We'll see. I would imagine we see that at least once in this second half. This
is another slightly aggressive stance. Maybe not too much. Boris has the only smoke, though, unfortunately, way on the other side. I kind of wish they would have had one grenade here, just in case they're successful, you know?
The strength of this is going to be Woro's scout. If he's able to tag the first person coming around the corner, you soften him up for the pistols that are close up, and it looks like they might get some action. dupreeh and Apeks are knocking on the door in middle.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Magiskin's ZywOo, though, coming around the other side, and Boros is still in the middle as well, so at least be able to give a heads up over to Krasnal, who's also watching from the A bomb site. So Boros going to be smoked off, utility being spent. Here comes the split.
Yeah, but this is going to break up that three-man stack out there. They can't just stick around, so it's a really, really sick idea, but they needed this mid portion to get shut down, and it just didn't. Too much pressure being put on from the other side of the map.
Either the mid portion shut down or the A portion to begin the attack.
Yes, one of those two.
They didn't get either of them. 11-7. Guns are going to come out for the defense. Woro with an op right out of the gate. M4's picked up as well. Vitality and ZywOo going to stick to the rifles.
That's a good 4-round lead that they're building here. Vitality to pick up their opponent's map pick. Monte decided to play on Anubis. Hasn't really been working out the way that they were expecting just yet. Start of the CT side for them now that they have rifles had better be impressive, because they're not going to have many chances right now to turn this game around. And I have no doubt that Vitality are going to know what to do on the T side as well. They're very, very good. One of the few teams right now that seems to have really made this a home map for themselves. Not going to be easy whatsoever. Demq waiting here. Oh, getting hunted down behind the Molotov. It's a lot of pressure, but he actually stands up to it. dupreeh, though, with a double. That's all the way over at the middle of the map. ZywOo's going to get one more kill, and that's a 2 versus 4 in spite of Demq doing his job really well. dupreeh nearly getting the triple there, but Boros, he's good for the one.
And the bomb isn't here yet, so there's actually time for this round to be recovered. Spinks is slowly making his way in case there's a lurk, in case there's any CT aggression. He could actually get caught by Boris's op. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, if he holds this angle, if he holds this line, I think he's looking for a fallback. He's not looking to exploit Spinks, but he's going to do it anyways. And the gift of the bomb falls into the canals. And Boros, you wanted impact. You wanted him unleashed. He's got a chance here, but can't hit the shots.
Yeah, even the aggression to move forward is pretty sick, right? You could tell that Vitality weren't really expecting it, but he misses the shot, and that's going to be a problem. Krasnal, though, he could actually line up an easy spray. He's even walking in. They should know. Yeah, there we go. They line up for him, and it's Krasnal to take them down. Oh, perfect place and perfect timing for that one.
That bomb being dropped just ruins Vitality. The fact that it's so far away. Boros finds the winning solution, even despite some missed shots on the follow-up. That throws everything to hell, everything Vitality wanted. There's no way to expect the follow-up flank as well. Krasnal finds a double. And it's within 3.
They badly need it. They need a lot more of that, especially this next round. I mean, the fact that it ends in a 1 versus 2 like that, with just one player surviving for one team. They win a round and they have to buy an MP9 and a FAMAS into it. That's kind of the danger of being on the CT side.
I was just reading up on the FAMAS. Even the French are going away from it. It's going to be replaced.
They're quitting the FAMAS?
Yep, everyone.
Okay.
No one likes the FAMAS anymore.
Kind of an old weapon now anyway, isn't it? So
that was one of the reasons that was listed.
Does have the benefit of having the magazine behind the trigger, which extends the barrel, called the bullpup mechanism.
Cool.
Same for the AUG.
Okay, nerd.
Well,
Monte's kind of out of position now. They called a bluff that this wasn't going to be a hit towards the bomb site, and they were wrong. Demko was the only defender there for a while. They put emphasis elsewhere with the smoke and the A choke point, but did not get back in time as it cleared, and Vitality's more than happy to take a weakened bomb site.
I don't like the fact that they're going for this.
They're not going. I don't think they're going for it. I think they're just lining up to get exits, right?
Good. I hope so. I'm getting really worried. All right, yeah, so I was realizing, you know what? That's too much.
And that's perfect information, too, because now they can look elsewhere for the escape route. And Monte's going to be completely out of position, and for them, they don't want to lose the gun, so they're not. I don't think they're going to be too motivated of moving back towards CT spawn to kind of stop the exit towards beach.
Yeah. Going to be all the way down onto the beach, having a good time. Put your feet in the sand.
Yeah, take the shoes off. Sand between your toes.
Some people really don't like that.
Really?
Yeah, there are people who find that to be just an uncomfortable tactile experience, but
What's your feeling on it?
I love it.
That's all that matters to me. As long as I have you, Anders.
Yeah, is there a sand? Is there a beach nearby? We can go. There's a river nearby. I don't know if there's any sand.
Nearby, I think, is the key word there.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Not within.
I haven't seen it yet. I was up by the river this morning. I didn't see anything.
See any eels?
Didn't see any eels either, but the water's a little bit murky, so they could be down there.
I bet they are. Okay, 12 to 8. It's a 4-round gap, Jason. I wouldn't lie. I've been nervous the whole way through for Monte. Even when they were winning the first couple of rounds, it just still felt like this was looked like Vitality had a different level of focus. Good trade from Moro. That's important. But Demq's on his own in the A bomb site with the FAMAS.
And as we've mentioned.
Yeah, it might be decommissioned. He might be decommissioned as well here, Jason.
Yeah.
He's going to be retired early.
He's not going to enjoy it when he peeks out. Yeah, Zahu's already got the angle. That was all down to timing, and Vitality sticking with a contact style just completely ruined him. And now again, you've got Dupree just watching the flank.
Yeah, this is actually a huge issue because they might not even be able to save the weapons.
Vitality's really starting to work this map well. Work this map really well on the T side, and we mentioned it in the first half. Don't get too concerned by the early hole that Vitality found themselves in, because when they switch sides, we just see it so often. T-sided map, they're going to be able to have plenty of opportunities to come back. It's a 5-1 start in the favor of Vitality for this second half.
And Dupree going to start to come back. If they knew that it was just Cyber in here, they could try and run it down and try and go for the bomb defuse. But oh, wow, he just continues to spray, and they run right into it. I don't believe it. How does that even work?
Terrorists win.
That's the power of Zywoo.
The Counter-Strike fiddler, he's just singing with that AK. Oh. They just come running. They're like, oh, we have to.
Even losing the last weapon as well. 5-round lead now for Vitality. That takes everything away. In a weird money situation, I wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout from Monte. SDY's got 5,700, Waro's got 5,600, but everyone else stuck in the 3,000s range. There might be a little bit of a half buy coming in for Monte. Yeah, even Apeks echoing your sentiment.
That really was cool.
6 spray.
And then the classic Cyber performance is 20 kills. All of it's been, you know, it just kind of happens like round to round. You lose track of it and you're like, oh, he's done it again.
There's been no like real, well, I mean, even just across this whole map, there's been no real like highlight, like crazy explosion of a round. It's just been, everyone's just kind of, yeah, Cyber as he does, just sometimes quietly grinding up to his 20 kills. As opposed to yesterday against G2 when he got all the headlines. Good kill from Boros. Apeks is going to come back to recover the situation, almost able to handle the second kill, but that's going to be an AK-47 in control of Monte. Dupree's brought low elsewhere as well, so Monte actually have an advantage in this round. 1 AK recovered, man advantage, and low HP on Dupree.
Yeah, that's really awkward, and it's going to slow them down, right? Because they can guess that maybe he fell back into the bomb site, but they don't really know for sure. The bomb is back in T-spawn, so they're going to have to go back and pick it up anyway. But it's burning a lot of time off the clock.
I did look it up, Anders. Eel are fish.
There we go.
Ray-finned fish.
Easy. Another W.
Well done.
For me.
Another W for Anders B. Loom.
Krasnal's holding really far back, and again, he's quite low on health, so hoping that he could find Dupree here, that would be the real advantage.
And this flank, the flank pushing out of A as well from Demka and SDY is going to be too late. So unless he pulls off something miraculous here, needed a kill on that cross. May just watching the flank as well. It's the AK he's going heads up with, and he's going to win that as well. That should be all the danger abated. Dupree missing a shot with the AWP and with low HP. He wants to preserve the weapon.
Yeah, no reason to give it up for free. Krasnal's so low on the other side, but, you know, probably would love to make a hero play coming through the smoke. Going to be fading fairly soon. And yeah, Vegas, you're so well aware. Good round out of him. 3 kills. Trust Vegas to get those fights at that long range. He's such a reliable player for those kind of battles.
Yeah, just solid.
14 to 8. 2 rounds away of Vitality from picking up their opponent's map pick to start the series with. And that's definitely bad news if you are on the side of Monte's. Second map would be on Nuke, and I don't think things are going to get any easier there.
No, and again, that's the conversation that we've all kind of been seeing kind of take place within the community, and we all know is once you get to these best of 3s, the map pool becomes an advantage for the favorite side, for the more experienced teams, for the top teams. (14 to 8). Another buy coming in for Monte. Woro's got the off.
Yeah, Organ play as well. They've got a little bit of something here working on the Monte side, but they're falling really flat on the CT side. And again, the map is T-sided. Vitality, they're probably the best team in the world right now at playing the map as well. Just all of the cards seem to be stacked against Monte. We knew this was going to be a difficult matchup, right?
Yeah, you even highlighted it right before this game got started. The map veto, like risky picking Anubis in towards Vitality, and you come up with plenty of reasons why they probably should want to go here, being as one of their better maps as well. At least get a map that you're comfortable on and that you're confident on, even if it's against the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think we're calling Vitality that yet, but certainly on Anubis, you could make the case.
It's very tricky, right? Because the alternative might be that you end up playing a map that they don't like, but you don't like it either. Now everyone's just uncomfortable. Nice start here. Demku going to be taking down the 3. They need more than that. It's a good double, and he wanted to almost betrayed himself by peeking into that one. The AWP was ready on the other side. I bet you Cyber would have landed that shot. 4 versus 3. They got 3 people inside of the A bomb site. They are so well prepared for this. If Vitality keep on going, which they don't even have to, they might be in trouble. Oh, flick, and it does connect. Boris burns one and shoots the other, leaving Apeks on his own.
So much utility dumped in the main. That was just an uncomfortable sequence for all of Vitality. ZywOo was trying to force the issue, but not able to make anything happen. And SDY is going to put an end to it. AWP recovered. AWP is going to be passed over to Woro, and Monte's within 5.
Yeah, that was the critical round to win. If they wanted to dream of coming back into this one, it had to work out here. It'd be interesting to see Vitality kind of just march on forward into the bomb side, in spite of the fact that it must have felt like there was a pretty big defense going on. They just wanted to keep it going anyway. They could have probably called it back, even in the 4-on-3.
They were hoping for like that overextension, right? You mentioned Demka. It seemed like he was really flirting with the idea of going for a 3rd kill. That would have been into the AWP of ZywOo and probably would have been a mistake, but they never kind of made that wide swing. They never over-aggressed in that position. Well done from Monte to stay alive in this. Now they've got a little bit of cash behind him as well. That's a pretty clean round that they're able to survive and come out on top of. 3 players living. Better be a bit of a streak, though, to close this gap before they let Vitality get to 15.
Yeah, the return here into the game has to be really, really significant, or it's not even going to make any difference at all. Round number 24. Double set up in middle, 2 towards B, and Demker alone at the A-bomb side early on at least. Some grenades exchanged. Demker and Magisk both going down a little bit low.
Almost tick for tat. Pop flash in. Dupree doesn't want to commit, but again, this feels like Vitality just rinse and repeat. Same idea, same tactic. 4 players ready to go. Apeks lining up support utility. Gonna start deploying it now. Here comes the execute. Woro blinded and forced back behind the smoke. So it's only Demka, and he delivers another stunning double.
Yeah, they get the message. They're like, okay,
this strategy doesn't work.
He's having himself a pretty good game right now. Yeah, I mean, you can see it's pretty straightforward, right? You throw the Molotov at him, and you're kind of hoping that he has a tough choice, right? Either he will spend the time to put out the Molotov with the smoke, and then you get to advance onto the bomb side, and you have a really wide angle against him, and that's going to favor you. Or he's fighting inside of the Molotov. He probably wouldn't fight anyway, but didn't really turn out. The timing was a little bit off. He got the 2 kills, and then the Molotov landed on top of him, and he was able to put it out. So just overall good stuff. Still, the round is not really done yet.
I feel like Vitality chose to save.
Wow.
Okay, I thought that kill might actually spur them forward, but yeah, they chose to save right off the opening 2 kills because, again, no map presence anywhere else on the map, right?
Interesting.
Thought maybe
thought with the lead here that they were going to try and go for it a little bit more, but I guess not.
Yeah. They could have at least investigated, but again, I think it might have been different if they had someone in middle that was a little bit closer to double doors, if they had someone, towards dark, someone, closer to the B choke point that they could have kind of relied upon to know that that was going to be clear, but it was always going to be a long route to walk back into position to re-aggress elsewhere. So just taking the save. And as you mentioned, playing with some of the rounds they have on this lead, now sunk down to just 4. Speaking of 4, on the A stream, it's 15-11, so Heroic having 4 chances to close out Liquid on map 1.
Impressive stuff for Liquid to make it back this far. I mean, this started at a very, very one-sided game from what I could tell, so interesting that that they made their way back this far. Here we go, Jason. Back in our own little world, it is 14-10. Vitality 2 rounds away. On the start here, they look for the kills. Dupree gonna land 2 headshots. And Molotov to slow them down. This is everything you want. The bomb is way back in T-spawn, so it's a bit awkward. You know, you win the bomb site, but you're actually quite far away from getting the bomb plant.
Yeah, but look at the change of style, the change of pace of when that contact is coming out, just a swing right out of the gate. So yeah, Monte's just rotating over on a recovery mission. So all the time in the world for Vitality, as long as this utility's up to get the bomb in. Magisk is going to pass it over to Dupree, who's got low health, who probably doesn't want to be the planter because of his 9 HP. Actually, this is going to start getting a little bit sketchy. Good positioning from Vitality, but the securing all the flanks and extremities and putting the pressure on Monte to make a play through the smoke, which gets shut down. Now Waro steps up for one.
Yeah, they need a lot more of that right now. Demq's practically dead. Waro might have to almost do this on his own. All right, good dodge of the flashbang, using that pillar to his advantage. Can't find that bomb planter. He knows he's got to be somewhere on the other side of that obelisk, but hard to discover at the moment. Jump down from Magisk. He's there to back it up. So they got 2 players right now playing in dark. And are you expecting it? Warrior's going to get one of them there. Yeah, he sees it coming, but it doesn't matter. The smoke not there in time. And Demq on the other side going to be walking away.
I'm really confused. Was that just Waro going for a 1v3? Because Demq never committed himself out of his position. I guess with low HP, he wanted nothing to do with it. But while Waro's going for it, you might as well be there in support because Vitality's going to get to 15. 5 chances for Vitality to close out the opening map of Anubis.
Yeah, it did kind of look like he wanted to do it all on his own, which I guess... Yeah, that probably is a little bit too risky.
I mean, it might be because he has 5,700, right? He might have just said, you save, I'm going to go for a miracle.
Yeah. The double opening for Dupree, just in spite of the delay and everything else. And you can always argue, you know, should SDY have come for the smoke in that moment? But I mean, you're hoping to find the timing when they're just planting, right? Like, they're just setting up. You want to try and see if you can upset them when they're in the middle of that. 5 chances right here for Vitality to start off with a map victory in the best of 3. And on their opponent's map. Like we pointed out a couple of times, that's not going to be too bad. Here we go. Similar pace change coming in from the Vitality side. They want to put the pressure on this bomb side. Dupree will get the 1 opening, but it's looking good. Monte answering back. Boros and SDY. And now Waro coming into the mix of things. It's just Magisk on his own. 1 versus 4, but he quickly makes it a 1-on-2. Oh, don't give this one up. It's Magisk you're playing against. Don't underestimate him either.
He's got the bomb as well. He can actually bail out of this whenever he wants. So letting the time run down a little bit low. SDY. Ooh, he's got to find some safety. 1 player that he notices his position, looking for the second, looking for Demka. It's been quiet for so long. SDY loses track in all Magisk. He's going to go for 1 more, and he's got it. Magisk delivers the playoffs to Vitality. 3-0. Oh, excuse me. No, they don't. I got a little bit excited. It's just map 1.
It is just map 1.
Oh, I got so pumped up.
My God, the fact that he just rushed right in there. A 1 versus 4 victory at the end of it. That's pick up the map. That's wild.
I'm actually kind of embarrassed. That was my bad. I got so pumped by that.
Listen, I don't blame you, Jason. It was a moment to get pumped up for. You could tell they thought that round was won. They were like, okay, we got it. 1 versus 4, and then in 2 seconds they're like, oh wait a minute, it's a 1-on-2. He's just so good.
Yeah, and I mean the time, the slowdown in that clutch as well to make them really confused.
Yeah.
Oh. Beautifully played clutch and wonderful map from Vitality, recovering in the first half and just dominance in the second half. It felt like 24 kills on Magisk, 20 on ZywOo. 16-10 win for Anubis. And as you mentioned, Nuke is up next.
Nuke is going to be coming up. Second map picked by Vitality. You know that is going to be really tough for Monte. They fought back as much as they could here, but they never really got it. The star player in Boros, he's up there at 17 kills, but you know, you need him at 27 instead. That's what's going to make the big difference here. Yeah, nothing but a tough time for Monte at this point in time. This is going to be very, very hard to get back into, no question about it.
Yeah, really tough time, but they're going to have a conversation between maps. We're off to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if Monte can muster up a battle on map 2.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's older? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold No, it cannot be Cold because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian, JDM. I think now it's showing orange box, United States, the same continent, Fallen, Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Well, here we go, Jason. In spite of what you're trying to sell to people, Vitality have not won yet. They still need to play on the map.
Yep, there's still one more map to go. And look, if they ended up not making it to the playoffs in this game, I'm still going to blame it on Dupree's interview rather than me calling it early.
Yeah, you think you can get away with that?
Probably not, but I'm going to do my best.
You're going to do your best.
I'm going to do my best.
Yeah, but they are playing Nuke as the second map, right?
Yeah.
This is the map pick of Vitality. Everything's kind of set up for them.
Harry and Hugo have been singing. They're on the other side of this wall. We can hear them. I don't think you guys can hear them, but it's wild. It's a wild experience. Yeah, Nuke up next, second map in this series, and obviously another map Vitality is going to be very, very good on. Nice strong win over G2 yesterday, not in terms of scoreboard, but I mean answering the bell. Some good, obviously a monster clutch from ZywOo. Nice little 1v4. Showed it, you know, another map where they showed a lot of prowess of moving around the map in the mid round and 3-on-3s and 2-on-2s and handling every situation. So it doesn't get easier for Monte.
Did you see that they actually, someone brought like a laptop with the clip into the Lura and sort of like...
Did they really? Oh, because of the CS tweet, the Val tweet?
Great. Good memes. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
The second map is probably going to be quite a tough affair for Monte.
Sure.
The thing that could probably change it again, like I know I've been advertising it to you ever since the RMR, right? But I mean, Boros really can have those game-changing maps, but we just haven't seen it yet. So you know, I just wanted to say that it can happen, but now is when you need it.
Well, I think this map could lend itself to more of that. Like Anubis, we saw them play like a much more like map control-y, slower paced style. But on this map, like when you eventually do kind of pull the trigger on blowing up into the upper or lower bombs with all the chaos and all the utility, feels like an area where Boros' skill might be able to shine a little bit more. A couple impact kills to really crack open the bomb site and get him some safety to plant. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I've seen him pop off. I know what you mean. You haven't like sold me a dream. I see it too. It's just never when I'm casting him.
No, that's the issue. You know, that's what we're waiting for.
Look at that banana. Oh, the whole thing. Everyone's got a banana on this team.
Maybe that's the key to success.
That's that's an old Astralis trick, as we know. They were big banana eaters back in Astralis as well.
Yeah. There we go. That's been the secret all.
Bringing it forward. Yeah, potassium.
Get the potassium. Not enough in them though. About, I think, 300 milligrams of potassium per banana.
I hate that you know that. I actually really despise that you have that information on hand, just in your brain.
Grown adult eats about like 3.5 to 4 grams of. You need like 10 bananas in a day to get that.
That's fair.
Yeah, you can. You think you can reach that goal?
Throw it in a smoothie.
Yeah,
doesn't have to be all pure bananas, right? Throw in a smoothie, a milkshake.
Some peanut butter in there too.
Yeah, peanut butter and banana is a phenomenal smoothie.
I knew I'd get you with that one.
Yeah, I'm a big peanut butter fan. There's Apeks cheering when they did not, in fact, qualify for the playoffs. Just one map one. Everyone's getting hyped up. Megas with a 1v4 to close out Anubis.
That was an insane ending, wasn't it?
I know, it got me so jacked up. It got my juices flowing. Megas has done that to me for his whole career, for whatever reason.
He really is just such a stable player. Like, there are very few moments where I watch Megas in sort of a tough position where he just has to hit a shot where I think, he looks uncomfortable. Like, I don't know if he's going to do this. Like, he might not always win them, but I never see him uncomfortable. He just always looks like he's in control of the situation.
Yeah, think of his career as well. He started out as Megas boy.
Yeah.
And now he's just Megas.
All grown up.
And now he's a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Swapping out for Kirby at one point in time is a fateful roster change. That might go down as like one of the most insane changes ever, right?
Yeah, like a self-inflicted change. Yeah, that's certainly like one of the most like that roster move throughout CSGO is probably up there at the top. I'd say like as well like the Henny choosing to leave FURIA out of the online era is probably one that goes up there as well. Because I mean, like Henny's gone nowhere since then, and FURIA experienced a dip after that, and they've come back up. That was a really painful roster change to make. We're just waiting for the players to join the server, which is why we're having a
we do need them, in fact. Unless we can, I'll play. I'll stand in for somebody.
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah, hell yeah.
We don't need to throw it back. Can we bring up the schedule? Sorry, I can't use the talkback while I'm on camera. Can we throw up a schedule for the rest of the day so we can have a little chat about the games that are coming up too? I know Liquid Heroic is obviously going to a map 2 as well. That's going to be Mirage. That's over on the mainstream. So if you're on Blast.tv, just click that little live button that I hope is up in this direction. It might be in this one.
That one.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
All right.
It's all good.
But yeah,
Jason.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have the vision. I'm just kind of guessing here. I'm just throwing it away.
I mean, I actually don't know either. I'm just making it uncomfortable. I'm just intentional to make it uncomfortable.
Yeah. Here's the schedule for the rest of the day. Obviously, these being the qualification games for the playoffs, and Heroic and Vitality with a leg up at each of those series. I mean, look, the end of the day is going to be so spicy. FURIA G2. That's elimination. A lot of storylines there. Obviously, Nico not winning a major yet. Everyone kind of wanting this to be his major on some level. Obviously struggling and losing that huge loss to Bad News Eagles yesterday. FURIA not yet winning a T-sided round in this tournament despite all the conversation around the changes and style that they've brought into the tournament. FaZe as well still looking shaky. 9 of all like kind of like the teams that came up through the RMR, like had those great runs. ITB, Monte, Apeks. It felt like 9 had the most positive conversation in terms of the eye test. Like it felt like that was a team, and so they're facing elimination as well. It's a very losable game for FaZe. I think G2 might be a little bit safer. I mean, nothing's safe, but safer.
Yeah, I think that has to be true, right? And I agree, 9. I mean, I've been hyping them up for a fair bit, and I don't really regret it. I still think they're a really powerful team, but we haven't seen it yet. They've been missing a little bit.
Into the Breach, taking down ENCE earlier today is a bit wild that they continued it.
Yeah,
and ENCE has been looking strong.
ENCE looked like one of the teams that really managed to figure out their lineup and really got things rolling, but the British are here, and they're playing great Counter-Strike.
Nobody in the world excited about that prospect. We're all getting flashbacks.
I think it's great. I mean, obviously the sad thing is we're losing the ability to make fun of UK Counter-Strike, which obviously has been... we made so much fun of it, it even stopped being fun for a while. We're like, they're not even here. They're actually not even here to make fun of.
Yeah, that's you guys never turned that corner on North America at all.
No.
That region's been the punching bag for Europeans for a long time, no matter how much success.
It's just such a good meme that you don't give up on that, do you? No. Here we go. If anyone has cyborg implants or anything else like that, then we're ready to find out.
Zywus are obviously like a plastic alloy.
Yeah, it goes to his head and it beeps like beep, beep. It's got a little extra processor in there that's doing all the calculations for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting back on track hopefully soon. The players are almost all on the server. Can't be too much longer.
Zywus got that new haircut buff.
Is that what it is? I thought it was the air quality.
Could be a little bit of both. What if you add a new haircut into the air quality? Is it good air quality that makes him perform better, or bad air quality?
Yeah, according to known meteorologist Maui Snake, that's what it is.
Okay.
The positive air quality, like he plays better. That was the theory.
Sure.
People went back and actually tried to chart do a graph of air quality versus cyber performances, and it seems to be true.
And I'll say, of all the big cities I've been to around the world, thanks to Counter-Strike, Paris has more green in the city.
It does. It's a really beautiful.
There's a nice little park with some water around. Even the Accor Arena is covered in grass, covered in plants.
Yeah. Even all of there's a lot of little yards, backyards that just have some greenery there.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Who do you have winning the major? You're known for your predictions.
I've held on to my G2 prediction from the last major. Obviously, did not work out.
Did you double down?
Yeah, I doubled down.
Okay, perfect. I would have been disappointed if you didn't.
That's what you have to do. But I mean, I'm just gonna come straight out and say part of it for me is definitely the Nico winning his major thing for me. That story for me is. I mean, any story. I don't think I went through all the different major winners, and there's really never a time where you said oh, that was a bit weird or whatever. There's always some cool story to be found. But for me, the coolest one probably would be Nico doing it here. There's so strong emotional attachment for me, so I'm not gonna lie, that probably is a big part of it. But yeah, if it's Saiwu instead, that's going to be really sick. I mean, there's no way around it.
That was the cool thing about this major, is that all those quote unquote top 5 teams that obviously some of them getting exposed here at this tournament so far, but they all have a story, Vitality, NAVI, G2, Heroic, FaZe.
Building, yeah.
There's each one of them has a cool story, and as we learned from Game of Thrones, sometimes that's all you need. Is the best story. I don't have G2 winning.
No.
But I want them to win.
Yeah.
More than probably any of the other storylines that could come to pass. I do want Nico to have a major.
That's my feeling too. Which team did you pick?
I picked. I might change things as I go. I'm going to reserve that right.
I don't want to commit to anything.
Before the major started, I did pick NAVI.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you'll have to pick for the whole tournament, right?
But I'll tell you what, I didn't expect Vitality to look as good as they do.
They do look very crisp at the moment.
And I knew Heroic was going to look good, but I still have, still a team like that, still kind of questioning how high the ceiling can go to be able to deliver enough top-level victories in the playoffs to get all the way to a trophy.
I imagine they're going to be able to. I'd probably say Heroic probably, I don't know, there could be a second if I had to give up on G2 if they lost to
Go for Heroic? You'd go for Heroic?
I could, yeah. I could see myself doing that.
All right.
But it might just be more Danish bias. Who knows? It's possible. We're waiting on one player to return to the server before we get into Nuke. So, yeah, we're going to have just a couple of more seconds to wait, hopefully, and then we'll be good to go. Second map is live over on the other side with Heroic and Liquid playing.
On Mirage.
Mirage, yeah.
Yeah.
Pistol round, in fact.
Nitro's going to win this.
Yeah. 30 seconds, bomb down.
I've never seen him lose a 1v1.
You've never seen him. Yeah, that's probably true. You might be onto something there. There we go.
See?
He's done it.
He's done it. Nice low HP to make that one easy. Who do you have winning that series? Liquid, Heroic?
I picked Heroic for that one.
I picked Liquid.
Yeah?
Which shouldn't necessarily surprise anybody. But most of my predictions I decided for this stage this morning or last night after the way the FaZe and the G2 game ended. I just decided I'm going to make predictions based off what I want and not what I actually truly believe.
That. I think that's the way to do it, you know?
I don't think I've gotten nearly enough of what I want out of life yet.
No. Which is one of the funniest things for me, personally, you know?
You do have a really good time with that.
Yeah. There's something about it, you know? Makes me nervous whenever things are working out for you. It's that's my sign that the matrix is changing a little bit. You know, something is off. I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Well, if you guys have some wants and desires about who's going to win the major, tweet it to Anders and I. Tweet it Blast as well.
Yes.
We'll pull them up and we'll read them as we go. We've got about a 2-minute delay, we're being told, so we're just going to sit here and chill with you. No matter how delayed this is, we're going to be right here with you. But actually, if it extends to maybe a 10-minute delay, I'm probably going to call for a break.
You might retract that statement.
Yeah, I might take that one. But
no, we're locked in, Jason.
Give us a tweet of who you guys think is going to win the major, so Anders and I can make fun of you a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. Yeah, they are just a little bit delayed. One more player to join. 9 out of 10 people are on the server. Nuke, I still think is my favorite map. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah. I through all these years.
You're the Nuke gang.
Yeah. For a minute, it was probably between Train and Nuke as my favorite maps, but
Train always has a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
But a lot of that is residual from the whale days of 1.6 when you could crawl under the trains. But I still love this version of Train. I'd love to see Train make a comeback. I do think it would have to be a couple things adjusted.
Yeah, it probably can't be as CT-sided as it wants. I feel like all the maps have been slowly but surely pushed towards being more even, which I have my own disagreements with. But I, whatever it is, like I just want a version of Train back.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be exactly the same from my point of view. Just
yeah, I'm with you.
Some sort of a return there would be kind of cool.
I have an idea. You want to do a pick'ems check-in?
Oh, I don't, because I'm losing.
I don't either, but sometimes for the people, you gotta make a spectacle of yourself. So I had, let's go down this list. I had 9-3-0.
Yeah,
that's gone.
That's already out.
Yep. I had GamerLegion as 0-3. That's gone.
Yep.
And I made that switch like 30 seconds before yesterday began. I had Fnatic there initially, and that would have been gone as well. So I don't feel too bad. I have both G2 and FaZe going through.
Okay, yeah.
Which is a nightmare. I had FURIA going through. I don't know.
What were you thinking? You bought into that new style.
I just bought into the fact that they made it to the playoffs of all the recent majors, and I thought they would have a better time of things, but obviously that one looks a little bit silly after the fact.
I'll tell you what, Jason. I don't have any pick'ems for this one because I didn't make it through the last stage.
Oh, that's right. You quit.
And the reason is because...
Stop it right there.
Right at the end, right before we went live yesterday, or not yesterday, but at the start of the Challenger stage, somebody convinced me to change out GamerLegion for mouse.
Yeah, Chad's a dick like that.
You changed your name since? You're gonna call you Chad now?
You guys should have seen. You guys should have seen Anders pick'ems before I got involved.
Yeah, they were wild.
Like I did my best to salvage him, but yeah. So Anders quit. He just didn't come in for round 2.
No, I was out. I was like, you know what? I'm taking the L on this one. So I don't want to keep on fighting.
Right out of the gate, it feels like no 3-0, no 0-3, no FURIA. So I've got to get 5 of the last 6 teams I have left in my pick'em. Heroic and Vitality are good.
Yeah,
they're gonna make it through.
Surely, yes.
Out of one of these,
they've got to.
NAVI, I still think is gonna make it through.
Yeah, I agree.
ENCE is kind of on the line, but I have confidence that they'll bounce back.
I don't think that's misplaced. I think that's you. I think you can do this, right? But you're in that scary.
And then G2 and
now,
FaZe,
where it's like if the wrong teams meet now, it could get really awkward, right?
Right. That's the unfortunate part. And ENCE is obviously now 1 and 2, so they're on the verge of elimination. So if they go out, I need G2 and FaZe to go through.
You need that. Those 3-0 and 0-3 ones really, they really hurt when you lose those.
Yeah, you need like one of the two. It feels to really feel comfortable. Otherwise, you're going to be in that pressure situation.
That is the way to do. Someone else that we forgot about, Jason.
What's up, baby?
Hopefully, and I know you didn't forget about it, but it's Mother's Day today.
It is Mother's Day today.
At least it's different for different parts of the world, but for some part of the world, it's today. So if you forgot, Google it, see if it's in your country. And then
gets like same-day flower delivery.
Yeah.
Whatever you have to do.
Yeah.
You know, Mother's Day is always like the scariest holiday because the UK has Mother's Day early. It's in like April.
Yeah, I think France does as well.
It's like a month early. So whenever I get on Twitter waking up, there's one day in April, I just have a heart attack where I see everyone from the UK saying Happy Mother's Day. Let's see. One guy's thinking Vitality will win a major. That's fair. That's nice and easy.
Reasonable, yeah.
I have 3 people telling me they genuinely think ITV will win the major.
Okay.
Into the breach.
So like a new pandemic of delusional people that have shown up. Can't be that. There's no way.
There's no way.
I say it confidently so that if I'm wrong later, people can clip this and retweet it back to me.
What percent chance would you give it? Are you going to go 0? You're going 0?
0% chance.
Okay.
I think it'll funnier that way, right? Like if I'm wrong, obviously I want people to clip this and just send it to me forever.
For the rest of your life.
This is like a strong position that I have when it comes to like casting and make predictions, right? I would much rather say there's absolutely zero chance, because if ITB won this major, it would be so shocking that like I would hate to undercut that victory by being all like, oh, well, anything can happen, you know, at any given day. Like, anyone can win the major. Like, I hate that kind of talking. So I'd much rather say no, absolutely no way they're gonna win it. And then if they do it, you know what, all the credit in the world to them. Like, that would be so shocking. And so like I don't want to be able to claim later on that like, yeah, I thought there was a chance, you know. I hate that. So no fence sitting here.
No fence sitting with Anders B. Loom.
Yeah.
Well,
get off the fence, Jason.
Get off that fence.
Yeah.
We are getting word that this tech delay is gonna last a little bit longer. So, like I said, if this extended a little bit longer, we're probably gonna.
No, Jason, you said you would never leave the viewers. You actually did say those words.
Okay.
Are you trying to backtrack on that now?
If you want me to, I'll stay here, but I do have to run to the bathroom.
Is the cable long enough? Can we join you there?
I don't think this particular one is long enough, no.
Okay. Well, then in that case, Jason, I guess if you absolutely...
help me out just a little bit here.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we need a fifth player on the server, and we'll get him soon enough, so just stick around, and we'll be right back after a break with the match coming up, second map. Stay tuned.
And we're back. Looks like all 5 players are nice and sat down. All 10 are in the server. Headsets are on. Thanks for sticking with us at the Blast.tv Paris Major, the B stream. Anders and I are going to bring you the action. Monte, Vitality, and Vitality's up 1-0 with a chance to make it into the playoffs here if they can win Nuke.
Yeah, it is their map pick as well. So everything's kind of, I think, lined up for them pretty well. Don't know what the problem was. I think it was one of the Monte players had a hard time joining the server or some other thing was going on, but they should be ready to go soon. Apeks talking with his hands once again. A lot of that going on.
Yeah, emphatic. And there's the music. You know what that means. Map is going live. Freeze time, counting down. Pistol round between Monte and Vitality on Nuke. Monte on defense, Vitality starting on offense. And we're going to get this series back underway as Vitality has one map from the playoffs of the major.
They're going to be starting on the T side, Monte on the CT side. We are ready for it. The bomb dropped kind of far back, so even if they're all here in the lobby waiting, it looks more than anything like they're expecting some sort of aggression coming out from the CT side, and they might be right. It's going to be a lobby crunch coming in. Vitality, this is what they planned and expected for, and look at the results. Absolutely shut down. They knew what was coming from that CT side, and they get their reward for it as well. A couple of kills in return, but still a 3 versus 2 here.
Doesn't matter. I mean, Vitality's already won this round just by positioning. ZywOo's kind of come all the way up towards heaven. Woro seemed aware of the possibility, but the P250 is too strong. The angle and positioning is too strong. And Vitality have the whole map available to him. Demka going to try and recover by flanking around heaven, but he's got so many to find. And even if he gets ZywOo, that's going to let Magisk and Apeks know exactly where they need to go.
That's a beautiful shot, though. Got to give credit where credit is due, but you're right, they know where he's coming from, and Magisk is going to be able to catch him, so you're absolutely on point. Just the position alone, enough to win that round. And obviously, having done the research and kind of realizing what's going on, not at all bad. Vitality up with a 1-round lead. Going to be some Deagles picked up on the CT side, Scout as well.
They were
over to Waro.
They were so well prepared for that lobby.
Yeah, they really were.
They? Holy hell, they had players in the perfect position every which way. Magisk even coming back up to find one more. Doesn't even allow the 1v2 to get underway.
Yeah, Deno.
1-0. 3 MAC-10s, 2 Galils.
Yeah, they blow open the door. They throw some smokes outside. Sometimes referred to as the LDLC smokes.
That's
for those who've been around for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, there's like 4 different smoke walls.
Yeah.
Maybe even more than that.
Yeah, probably more than that.
All of them have like 3 different names depending on which team you're talking to. Well, opening kill onto Demka, and that's the upper bomb site secured by Vitality. This will be the round. No reason for Monte to try and retake this without kits, without utility. 3 Deagles in hand, make it 2. Try to preserve as many weapons as they can and rinse and repeat for the next round. Good job by Boros to put a stop to Apeks. Actually not able to keep a hold of a whole lot. Just the Scout and the single Deagle now.
Yeah, which kind of sucks a little bit when you've already realized that the round is probably lost here. Scout's going to be gone as well. There's no way out of this one. And just the Deagle on SDY. Looks like he is at least going to be home safe unless he keeps peeking like this.
Go for it. Peek.
Yeah,
you
you're
want to.
Tempting him to do it.
Give in to the dark side.
He almost is. He can feel it. There we go, though. Surviving with a single Hypnotic Deagle. And a 2-0 start for Vitality.
Boy, the Deagle Blaze has really gone out of style.
I don't know why. I think it looks cool. I like it.
I used to have all the highlights in the early days of CSGO.
Yeah?
Use the Deagle Blaze, you got a highlight.
Is that true?
It had the Happy Deagle was on.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I think Nico used the Deagle Blaze, and he obviously had the Cash one that's really famous from him.
It's gonna come back in style, I'm sure. Like
I think the Dupree one was a Deagle Blaze on Overpass.
There we go. Well, just wait around for it. It'll get there. Got some MAC-10s, got some Galils, just a pistol and Apeks. He's like, I don't even need anything else.
Well, Krasno took a lot of nade damage on the 4 HP. Waro ate that last grenade, which took 40 health off him. So good utility from Vitality to open things up and really bombard that upper bomb site, soften up this defense that was already weakened to begin with. But SDY's still here.
Yeah, he's having a little bit of a say.
I mean, he's got to maintain the aggression. Unfortunately for him, he's got to keep peeking if they want a chance to turn this round. Krasno does have a Zeus. Another Deagle up in Raptors. This could be huge. SDY might lure Spinks into the hit. Here it comes. Oh, a missed shot. Tough target to hit as he jumps out of hut.
Oh my god, Boros. There we go. That's something that we need a lot more from, just like that. We need to see him in this kind of a style. Gonna get smoked off on this one, unfortunately, just as the door was open. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to get a shot there, but now it's a very, very tough retake. They have the Galil on the other side, actually, but again, they don't have any armor, they don't have a defuse kit or anything else, so even if they get one kill here, it just might be very tricky. Oh, sneaking outside, but he's not going to be able to get it. I think the railing caught one of those bullets, and Apeks will get Demka down at the end. That is really, really close. I'd love to see the replay. I'm sure that one of those bullets got stopped.
That's my deal in every engagement ever. It just doesn't seem to hit. This is close.
Yeah.
It'd be great if we had this Boros throughout this half. Just styling. That's a beautiful shot at the mages. I think he even went for a rifle as he dropped down the vents, but he kind of ignored it. It didn't pick up with E, and he ignored it for the timing to get down towards Decon, just not able to make anything happen. 3-0 in the favor of Vitality.
Yeah, it's still a decent start, even if that last one got a bit close. I think Vitality don't really care so much. They're going to shake that off and just say, okay, that's it. Like, a little bit of a scary round, but we're right back into it. This next one is absolutely everything. If you're Monte right here and you want a chance at playing Nuke, you need to win this first rifle round, or you could get wiped out. Vitality, again, they are no slouches on this map. And look at Spinks. He's just making that play on his own. Whoa, that's actually no-scoping right up close to Dupree. What a wild way to get started.
Boros is coming back, though. You'll have no idea. If there's any production in Secret, this could be a deadly round. Still want a sequence, and Spinks, despite that he lurked in for free, no presence in ramp room, he can do nothing with it. One kill on Boros, but the round is way too far out of reach. Bomb is on all the way on the other side of the map in Secret, and he's got 4 opponents to find.
What a ridiculous trio of kills coming out from Demku. He was really put under some pressure there. And if I'm Spinks, I'm actually a little bit annoyed, right? Because the play that he makes is so sick for the rest of the team to set it up. If they just get down and put down the bomb, even if they get no kills, Spinks' position is really wild, but it never works out.
Yeah, and I think it's even the right call to try to head down Secret in that fashion from Vitality.
Sure.
Just get deleted.
Yeah, it didn't work out for them.
Now, yesterday against G2, one of the things Vitality's Seaside wasn't the most efficient. Wasn't bad. Not the most efficient. A lot of upper executes that didn't quite pan out. It was really the clutch rounds that they kind of won that sort of propelled them forward.
Yeah. They kept hitting that A-bomb side over and over and over again.
And they had multiple different looks and multiple different ways of doing it. Sometimes out hut, sometimes out squeak doors. Sometimes they do like a little stutter step delay after the execute and a re-exec. So they've got a couple different tricks to make it work, but certainly G2 handled their outside and their secret presence pretty damn well.
There's one more.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration there. But you're right, that is something to think about. That T-side definitely could use some polish if you take that game to be sort of the template for it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It could have just been a bad game. Could have been a rough game. Was it good defense from G2? Certainly outside of some hiccups.
Let's see. So I was right at the edge. So scary if you're playing on the other side. A couple of nades there to soften up DemQ. Yeah, almost walks into the shot, but a good shoulder peek.
Yeah.
And that's not the fact they have the AWP.
That's a game plan to put a lot of pressure on that site player, try and lure him into the AWP. If the grenades don't do the trick, maybe he gets the jiggle over to ZywOo.
War set up deep on ramp.
M4
could be a boost. Well. Yeah, look at that. They're already setting up for it, but he looked like he was away. He looked like he had the right idea. Now he's a little bit further forward, and there is a player up front in Boros as well. They're taking their time with this one. They're going to get some damage in. Boros only good for the 1 kill. And now Waro, he has to hit these shots. He's going to get hunted down as well. SDY in a lot of trouble. And he will have to back on up from that position. 50 seconds left. And a 4 versus 3 here with everyone more or less being at this A-bomb side. And even DemQ, he was sneaking in to try and get a little bit of a read on it. Vitality, they're playing this so slowly, and it's painful for Monte.
Krasnal's in the position, the last position to really hold back on this hit. Dupree and Vegas putting out utility to start this move into the lower bomb site. They need to smoke off windows. Apeks is going to provide that, patiently waiting for the utility. And now it's just the luck of the spam, and Apeks is going to win it out. SDY, the only one remaining coming down vents, but again, 1v4, no kit.
That's going to be so frustrating. I feel like if you're Monte in some of these moments, you wish that there would be more follow-through from the side of Vitality, that they would keep going ramp, or that they would just keep going, like, you know, but they're just slow enough all the time that you can't make any really big plays. Like, you can't get those huge rotations out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the current style of Counter-Strike that's being played by the top teams is, you know, those main thrusts in towards the ramp room where previously in an era's past there'd be 4, maybe 5 players there, probably 4 in a lurker. Now you've got like 3 doing it with 2 guys waiting in ramp room to kind of punish the lobby to punish the follow-up play from the defense.
Yeah.
And especially that player cutting off rotation down vents towards Squeak Door.
Nice, boys. Nice, Emil. Nice, bro.
And that is the money thrown into question again. Monte not able to quite pick it up. Got some upgraded pistols, and that's something. Stack at the ramp. But yeah, Vitality's slow style right here. I don't know, it's interesting because at the RMR, right, this is one of the things that really was thrown into question a little bit is exactly this slow style is what teams like Monte were really good at shutting down and phone. All right.
Yeah, really good at shutting down. Demka and Borosi with a kill apiece. All of a sudden a 5-on-3. AK's recovered as well. What's left? Yeah, what's left to do though? 3 smokes, flashbang, and a Molotov for the Vitality side as they wheel back in towards lobby.
And it might still be a way back into it. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of mistakes here. Ramp. Boris playing really, really far back. Sometimes people now just almost stay crouched here and they wait for the T's to walk all the way through. It's an interesting way to play it. All right, he's been found. Going to be falling back down. 40 seconds, and at least they get control of the ramp here. Monte would love this round. What a difference it would make to them to try and get some rifles on board, especially if they could stay aligned with a couple of people. But 30 seconds. Grenades thrown out once again. There's a good opportunity, and he's going to be able to clean up the round as well. So well done. A triple kill on him. He's had a beautiful start to nuke himself up to a 9-4 scoreline.
He's had a triple kill in each of the rounds Monte has won. First Trunk Secret, now this round with the recovered AK-47. So yeah, he's going beast mode. That's a good win against Apeks coming around through mini. And obviously with the AK to finish it off at the end of the day, 4-2. Mega's caught off, a little bit surprised.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't ready for it.
Money's an issue now for Vitality. They toss over a Hero AK-47. That's going to be in the hands of Zaiwu, who's picked up armor, but outside of that, they're mostly saving.
Yeah, 1 AK. Oh, he's already very low, but it won't matter. He's going to get the kill on Boris, and he's just charging right through. He reads it. He's ready for more. Oh, that would have been such a sick play. I mean, it still kind of is, right? It shows you something about the internal understanding for Cyber about how to play that round. If he was there half a second earlier, maybe he can slow down his player model, and he's going to be ready to shut them down.
Question because where does Vitality go with this? And I think they're giving time for actually Monte to rotate down low, take a player off the upper bomb site. They don't have the same kit of utility they had previously, so there's going to be no smoke for window, no smoke for the double doors, no nade to blow it open if they wanted to go that avenue. Just 1 Molotov on Spinks. Other than that, they're going to have to battle their way in. There's the slide out. AK-47 providing covering fire to keep Krasnal pinned down.
Yeah, he has to stay alive right here, but they lose Warrior as well. Krasnal, a lot's riding on this, and Spinks, he's stepping it up. He's had a very, very good start to nuke as well. They only had 1 AK-47, Jason, and apparently it was enough. That's all they needed. Opening towards the ramp, SDY and Demq, they can't do anything. They're just in a 2-on-4, too far away from the action.
It's Dupree and Lavi preventing anyone from shifting over to help out that position. And I mean, no one really able to join up with Krasnal down low. He was just holding on to stairs, and as the sole player, he's trying to just kind of keep control of control side, not actually stop them from that lower bomb site. So Vitality's just able to bully themselves into the lower site and extend the lead to 3 on a low economy round.
Kind of heartbreaking for Monte, right? Because winning the last round with pistols and then into this, gotta feel pretty deflating. You're quickly falling behind. I mean, we had a long delay in starting this match, but right now we're 7 rounds deep, starting on the 8th right now. And Vitality are having a lot of success in spite of a couple of hiccups.
Yeah, you can even see the player POVs on those camera shots through the smoke. No chance. Gotta be frustrating. Same with these rounds going back and forth. It's putting a lot of pressure on Monte, who's not able to build up anything. And now Vitality open up the playbook. Spinks is going to get in towards vents. Utility and Spam has covered this play. Nobody reacting from Monte. They have no idea. Meanwhile, they're aggressive outside. If Woro can put a stop to this with support of SDY.
Yeah, but look at Spinks.
Oh my lord, they're pausing outside as well. Yeah, SDY is going to go down. The question is how many do they wait for? There's the first. That's going to open up the avenue. And Woro's got to back away.
Oh, mid-air shot. He stops Apeks. That is so sick. Woro. He comes back for more. He feels like he has to do something. I mean, they're in a 4-on-3, and now the Boros are starting to show up as well. This is good. Just don't fight them now. It's not really worth it. Gonna find Spinks at the end too. Krasnal getting his first kill of the map. And 3-5. Given the setup there for Spinks to walk back, I thought the round was almost already won for Vitality.
Yeah, if Vitality waits a little bit longer and Woro maintains that aggressive positioning because he falls back after the pick, right?
Yeah.
If they just kind of wait for Spinks a little bit longer, he might even be able to line up a double kill. I mean, if he has any trigger discipline coming up those stairs, he's able to spot both of them and make a decision based off that. Regardless, this support from Boros is excellent. Long range toward the spawn stairs, towards hell, and yeah, a little French frustration.
French frustration? I don't know what I'm doing.
You couldn't even commit to it.
I couldn't. Still had to try. Had to give it a shot. Yeah, this is it's a weird state that the game is in right now because I feel like this is where you say, oh, Monte, this is a big round to open it up, but they've already had a few of those, and it falls flat again. Like, they need to do more than just win the single odd round here or there. They need to take all of the money away from Vitality, and they need to really start stringing rounds together here. Crashnell's almost dead at the start of it. Gets a jump down, but Maze falls back down through the vent and just absolutely murders him. The 3 to follow it up, and now they're going to be down below with the bomb.
They're trying desperately to recover. Magisk already has the angle. Deep Molotov isn't going to stop anything. Boros just giving some parting shots into the smoke, a little extra damage, but he's the only one really here. Yeah.
You don't even know how many people are down below. You have no idea if you can even retake this.
If he doesn't go detected by this, oh okay, never mind. I was gonna say there might be a world in which Vitality doesn't realize he's this aggressive. I'm surprised to see Monte still going for this.
I think they don't know if they can even escape. This is the problem, right? You know that a couple of them are down below, but they could be anywhere. They could be out in the yard, they could be up in the lobby. You just don't even know where to run.
I think the chaos that calls and the fast pace in which it's executed, like, it prevented anyone from Monte really calling that round off and pulling everyone back. Because normally in a round like that, especially when your vent player goes down, yeah, you have a player kind of shifting down from ramp room, but it takes, usually you're not very motivated to kind of rotate through vents to get into position. You bring multiple bodies towards secret, in which there was only one. Demka had, he'd gotten a kill in vents, but at that point the round's already lost and he gets dropped on the fallback.
Oh, he goes up, so... Let's focus. Guys, fuck the discount. Let's focus. Yeah.
Everyone forgetting the round and focusing on the next one. Okay, Vitality really starting to exploit door and vent.
Wow.
And it's another freebie.
Yeah, dropping down the vent with 3 people. Not even a chance right now for Monte to really reply. Or is going to get a kill, but the bomb, wait a minute. Not even there. I thought they were going to go right away for it. I'm so confused. That's the bomb dropped in the lobby, Jason. What is going on?
Okay.
They went to school and they forgot their backpack, all their books, their lunch as well, Jason.
That's the worst.
Yeah, the lunch part.
The lunch part.
That's what really gets you. It's back home at the kitchen counter.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, and just slowly dissolving.
Oozing into the bread. Nice recovery from Magisk, but they've got so many to find, and I'm in full confidence for Monte right now at the moment. They have control of the situation. One outside on the roof, SDY and Squeak Door behind a smoke. This is going to eat a lot of time off the clock clearing out all these positions, and you can't ever clear it super confidently. Nice slide in from Boros. He's here on Nuke.
Yeah.
He's hit some banging shots, had some nice sequences, and Monte's going to get away with one. I don't know if that's like a miscue on the tactic where the bomb isn't in the right person's hands, or if Dupree felt like he couldn't make it down vents.
I just have absolutely no idea.
But like, honest to God, when I saw 3 players in the lower bomb side, I was like, it's a minute and 35 seconds, the round's over. Like, they plant that bomb down there, and I don't know how you really recover it.
An absolutely wild way to lose a round. That should have been instant success once they get down there. Now they're back to the 1 AK-47, which admittedly did work earlier. But Monte found a way to sort of stay relevant in the first half right now. I mean, that's what it is. Oh, Dupree. Hold the phone, Jason. We might be a little bit too early to call that. SDY, don't take this fight. He does anyway, against the advice of the experts. Going to be going down 5 versus 3 now.
You always feel so confident taking that fight. You always envision it going a little bit differently, that heaven to outside yard. And DemQ, if they attack into this, you imagine may just lead the way with the Deagle and just get traded off by ZywOo, but they're not committed to it just yet. Vitality's happy with the opening picks that they've gotten to slow things down.
I mean, he got the triple in this position last time, right? Just one at a time, but if the first person jumps past, it's going to be different altogether. ZywOo set up for it.
Oh, we're not laughing at him, we're laughing with all of you. Boros trying to hold the line. He's the last defender. Oh, he's almost done it. Almost able to convert that into a triple. Krasnell's going to come back. And it looks like he's motivated to go for it as well.
He wants the hero play of his own. Bomb only just planted, but I think he's realized, yeah, if he maybe finds a kill, makes it a 1-on-2 instantly, then there's still somebody to battle their way through, but you could almost feel it happen before Simon. Like, you could see him staring into the wall with the X-ray on the other side, and you're like, he's just summoning the energy, isn't he, to do it? He's like, yep. And you're dead.
He knows the exact angle.
Ridiculous stuff. 7-4. That's 1 AK and some Deagles, and it's not the first time that it's happened either. This is turning into an incredibly painful first half for Monte because they've had the opportunities.
This has been 8 rounds back and forth. 8 rounds in which no team has won 2 in a row. These teams are just exchanging blows this whole time. And I mean, as we all know, one, that favors the T side with an economy that's much more manageable. And on a map like Nuke, it's lovely as well. Just keep throwing rounds on the board. Not running into any of those obstacles, and because you're keeping the money low, you have the playbook wide open to you. We've seen Vitality able to exploit door and squeak vent in a number of different ways, so they really have, you know, there's nothing at the moment in their playbook that they don't feel like going to.
That kind of peak from ZywOo, if anyone's new to the game and you're trying to play it on your own and you're sort of thinking like, well, how is that even possible? Jordan, nothing Gilbert, had a good turn of phrase to explain this kind of phenomenon when you call it peaking with intent. I imagine, like, you almost have to just say, there is going to be a player there, and I will peek to find him. You know, you're peeking as if you already knew that was going to be definitely true, right? And you see it a lot in at pro, like top-level Counter-Strike, where people are peeking these corners like they just already know. And they obviously don't, but the effect is the same, right? Like, the outcome is going to be just as good for you. Boros and DemQ are playing really well right now, 10 and 13 kills, but they need some of the rest of them right now. They're a little bit further behind. The scoreline, 7-4 in favor of Vitality. They're getting close to making that champion stage right here. Spink's going to get flashed out and taken down by the FAMAS.
Boros has just been such a critical player. Oh, DemQ almost walks into it, spam down. Apeks knows there's more, trying to get some follow-up damage. Moro is challenging towards the smoke, but he's taken down as well. Blind spray from Dupree, covering his teammate, nets him another kill. And a man advantage now for Vitality. And the team that wins 2 in a row is going to take such an advantage, because through this exchange, there's only a 1-round losing bonus for Monte, who's fully invested. They're going to be sitting at about $1,900, $2,000 in the bank after this round if they're to lose it. But they might not lose it.
No, Krasnell's had a bit of a say. He's had a really slow start to this game on Nuke. 2 kills here to put him at 4 total. Oh, the smoke is going to help out Krasnell quite a bit. Bomb is dropped in front. SDY's on the other side, just now picks up the AK and crouches in for the spray against Apeks. So Magus, how much could he do here? Oh, he sees one of them. He realizes the danger on the other side. HE, oh, if it actually bounced off the corner, that would be the end of Krasnell there. And they re-smoke him again. He comes powering through. He's good for the one, the spray! He had the right idea, but SDY will save the round for his team. Monte on 5.
Yeah, what a crazy game this is. 9 rounds now back and forth traded by these two teams. What a battle this whole round just for lobby control. I mean, we mentioned it. Anubis was a little bit chill. Anubis was a little bit more laid back and strategic. This is starting to turn into a brawl.
Let's go! Let's go!
It's about time that Boros started to show up, Jason. I've been waiting. We saw it at the RMR. And now it's come all the way back here at the Legend stage. Back to where he started. If it goes full circle, we could call it the Ouroboros play, Jason.
Okay, that one was good. Nice. That one I can appreciate.
I'm up to 3 a.m. thinking about this stuff, you know.
I believe that, actually. I believe that entirely. Okay, down to the lower bomb site we go. One drop in towards vents, very, very late, and that SMG ain't gonna get anything done. They have not had a good feel for the timing towards the lower bomb site, but it's Boros. Around the smoke, though, they can swing. An angle he's not ready for. Dupree trades him off.
He was aware that it could happen, but he just couldn't find the shot. They were a little bit favored on the other side, so huge change of pace coming up for Vitality. They've been slow playing it, and it hasn't kind of been working out for them a couple of rounds. SDY lurks in, just creeping through and executes Dupree. It's a 3 versus 3 now. They have a Molotov and they have a smoke as well there on the T side. Waro,
2 kits as well.
Yeah, they have a couple of them. They already put out the Molotov, but now there's a late flank coming in. Do you ever see this coming? Spinks is very late to get there, but it might just in time to stop the defuse. Magus with the 1 kill, and yeah, this is all done. Triangled in this SDY. He's got no idea where to look. Shot in the back ultimately. Spinks will be able to pick up the round, and Vitality, they get up to 8. And the money, again, is just destroyed for Monte.
And, like, I mean, look, there's 2 rounds left in this half, so I'm not even going to fault Monte if they choose to go for a buy, but it feels like they just don't have the money to even go for a buy. But with 1,400, what's the other option? 3 players and 1,400. It's not like the next round's going to be too clean. This is just the weight of all that economic implications from these traded rounds coming to bear in round 14.
I don't know. 1-1.
Yeah, this is like, again, this is what, 10, 11 rounds traded back and forth now at this point. This has got to be a weird game for the players, as you can kind of hear Vitality mentioning it as well. No one's able to get any momentum, but Vitality's the one kind of coming out on top by virtue of winning the pistol and converting the second. They're the one who's been just nursing this lead due to it going back and forth.
Yeah, the economy's way kinder to the T side in that sense, and also you win the pistol round of the first 3 rounds, you already have the lead, so they will definitely take it. It's been a very odd half. Like, you don't normally see this. Normally, once you win a round, you can string a couple together and you can build a bit of an economy, but there's been nothing like that here. Really, both sides have been struggling. Partly, I think, or mostly because Boris and Demq have been playing so well, right? Without them, this is a way more one-sided affair. Krasnal showing up with the Deagle. Doesn't really bother to reload yet. He's expecting another one. Actually, wallbang coming through. He's almost dead behind him, but Demq, they'll take one close, and they decide it's not worth it. Pyjamas just pulls the ripcord, and he's out of there.
Well, this has been their exit strategy this entire half. Down to that lower bomb site. They've had this whenever they've wanted it through vents. And now a good chance. Spinks needs that kill in secret, and he's got it. Now he can hold on to vents. Here's the footsteps. Here's 2 footsteps. Oh, and you shall not cross. Spinks with a triple kill. And Vitality finally put an end to it. 2 rounds in a row and a 9-5 lead.
Those were some really sick shots from Spinks when they did the last couple of ones. Not necessarily easy to do that. I bet Apeks is a bit annoyed that he couldn't find that kill in the lobby. It looked like he was going to be destined to do that, but Spinks has had himself a fiery game. Wow.
15 kills on Spinks to lead the way for Vitality, 12 on Zywoo. It's 15 for Boros. So Spinks being matched and Demq at 11.
Yeah, they don't have the money, Monte. Round number 15, and they have to find it with Eagles and MP9s. It's definitely not what you want to see. Although, given how this played out, maybe it'll be enough.
I mean, this is kind of the fun nuke that I have always really liked watching. I mean, and sometimes we saw it, you know, with the more experienced teams against the lesser experienced teams, just abusing the verticality of nuke, and that feels like a lot of the success for Vitality in this half has come off of that fact, been predicated on that.
Yeah, because the map is double layered, it has this like topographical change where it's like you basically go from A side to B side in 1 second. It would be like if there was a teleporter on a normal map, right? It would be like if you could teleport on Inferno from A to B, basically. That's what that vent does for you. 50 seconds.
And again to the lower bomb site, and again it's looking like Boros is going to be the only defender here in position to do anything about it.
Just Boros with a deagle. He's making sure there are no drops. Can't fault him for being paranoid about that, but the smoke is going to reveal that they are on the other side. 30 seconds. What could you even do?
Nothing. Good utility usage. Good positioning from Vitality. That's a little awkward.
Oh, I can't believe it. Apeks.
But look at how much it's pulled them all back
Sure.
towards outside. So that's going to eat with like another 5 seconds off the clock before this retake really begins, and they're still not even close to getting to the defuse. No kits either.
Yeah, this is going to take all day. There should be no way. Flashed into the fight. Meg is just absolutely mowing them down. Cyber with the assist on every single one, and he'll pick up the last one as well. Megas, good quad kill on him. 10-5 at the end of it in favor of Vitality. It's a powerful first half. Second half, I don't know what Monte could do, but we'll find out after the break.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had the one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it's against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. He had two clutches, same match.
He's just crazy in clutches. Like even in practice, what he pulls off, it's I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monte.
Welcome back once again. Second half, second map is here, and Vitality are 6 rounds away from making the champion stage here in Paris. They're playing Monte in a best of 3. They've already won the first map. That was on Anubis. Now we are on Nuke to settle potentially the rest of the series right now. It looks very likely. This is a super chaotic first half. There's no question about it. There's a lot of strange Counter-Strike coming up, but in the end, Vitality prevailed.
Vitality did prevail. That was grindy the whole way through, but bookended by the 3 opening rounds and the 3 closing rounds for Vitality in the first half. Give him a 5-round lead. And yeah, let's see what Monte's going to do on this T side.
Well, they better come up with something excellent. Starting out already a bit of a rush. Double dump down. And actually, Apeks is just calling it out. He's going to be calming that through, saying, yeah, they got the smokes out there. 2 of them made their way past, so it's not going to be any surprise.
Exactly, that's the big thing. Or will it? Dupree looking down below. Oh, no way! Get out!
Come on. That's not fair, Jason. That is not fair.
What? Parkour.
Yeah. Hardcore in that moment.
That's the dumbest thing I've seen in a minute. It's been a while. That's the dumbest way to find a kill I've seen in a long time.
I love to see Dupree's face when that's happening. He's just like, I'm panic. I have no idea what's happening.
I want to see Boros' face when that happens.
It's like,
give me the other one.
Well, DemQ's got 40 seconds to find about 3 kills. He's got the right idea. Ooh, it's a nice attempt, but Dupree will be able to take him down. That is such a disturbing way to find a kill.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I guess he might have just been distracted by the player running towards ramp room, right? Oh, it's so dumb. Oh.
That is, that's a hilarious way to start a half.
He even apologized to Boros in chat. He said sorry.
He's such a nice guy.
I know.
It's like, I'm sorry, bro. I did you dirty on that one.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I did not deserve that one. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay, well, that was a pretty important pistol round for Monte to get on this T side as well. They don't get any of the gifts that Vitality had, and now unarmored, mostly Glocks, 1 Deagle on DenQ.
I was patiently waiting out. He's heard all the shots come out. It's very tempting to just go straight for the peak, but yeah, he's been waiting around for his team to get the final call in there.
Yeah.
He's tired of waiting now.
They're all tired of waiting. Press forward, get them frags. Get that bonus money, stat pad a little bit. Get the fantasy scores up.
Not for Boros. He's hanging around.
No, he's just chilling.
Getting a little bit of that AC exhaust. Probably doesn't feel very good, but...
It's hot out there. Oh, yeah, the exhaust is going to be hot too, isn't it?
Probably. It's a nuclear power plant, Jason, so I'm assuming that is how they work.
Yeah, but theoretically, that'd be cooling like an office, right? You're not just putting standard air conditioning in the nuclear reactor.
Why not? I don't know. Have you been there?
Not to that particular one, no.
There we go. So it could be.
True.
So 12-5 scoreline. Things are looking pretty hot right now for Vitality. They are 4 rounds away. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's any really slowing them down.
No.
I feel cheated because I feel like I've been waiting for a lot of this major for Boros to really have one of those really sick, and now we're kind of getting more of it.
Yeah.
He's playing his Vitality, so I don't expect him to just take over the whole game. That'd be very hard to do, but he's been playing really well. So I'd just love to see another couple of rounds. I mean, him running wild.
Considering the scoreline of 15-15 after the first round that they had, and Boros often being like that isolated player at the lower bomb site, like, I mean, pretty good job, all things considered.
Yeah.
The only one defending against like a 3 or 4 man Vitality hit into the lower bomb site round after round.
No, he's definitely done well. It's just so much fun to watch that I want more of it. Deep nade, but distracted. MP9 going to be picking up a couple of kills there on side. We made it look easy.
Oh yeah, this is toast.
Sewing machine version of a SMG. That little MP9.
A little MP9.
Doesn't sound like it's going to do any damage, but it does. SD-wise on his own, there's nothing you can do about this. He's just going to go down one way or another, especially now that he's got dinked.
69. Damage done.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, and I think if you're Vitality, I mean, you don't even necessarily need to chase this. See if he's going to make a play on you. You know exactly where he is. Shouldn't really fall prey to anything. Dupree's going to peer straight down. Nice, easy kill. Round 13 for Vitality, and Monte probably going to descend into a small buy with some Tech 9s and some Deagles, but not able to afford the rifles just yet. That should allow Vitality to creep up.
Yeah, it's very accurate work coming out here from side. There's no real surprise.
Nice, Matu. Nice choice, man.
3 Galils, 1 Scout, 1 Deagle. They're just buying everything into it. They're saying, you know what, if we're going to make a comeback, we might as well just start now. Get it started before Vitality are too close to the finishing line. Apeks going down, okay. Apeks had a couple of early losses in some of these rounds. Doesn't really feel like it's been his game quite yet. On 8 kills overall, so definitely a little bit lower than the rest of them. Boros out here looking for something. Scout on Warren. Yeah, this is what you want. You want this kind of a peek. Takes down Magisk. Finds that helmet, no problem.
Yeah, not an issue. That's going to bring all the defenders to swarm into this position. Dupree goes down. ZywOo trying to get something done. He's going to go back for more. Nice quick, but Krasnol's up top. Ooh, good double kill. Good transfer downward, and Monte's got 6. So that's a little bit of a lifeline. They've still got time. They've still got, you know, as small of a chance as it might be to come back in this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it justifies that early buy, right? Because they could have gone for like a weird half buy and tried to fight their way back at 14-4 instead, or 14-5 or whatever. But this is them saying, yeah, we're still trying to see if we can win this, and we might as well get started right now. So that's good. 13-6. Vitality's economy now put to the test. They're not going to have that much money to play around with.
No, but they've got the AWP. They've got the AWP in the hands of ZywOo. Apeks has gone down. Good job from Krasnol. That's Apeks to fall over towards the secret stairs and in a little bit of an extended fight. So 5-on-4 advantage for Monte now. And as you mentioned, this would be a great avenue back in to close the gap as the money is depleted from Vitality. Spinks is going to shift over to take over Apex's job of keeping an eye on secret and outside. But defense is spread thin. Actually, bringing Dupree over indicates they want to get a little aggressive. So ZywOo's kind of kept eyes on outside with the AWP, but I guess Spinks maybe push for information, and Dupree's there to follow it up. If he goes down, they wouldn't expect a second.
They had this play, remember, against G2, where they pushed 2 outside and 2 on the secret stairs. It's not quite that, but it is pretty wild. Just moving forward, they find SPY.
It's great because Dupree's like the safety net if Spinks did go down, and now you can transfer Dupree over towards Vents. Going to be hard for him to come up, but ZywOo in there on defense. Oh, he needed to get something done. Maybe if he gets a kill, but a good barrage. And actually, they found their way into a 2-on-2 Vitality.
Yeah, they did. Bomb being planted. Magisk going to be running out into the open. This is dangerous position. 2 people down there, and Krasnol's going to be able to find him. He's had a real resurgence in this game. He had a very, very slow start of the first half. There's the silent drop to make it down. Are they going to be aware? They should be. And Waro able to take him down. That was the clutch that ZywOo had yesterday with the silent drop, and obviously everyone in the world was watching that. I'm sure Monte must have been calling it out there as well, saying just be aware. You don't have to necessarily hear that drop down there. 7-13.
It's also a difference of the peak coming from the guy over in Mini instead of the guy inside the bomb site who's peering up at heaven, right? Pretty impressive that Vitality even found themselves into a 2-on-2. Magisk was so preoccupied with where the second follow-up peak, actually, even Waro was looking up top. Good transfer down. Magisk was so preoccupied with finding the second player where the peak was going to come from off his initial contact that he couldn't get a clean fight on the first player. So now Monte can inflict a little bit of pain. Now they can close the score a little bit. Nice shot from Waro as Magisk slides into it. 2 bodies downstairs already for Vitality. Not a whole lot of stopping power, though. 2 deagles, a 5-7, and a USP. ZywOo trying to keep as much money as he can for the AWP moving forward, and good shooting from Boros.
It makes me happy to see Boros.
Puts a smile on your face?
It does. He is, I don't know, he's put all his points into firepower when he's creating this character. It's so crazy. He's running wild with it. This is what we need more of. I think it's what Monte need. If they want a chance to play a third map here, then they need him at this level here. That's a given. Vertigo would be the final map to decide it if we end up there. So far, so good.
Tough part now is losing bonuses building up for Vitality. 3 round of a losing bonus, so they have all M4s here. And gonna start getting a decent amount of cash every loss they take. Monte's still got a ways to go. 5 rounds back. Door gonna be blown open. Waro wants to challenge it with the AWP. And yeah, Smoke's a little bit late. Apeks peeks right before it. Plumes, and DemQ adds another on top through Smoke.
Hell yes. Monte actually starting to look a little bit more alive. This is really interesting. Dupree's got the right idea, and again, peeking with full intention. He just felt like, that's it, like, I'm going to get this kill. 3 versus 4, though, and DemQ's managed to sneak his way down. I don't think anyone knows.
No, he can't exploit anyone downstairs already, but he can deny access to the vents for Vitality if they want to rotate. So now it's about finding a way for the other 4 players to join up with him if they want to do a mid-round, you know, smoke wall outside, if they want to go towards ramp room.
Oh, and he's going to be sneaking all the way out to try and find a kill. Not that it's necessarily going to be easy, but man, he's covered a lot of the map on his own. Doesn't see anyone.
Yeah, but with that presence and with that information and with that clear, Monte doesn't actually have to put up a smoke wall. They can walk across, and yeah, you might get challenged by one player, but the odds in a 4-on-3 of you getting challenged by 2 outside is so unlikely that they're just going to go for it. So starting to sprint, and again, Vence is going to be covered.
Yeah, they don't mind making the noise. It's not a big issue.
And no one's in ramp room, so there can't be any rotation down in that direction. Monte will find that out soon enough. I think Vitality's just going to call for a save off this.
Yeah. It's obviously, you know, it's not a round where they fight to the death, but it's a cool round in the sense that you get to see a little bit of what it is like to make the calls on the T side. You get the information, you start to put it together, and in the end, you actually win by just out-calling the enemy.
Chance for Krasen will take some weapons away at the end of the day. Good find. Immediate headshot onto Zywoo. Important trade from Magus, so there's no further damage.
Yeah, but it's still worth it. Absolutely. 9-13.
And now you know it's a save.
Yeah, instantly.
Yeah, they're within 9. One more reset, and this gets really interesting. If Monte can actually pull it off. It's their 4th round in a row.
Wouldn't that be a shocking turn of events? Could you imagine that if it turns out that that Monte actually make it back on this one?
That'd be cool. There'd have to be some really cool things going down for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have the initial shape of it, right? Demq's playing well. Boris has to continue this. And Vitality running out of cash every once in a while, and there is a way to get them. 13-9, the scoreline right here. Over on the other stream, it went to a 3rd map.
It did. Liquid took Mirage against Heroic, so yeah, they're going to go to the deciding map. Qualification game for them as well. Pardon his French.
Yeah. Bless you.
Oh, is that a sneeze?
I think it was.
Oh, I thought he swore.
We'll never find out. Demq taking a bit of nade damage at the start of the round. It's a pretty sizable stack going onto the A-bomb side. They are worried that there was going to be more of a quicker play there. They have some armor, some pistols here, but I mean, it's very, very sketchy on the Vitality side. I feel like they won a few of these rounds on their own T side. If they do it again here on the CT side, it might just be too much for Monte to deal with. Nicely done. Get rid of Zywoo.
Get him out. Get him out of there. Now open up the map. Yeah, slide into the gap. Get you another one. Not quite yet.
No, but I like it. You gotta get them hyped up here. Gotta talk them into this. Vertigo is the deciding map. That
could be cool.
Makes me a little bit uncomfortable. What a weird map to end on.
I'm not against it in any way.
Boris will get a kill. Sphinx here. Wanted to stick around, you know, see if you can do a little bit more damage, make it possible, but it's all falling apart on this one.
Okay, they're coming alive.
They're getting there.
Obviously against some pistols and some weaker weapons, so it's not the full strongest defense Vitality can bring to bear. Not like the one they'll have in the next round, but it looks good. Double digits for Monte, within 3.
Yeah, just that 157 in play. Can't even really find anything on the ground either. 10-13. Monte, they're just walking it back slowly and surely. Going to be 5 in a row here. So the Vitality round loss bonus is going to be way up there, but at the moment, all eyes are on Monte. How much longer can they keep this going? Boris is 20, tied with Spinks and Zywoo on the other side. 3 of the players there all competing for the #1 spot. But everyone else, this is the problem in the beginning, right? Krasnal for the longest time, I think he was like 0-6 at some point.
Epic quiet to start.
Very quiet start. Warrior and SDY were also quiet, but they've also started to step it up a little bit more. So it is becoming a whole team performance right now for Monte.
And how different of a half is this than the first one? This has been a string of 5 rounds in a row for Monte as they're on fire. In the first half, it was 10 rounds, 11 rounds exchanged back and forth between the two teams. No one winning consecutive rounds until the very end, the very start and the very end. And now it's just Monte off to the races. Have a good feel for the game so far. 3rd timeout used from Vitality and coming to a close as we're getting into round 24. Vitality just 3 rounds away from the playoffs from the Acor Arena. And Monte wanting to bring this to Vertigo.
Dupree not feeling safe on top of the hut there. Early Molotovs will burn him a little bit. But yeah, they have some rifles back. They don't have that AWP on Saibu, and this has become a very, very sketchy second half for Vitality. They need to find a little bit of focus again. It's a 2-0 games, right? We're talking about qualifying for the champion stage. Now, for any team in the world, that's going to be a big deal. For Vitality, this is a major in Paris. That has never happened before. This team has to qualify, right? I think everyone in the world can agree that has to happen. You don't want to slip up now because you don't know what's going to happen, right? If you lose this map, you have to play a third one. If you end up losing the series as a whole, like there's so many questions out there. So you want the focus to end this right here. A lot of damage to the smoke onto SDY. He's down to 11. Spinks calling it in, but he's worried about the flashbangs. That's why he's turning around like that all the time. He's scared that someone's going to be coming through. Dupree. Now the flank around from Boros. Could he be enough to open it up?
Vitality's misreading this.
Yeah.
They think it's going to be lower. Zawu's already shifted downstairs. Good check from Apeks. I don't know if that's going to spur them forward. Oh, they're pulling away from ramp room. Oh, Vitality completely fooled in this round. Monte have given him a couple different looks, but look at the time. There's so little time on the clock. 15 seconds. Demq's down. Zawu, oh, he can delay even further. And there's nothing to get this bomb planted. They have to have this kill. It's not theirs, and it falls apart.
That round was very uncomfortable to watch. Now, it's even weirder because they come out with all 5 players alive, so it just looks perfect at the end of it. But I don't disagree. There were a number of times there where it really looked like Vitality had a complete misread of what was going on.
I mean, that was supposed to be an upper hit with Boros' position. This clear from Apeks actually changes that. They decided to go to ramp room, but all the execute had already kind of started happening towards the upper bomb site, so Megas gave up ramp room for free by rotating to the upper site. It's just no more nades left once they got downstairs and losing too many players in the process.
Okay, then. Boros with the opening. Headshot through the smoke to take down Magisk. And he's just pushing in. He's got the ramp already. He's not going to slow it down. Hoping that somebody from the CT side will make a mistake and come check the ramp. Nobody is at the moment. But still.
Spinks and Zawu have dropped down vents.
Yeah, they were expecting more of a quicker play, and I guess they're going to do what they did earlier, which is this double up in the yard.
Yeah, but Krasnal's in a perfect position to put a stop to it, and with the man advantage, Monte's hit the pause button, waiting for this push from Spinks, overexposed. Good pop-up from Krasnal. Now, previously, they didn't see that second player come out of secret, so he might not be prepared for Zawu, but Apeks has been lured outside as well. A lot of resources going outside at the moment for Vitality, and Monte's ready to exploit this upper bomb site.
Yeah, surely nothing Dupree could do right now. Even if he gets the one kill, they're everywhere all around him. It's the bomb that makes it a little bit more awkward. Saibu's coming up for that kill, and SDY, he does take a bullet to the face. But the M4A1 betraying him a little bit. Boros, he died last time to that position for Apeks. Not this time. It's all on Saibu now, 1 versus 3, and they've got him locked in. Demqu, he can't fail this shot. And it's another round for Monte. They're up to 11. And the money, I mean, it's pretty good on the side of Vitality. They can still put a buy together, but what a weird second half now again. I mean, impossible to say who's going to win it at this point.
Yeah, well, this is the next important round for Monte. As I mentioned, one more reset, and they're kind of right there with Vitality. They've only had one in this half. If they can win this round where there's no cash flow for Vitality, they do have a 4-round losing bonus, but I don't think it'll be enough to spur forward a full buy, maybe a half buy for the CT side, but this is the avenue once again for Monte. They're on the verge of making this comeback a reality. Woro's gotten a pick in this position earlier. Now he eats a nade and gets absolutely nothing. You gotta say too, I think there's been like 3, maybe 4 rounds we've seen Monte get opening kills provided through smokes. The previous round it was Woro spamming down mages through smoke.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple come through that squeak door smoke as well. This time they're not gonna be given that gift, so they're gonna have to create it themselves.
Yeah, but Krasnal already a bit low. That's a slight bit unfortunate at the start, but sneaking in outside. Whoa, that's a very exposed position to be in, right? If you're scoped up like that, sneaking out in the yard, if there's one good flash from the CT side, and that happens all the time, right? The CTs throw that flashbang for the peek, either coming out a secret or just peeking out a mini. Whoa, if he'd stuck around, might have look at the kill on Apeks as well, but 50 seconds, the bomb is in lobby still. So is Demqu and Boros. Oh, look at this double ramp play. If they actually end up with the ramp, this is such a sick call coming out from Vitality.
Yeah, it really would be. And they are going to. They're coming towards it. Oh, this could be a disaster. That deep nade even, if it finds Krasnal. Chunks a couple down. Oh, that might... That's a really tough kill to take, but this is what the setup is for.
Yes, it is, Jason.
25 seconds.
It's the time that's left. They do turn around. Oh my god, what a check! Krasnal, he might have just saved his team. If the bomb dies there and there's only about 15 seconds left, who knows what could have happened. That is some real heads-up play. I don't know how they knew, but they had an inkling.
Yeah, I don't know what alarm bell goes off, but they were so aware of the possibility.
That's really well done.
And Spinks and Dupree who saved this. This will be the only 2 M4s you have. So yeah, the other 3 players will pick up, I imagine Magus, Apeks will pick up armor, and like Deagle and 5-7, whatever it might be, maybe a little bit of utility. Ooh, Monte's on the hunt. They want to take it all away. They want to really inflict pain. A good trade. Dupree's up in the rafters. He would love to have this M4 in the next round. Does get the kill, dropping into safety as well. The spam connecting, but not enough. And he will go down at the end of the day. Monte take all the guns out of their hands, and Vitality, they have 1 timeout remaining and a decision to make. This should be a half buy. And they've played a lot of this half, at least in the past like 5 rounds or so, with ZywOo choosing to go to the M4, buying a little bit early and buying up to a point where he won't be able to afford an op. And I wonder if you switch back. I wonder if you switch back and say, listen, ZywOo, we know you're good at the M4.
But
let's
pick it up. I wonder if it's the fact that Magus sticks around to fight on the ramp.
Sonic. I've been there. Eyes closed. The whole map flashing before your eyes.
I mean, since Monte started to take rifles, Vitality have won a single round. Vitality won the pistol in the next 2 rounds, so that was like a bit of a start, right? But
yeah.
Since then, it's been almost all Monte the whole way through.
An offensive affair.
Wild scenes. They had a bunch of early HEs that didn't do any damage at all. Now we're down to Deagles and 5-7s. We're getting caught. Waro, oh, the timing could have been worse there, but Boros is still picking up some kills, and they should be fine. Rifles been stolen over to the CT side. Oh my god, he just kept spamming with the Deagle, and Boros trying to challenge him, hoping for a reload. This is a little bit scary. There is a crossfire, but well handled. Krasnal's really come back into it, and they're going to be fine at the end of it. 13-14. Monte, another step in the right direction.
And they have so much money. They don't have any money issues for the rest of this game. No matter how many it lasts, 3 rounds left in regulation. Monte can buy whatever, whenever. Timeout taken. 4th and final used by Vitality. Sonic telling the boys to chill out. We're all good. Op is going to be in the hands of ZywOo.
This is going to be such a strange experience for Vitality, given the first half, right? 10-5 in their favor. Not that that is completely done. It's not like you've absolutely won the game, but they just looked very impressive.
The problem is they don't really have any solutions they can lean on throughout this half. It's been an 8-1 run for Monte since the guns came out. So if you're Vitality, like some of your mid-round decisions haven't worked. Those double pushes up secret haven't given you all the success you would have liked. Aggression in towards lobby hasn't really worked. The stack and ramp room hiding Apeks behind the box didn't work. You don't really have any information to go off of what's actually fooled Monte. They've been running over your defense.
But if they have any solutions that they haven't shown us yet, now is definitely the time.
I like this. It's a cool idea. You park ZywOo over in ramp room with the op. He's been kind of trying to find a timing to rotate back and be that second defender in towards ramp room. Now you activate and free up a 3rd or 4th rifle.
Yeah, and they put Apeks out in the garage, like all the way deep. He hasn't really been playing that position either.
Yeah, this isn't a setup that Monte will have seen up to this point. So this could fool him for sure.
We'll see. They've been waiting a long time. There has been a bunch of pushes up the secret stairs from the CT side, so Waro is not necessarily wrong in spending some time just looking at this. Wall being built down in the yard of the smokes here. Monte sneaking their way through. Only one of them so far in SDY. The rest of them are in the lobby. They're going to put a little bit of pressure on the bomb site.
I wonder what that cross from SDY, if Vitality's going to shift anyone down low. I think it's Magus who's coming over to ramp room right now, allowing ZywOo to stay parked. So he's saying, we don't know if anyone crossed, so someone's got to do it. Someone's got to be here. That leaves Dupree and Spinks alone in the upper bomb site. Apeks far away in garage.
Yeah, but Apeks could get the kill. I think SDY is going to be coming back out again, so let's see if he's going to be able to pick up that one. A little bit of a chance here. Spinks will take Boros down. A repeat coming in, and Dupree's going to get one. There's Apeks out of the yard. SDY did get him into spin around, but still 20 seconds here. Demq's very low on health. SDY had to get something done, and now they're out of time. He has the bomb on its back, but only 14 seconds, so Vitality slightly changing that CT setup, just switching things around enough that Monte were not able to get the round. It's 15 on the side of Vitality.
And that position from Apeks worked really well. Gets him one kill before being traded off to really disconnect that upper hit through Squeak Door and through Mini. Yeah, it worked just about perfectly. Even the decision between Dupree and Spinks to challenge Door once the executes begin, both of them swing to take that coordinated fight through a narrow choke point. Spinks with the dink. Dupree couldn't clean it up, but he comes back for one more. That's Krasnal, and you could see Apeks fighting bought Dupree time to make that work. And that's the thing, without a player in that Apeks position, they don't make that call to swing on Door.
No, definitely not. They don't have the security to do it.
So really well done playing within your tactic. 2 chances for Vitality to escape with a narrow win on Nuke.
Yeah, escape would be right. They really have been put to the test here in the second half. Monte wishing right now that that first half wasn't so scattershot, that they had more rounds strung together, because they really put up an interesting fight on their own CT side. It's not like they just got completely blown up. They just could never get the economy up and running. And as a result, they had a lot of weird buy rounds. And now it all comes down to this. Round number 29. Molotov there.
Look at SDY. He's already down towards control side, so I mean, they're going to have to go at ZywOo if they want to connect with him. 4 players.
Jump past. Oh, it's a 2-for-1 It's very low. But SDY is snuffing it behind. That's not bad. Still a 4-on-4, though. Dupree will line up a kill quick on the flank, and he gets a third one as well. Demq is out of it, and SDY, he was there to the early backstab, but it won't make a difference now. Dupree's on the hunt as well. Apeks to take the last 16-13, and Vitality, they're at the champions stage.
One last timeout, that 4th timeout, 1 input. Final input from Zonic, the adaptation that's necessary. The defense shift and Vitality find their first 2 gun rounds, essentially, of that entire second half. What a battle it was. But it's so fitting that we get one of the best of all time, ZywOo, on the champion stage, on the playoff stage, and for Monte, a couple more chances. You got to say, they've been impressive up to this point. Yeah, 2 more opportunities to make it all the way through.
It looked like a slightly different first half here, and they would have had a real crack at doing it. Yeah. So, yeah, you got to show some respect to Monte as well. They were playing a very, very tough team in Vitality, and they managed to push them to the brink. I mean, even that first map was interesting, but a little bit too late to start the comeback, unfortunately, this time around. Yeah, Vitality, they're qualified.
Yeah, and nice to see Dupree also actually even close that one out to get them over the hump, right? Because he had that great Rio. We've seen a kind of little bit of a resurgence in him kind of leading into this major. That always makes it feel like major time when the experienced guys come in and step it up. You know it's coming, and for SDY, gonna have to have a chat with his team, sit down, and they'll figure things out moving forward. They're gonna be awaiting the result of today's games to figure out who their opponent will be tomorrow.
Yeah, they still have a really good crack at it, right?
Yeah, they're looking dangerous.
It is getting a little bit there. We do have the interview ready, so Dinko, please take it away for us.
Through all the pressure and all the criticism and the major exits, for the first time since Stockholm 2021, you're back in the major playoffs, this time in front of the home crowd. How is that going to feel?
Feels amazing, I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday, after like 16 years of CS, was the most pressure they ever had. It was insane pressure, like best of 1 are tough, are really tough to play. And on top of that, we're playing on home soil and all of those things, the fans are waiting for us. So that was a lot of pressure, but we handled it pretty well. So I'm just really happy right now.
Let's go back and talk about the addition of the Danish players and the coach Zonic, right? There's a lot of pressure when you add players of this caliber, these major winners, and it was a real pressure to try and figure out how to combine that Danish style with your style. But at the start of the year, you took the reins back, and you're seeing that pay off. You're into the playoffs in the Paris major. That's got to feel amazing for you personally as a caller, that you've kind of vindicated yourself and proven that you're capable of getting them through.
Well, I said that a lot in the last interviews, but additioning such a scene like Denmark and France is a really tough one. A lot of European teams, they play with young guns that never played in the national teams. So, I mean, it's really tough to explain in English, but when you play in a country for a long time and you succeed in the country, you have your way to play. And we have 2 really different ways to play, and that was really tough to do both. We tried to add both and blah, 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 but at the end that was really tough and I didn't feel really good. So then I was like now I'm full controlling everything with, and it's more like the Danes trying, or everyone trying to do individual moves sometimes, but working towards that. And now we understand more each other, and I think it's paying off. In the beginning of the year, we getting better and better. Beginning of the year was pretty tough. We throw a lot of games, but now we're back, and it just feels good to be in quarter. We're gonna play in front of our home crowd, and it's just an amazing feeling.
And now we're looking at Anubis. It's becoming a really comfortable pick for you guys. Do you think you're the best Anubis team in the world?
Maybe. I'm not gonna say that. I think Nuke for sure. We have 10 wins in a row, even though it's really close and stuff like that. But I think we're showing really good love on Nuke. Anubis is getting really close as well in the debate. So I think our map will improve a lot. And I think we were expecting to pick Anubis, but it felt just good for us because we got better on the map. And of course it was a good win.
Well, have you got anything you want to say to the French fans who are going to be booking their tickets already booked? I'm sure filling out that Eco Arena for you.
Well, it's going to be the first real time I will play in front of my mom, and that's an amazing feeling, to be honest. And in front of the French as well. We haven't played in front of our home crowd since 2017. It was like ages. I feel like it was ages, and it's just an amazing feeling to give back the support we have. And we worked our ass off since the 1st of January. Like we knew that we fucked up so bad 2022, and we wanted to get much better. And I think it's paying off, and I hope we're going to go as far as possible now.
Perfect. Congratulations once again, man.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah, they worked their ass off, Jason.
Yeah,
and it shows.
Right off, it does show. This has been great, and I mean, even some of that work, I think you could probably talk to him, and probably wasn't work focused in the right direction. He touched on that as well. Some of the conflict between the French style that he's more used to playing and the French school of Counter-Strike that he comes from, and the Danish school of Counter-Strike that's got such a rich pedigree in CSGO. So the fact that they find a way to meld it all together into whatever they're playing now, which is extremely good Counter-Strike, is super impressive. And obviously has him feeling comfortable as an in-game leader, has individuals feeling comfortable as well. You can tell.
Yeah, really scary team to be up against right now. They have in fact qualified. They're going to be at the playoffs for the final CSGO major. I wouldn't have it any other way. This is definitely going to be a tough team to bring down no matter who else qualifies here.
I mean, you got to say, coming out of the Legend stage, you know, of all the teams that we talked about potentially being a favorite to win things, they've looked, you know, one of the two best. Yes. Like, this team seems to have still a leg up and hitting a really, really good peak. And out of that confidence of winning Rio just right before the major, things all on the upward trend for Vitality. Here's the box score from the game. As you mentioned a couple of times, Boro's starting to have a really good game, just a little bit too little. He actually led the server with 25 kills.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. Obviously, playing against some of the best players in the world, doing that, the best player in the world as well. Yeah, it was great, but the rest of the team were a little bit maybe slow out the gate, and they just couldn't catch up at the end. But yeah, it's very cool to see Dupree as well. I mean, him and Spinks and Sam, what a trio to be up against. That's unfair.
Yeah, well, I mean, any three of those players, pick them, because Apeks has his odd game here and there as well. Megas as well, generally delivering. But I mean, today's Nuke's turn was Dupree.
Mr. Major.
Yeah, Mr. Major, the only player to have attended every single CSGO major, has now helped book his team a place on the stage in the playoffs of the final CSGO major, 24-17 in the map, and a couple great impact rounds as well.
Yeah, he really did step up when they needed him. Luckily, we have a lot more Counter-Strike coming up throughout the day. Obviously, there's still the A-Stream. Liquid and Heroic are battling it out on Ancient for the third and final map. And there's still more, right? 9 are playing FaZe and FURIA are playing G2. So there's a lot to still happen.
Elimination games for them.
Oh, yeah. Are you nervous at all?
Yeah, you know, Yanko put out a tweet, and I kind of echo the sentiment. Just some weird, indescribable feeling that one of the two isn't going to make it out. I don't know which, but I have that same sense today, like this weird fear in you.
I know what you mean. It's in the air.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't know yet. We're going to find out.
I can't wait.
Yeah? You're going to be watching it and having a good time?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching that. I'm tuning in for sure. Yeah, cool. Well, we're going to head off to a break, and then we're going to get those elimination games underway. We're going to swap out some casters, go tune into the Heroic Liquid game, see which the teams are going to make it from there, and then we're going to send some teams home.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly. If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Arama, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything to me. I'm fucking ready.
Bonjour Paris. Yes, it's beautiful, but perhaps not for the two teams stepping into the ring live and direct. Blast TV Paris Major 2023, and we find ourselves here. The Legends stage, and two teams with nothing to boast in the Legends stage.
Yeah.
0-2, Chad.
A serious tone today, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it has to be. Has to be, considering, you know, there is so much at stake when you consider not only the fact that we are, and I know you're sick of hearing it, but this is your kind of somewhat of a farewell to a game that has served these players well for over a decade. You know, 9, FaZe. I can't help but feel we're looking at two teams with very different stories, but equal reason to want to take this one and avoid the condemnation of defeat today.
Well, we got to cover off last major in Rio, Bad News Eagles toppling FaZe. Right, one of these teams going into the major, the superstars, that huge roster, the namesake. You've got your Twists, you've got your Rops, you've got your Carrigans, your Range, your Brokies, massive names, right? Major winning names. And then on the other side of the server, you have 9, who is the return to the Polish hope. These boys right on here for the pride of a nation, the return to the top of Counter-Strike. It's been a long time since Virtus Pro have been the name that everyone's been focusing on for Polish CS. And I'm not talking about James' team. I'm talking about the team with Taz, Pasha on his bike, quite literally on the way here. If 9 go home today, so does Pasha. And if FaZe go home today, well, so does a lot of firepower moving into those playoffs. But this is competition, and the best team will win.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly how it works. That's what we've got. We've got a best of 3. Of course, we'll be getting through all the housekeeping of what maps they'll be doing battle upon, but I can't imagine that it's been a particularly, you know, jubilant conversation ahead of this match. Both of these teams must be just desperately... I mean, it's also... Is it not a bit of a dichotomy? You don't want to be overthinking it. You don't want to be sitting there thinking about the ramifications of loss and the necessity of victory when you do just have to go round by round through those 3 maps.
And if you're mentally strong enough to be able to do that, all the props too, because today is going to slap you in the face, right? Yesterday, you come on in your 9, you didn't even play the Challenger stage. You did so fantastically well at the RMRs that you found yourself already in this Legend stage, and you suffer back-to-back defeats, a loss to Liquid, a loss to GamerLegion, and now you find yourself against FaZe in a best of 3, who have also suffered those best of 1 defeats. But the most glaring, and the one that I think a lot of the Counter-Strike world looks as inexcusable, is the Into the Breach loss yesterday on Inferno. And both of their losses have come to them on Inferno. It was Heroic who took them down, but that's a game where you go, well, that's 2 top dogs, that's 2 of the top 5 coming into this event. Of course, one of them has to lose, but it's a tailspin now for FaZe, and I guess G2, who's going to be on our mainstream a little bit later.
Just touching on them while they're on your screen, Hades, Kyla, Minio, K,
yeah, and Goofy.
Now, I wanted to touch on Hades in particular, just because this player has, well, he had his first taste of Tier 1 competition. He was actually seen as a very promising start in ENCE, and didn't really take the removal as well, brutally as you could expect.
He's recovered, right? He's landed on his feet here.
Well, most definitely, but also doing it with the pride of Poland. You know, the fact that you can have a full national roster for Poland, it's not something we've seen. It's not something we've seen succeed. I'm sure they've had a stab at it, but there is a reason Pasha's on his bike, and it's because these boys have made a splash. We're talking best of 3s, taking big names down across, you know, a 3-map affair, and there are some maps in their pool that they are playing better than most.
Yeah, and some that they're playing a lot worse than most. Yeah. One of those being Ancient. Now, that'll definitely stand out as we do get in towards that veto phase, but it's Kyla and it's K with the addition of Hades. That's the core, that's the next gen of this talent here that has definitely been touted. I've had the opportunity to have people like Snacks on my podcast to talk to him, and those are the names who he would put in his Polish dream team, and well, they find themselves together here. But we actually had an opportunity to sit down and talk with the coach before this match got underway.
Well, overall, we've seen some great form in the lead up to this event for 9, and a lot of positive headlines and expectations for you guys, but it hasn't maybe gone the way as many would expect, and for you guys probably how you would expect as well. So I just want you to talk me through some of the problems that have been going on for you guys.
I mean, the truth is that we just came into this event and we are playing kind of like we have to, not like we want to. Like, our energy is pretty low. Like, you don't see, for example, Hades hyping up the guys, Menio hyping up the guys. So that's the thing that we tried to fix for like yesterday. The second game was pretty went much better than the first one. I heard the energy, I saw the energy, but like we just fall short. So I mean, also we are like missing a lot of simple duels. So we need to step up our individual games. So that's the both issues we're working on.
Now, a very high-pressure day today. You're going up against FaZe in the elimination game. So I'm just wondering, in your team, who is the person that kind of helps hype up the team or keep the positive mentality?
So as I said, like before on the both events that you saw us, like RMR and Time Rio, it was Hades. Yeah. and maybe Menio, maybe K. Also, Kyler is the silent guy in our team, but he really tried to step up, hyping us. So that was cool. So those are the guys, but we really need them like today to beat FaZe, because if we get in the game with low energy and we won't be hyping each other, then like we already lost. So we need to step it up.
And we're looking at FaZe coming into this. Obviously, usually a very scary team, but maybe been struggling a lot recently. We look at their Inferno as a map that used to be very good for them. They struggled. They've made some changes, a twist over to that B site. What have you guys sort of thought of FaZe's Inferno coming into this matchup?
I mean, we kind of watched yesterday Inferno against Into the Bridge, and like I've seen a lot of gaps, a lot of weird things happening in their setup. So we kind of want to use it today. Like we just went straight forward to Inferno because we didn't want to play Ancient. Maybe you know why. So yeah, like the thing with FaZe is that if they are doing like changes with positions, it means they like struggle a lot. So we're gonna use it today, and maybe we can hopefully like get that Inferno win, the first one.
Well, thank you so much for the insight. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yo, that is a serious knowledge bomb.
That's a massive nugget right there. And saying, yeah, you know why? Well, the people at home who are Counter-Strike fans know why. 13 straight losses on Ancient. 13 straight losses on Ancient for 9. You can understand why they don't want to play it here, but Inferno's their permaban. So you have to hope for a very, very weak FaZe if you want to take Inferno off them here. I was going to build a story that those 13 losses, they've got to win one eventually, and that is hardcore practice for Minio and his boys here. But no, all right, well, we know the direction that the veto is going.
Yeah, but I wanted to talk about it because, you know, through the lens of many players, you don't want to be returning to a map that you know, if you have 2 best-of-1 losses on a map, coming into it again, there is this kind of expectation set, and there's a feeling that's growing familiar around it. FaZe have lost the 2 best-of-1s, and this is the veto live. Let's see Karrigan's reaction. Let's see Karrigan's reaction to them not banning Inferno.
We might be able to pick something up here.
If we quiet down.
Yeah, we might shut up for a second.
Okay, we were. Oh wait.
They were the high seed. They were just establishing who goes first. Okay. So now the ban's starting.
So that's the Vertigo ban.
Yeah, see, exactly, of course. You have to pick Inferno. It was going to be a punish regardless. It was a punish regardless here. They were going to go with Ancient regardless of what happened, but now Inferno's in. They have to pick that map. So we're about to enter the black box here. In terms of what happens with 9, no bloody idea, right? They are looking to try and take advantage of weaknesses. This is crazy, but you're having a shot at the Kings right now. FaZe are one of the top dogs here in this tournament. I know they're down 0-2. This is a crazy move from 9. Look, I love her and I hate it at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just intrigued. You can see the body language and Karrigan repeatedly looking towards Roban.
Of course, you're shocked, mate. I'm telling you that this happens very rarely. It is so rare that you see a move. Yeah.
0 Inferno.
One of the last times I remember seeing this was actually out of FaZe against ENCE in a Pro League Grand Final. Exactly,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
you remember, back in Dusseldorf. So, you know, we have these to go off the back of, but all right, let's bring up the FaZe roster here. We want to get this game underway ASAP to see how Inferno is going to feel, but Brokey, Karrigan, Rain, Romps, Twist. These are names that you know and love, household names from across the globe, and a team that I think people had a lot of expectations for. You return to the RMR, the last chance qualifier, toppling Cloud9. You think that's enough to energize them coming into this event? Well, I guess the challenger stage, it went all right. Here it's gone miserably, but they've been in a position of 0-2 before in the Swiss, and they've turned it around.
They certainly have, but it requires the individuals. You can see Rain, Rops, and Twist all level pegging, and it's Brokey doing a lot of the heavy lifting so far. You need to see that all-star roster. The Rain we know and love, Rops and Twist, some of the best mechanical aimers in the game. They have to be pulling their weight up against 9 in this head-to-head. But let's hear what Roban, coach of those stars, had to say coming into this must-win match.
Well, tense day today, Robin, but your team have become all too familiar with this position since the RMRs, right? So I just want to talk to you about sort of your role in days like this where there's so much pressure. How do you try and take some of that pressure off of the players?
I mean, obviously we're in a spot now where we didn't expect us to be, and we don't want to be here. I know that it's like one game can turn everything around, and that day is today. We have to believe that we get the W today, and after that we're going to start to play better because we have not played as good as we expected us to do.
And in terms of what you do to help in preparing for days like this, obviously there's a lot more added pressure. Is there something that you do that tries to take some of that pressure away?
I mean, of course, the guys are not happy with losing. You have to try to be positive as long as you're in the tournament. So I'm going to try to make sure that we go into the game today with as much confidence as we can. It takes a few rounds to get back, but we spent a lot of hours yesterday. After the game, I think it ended at 11 p.m. I think we were all up until like 3, 4 a.m. yesterday, trying to figure everything out, rewatching the games and trying to figure out our mistakes. But it's a new day today, so we have to go from here.
From your perspective, what's sort of missing from the phase we've seen at Pro League to now and throughout the RMRs as well?
I mean, honestly, like we don't have any momentum in all of the games we're playing. It's very hard to find good rounds to play aggressive. We're kind of stuck in playing like in between. I think we need to start to play a bit more aggressive from the start. We need to take the game to them and not just sit there and wait for them to do stuff. We have to go out and fire on all cylinders.
When we're looking at Twist maybe playing towards that B side now, there's a few changes coming through. Can you talk us through some of those changes?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a discussion in the team for a while, and we decided to go for it before our boot camp. And yeah, honestly, we haven't really gave it like a chance. It's been 2 maps on Inferno now, so we have to give it a bit more time to see if it's paying off or not.
Now, if we look to Inferno today, it's likely to come through for you guys in that veto. So how are you feeling about the changes coming into a high-pressure game like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's Inferno. Didn't really expect Inferno, honestly, but it's fine. Inferno is a map that we never want to back down from. It's been our best map for years. Everyone in the team loves to play Inferno. We cannot let the confidence be ruined because we lost a few games here. I still believe Inferno is a very good map for us, but it's, as I said before, like it takes 1 game now to turn it around, and that's it.
Well, we've seen your guys come back in the last chance qualifier with a lot of energy. It felt like they had that belief back, and they came in with that energy. Is it the same energy as today?
We're starting that. We're starting with the same energy. We are very focused in the start, but of course we're losing so many stupid rounds. We're doing a lot of mistakes now, so it's very hard to keep it up all the time. When you hit by a truck, it's kind of hard to stand up instantly and be full energized. But we're doing our best. I think that the mentality is good with the boys, and I think we're doing better than it looks in the team. So yeah.
Well, good luck in pulling it back, Roland.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. It's going to be an interesting one. And if you have just joined us, you're right on time. This is a game you don't want to miss. In fact, both of the games coming up are ones you don't want to miss. Of course, simultaneous to this one, we're going to be seeing, of course, Heroic and Liquid battle that one out and finish that one out. But then G2 FURIA is in a similar pool as this one. No wins for either of the squads taking battle in our final best of 3s of the day, and it's a big team talk. We heard from Robin in the interview. They don't want to shy away and back away from Inferno. Carrigan taking the opportunity to really get his boys in the right headspace, and there is definitely something to be said about leadership and Carrigan.
And energy as well, right? Because that's a lot of the conversation from these teams, bringing in the right energy, having the right confidence, right? There's pressure, that's one, but this is the intangibles that we have conversations about where it's difficult for us to quantify for you because every player, every person, every team handles and deals with these things differently. You look at Cadian, well, he's that leader, wears the heart on the sleeve, has created an open and honest environment. Not all of these teams are able to operate in that. And even one of the greats, Taz, took to Twitter yesterday after some of the 9 games saying, what I want from 9 is to stop overthinking and be loud before the game and during the game. They are losing to pressure. It's normal. First game. Now you got to step up, know where you are, go and have fun, enjoy the game, right? That's a message from Taz. This is someone who's been there, done it all, won a major. He's a figurehead. He's who these players here in the server right now have looked up to for years. Part of the Golden Five. We're not talking just about CSGO. We're talking multi-generations, right? This is a message from someone who's been playing Counter-Strike at the top level for the majority of their life. And if that's a message that these kids can come in with today and they can run with, and they've picked a bogey map. The last time I just had a look that they played Inferno was when Spiro was still on the team. Hades wasn't even here. It was last year. It was last year in October, right? So this is not a map that they play. So they have taken a crack here. This is a free shot, but because it's the first map of the series, this could go so very wrong. If they don't get underway and keep rounds even somewhat competitive, they get blown out, they lose 16-5 or less, you're not warmed up. You think, we just allowed them to pick Inferno. We didn't even give Ancient a go. Sure, you've lost 13 in a row, but it's a map you at least play. And then you're going backs against the wall, having to be flawless in the next 2.
Sure, but let me go ahead and just counter that with that statement from Rob about the swap of the roles, Twists on B. You know, it was him saying, yeah, well, we've only seen 2 games and, well, we're going to have to give it more time. Is that a conversation you want to be having when you've got a do-or-die match, you know, in terms of, we're going to grow into it? I don't know if that's something I'd be particularly, it doesn't fill me with confidence.
And look, if we were looking at these 2 teams like they were equal in terms of experience and all of those factors, then yeah, sure. But the difference is this FaZe roster has won a major. They're meant to be one of the top dogs.
And he
right?
did just say he wants them to run at them. You know, when you talk about building confidence, for FaZe, I like the way you're painting that picture in the sense that if this bogey pick does fall flat and it is that blowout, that's going to work twofold. That is going to crush 9 in the ways you've pointed out, but it's also going to motivate FaZe and say, oh look, we just, you know, those Infernos mean nothing. Now we're back. Now we're gaming.
But that's how the underdog teams play. Look at BNE in your face, taking fights, pushing Molotovs, disrespecting your system. Right. Unicorn, well, they know who their favorites are. Still FaZe coming in this today, but it is going to be a long journey back. Today is not about the celebrations of victory. It's about holding on to survival. There is 3 best of 3 required for either of these teams if they want to make it to that champion stage, which feels so far away for the 2 of them now. And it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you're doing. This is a major. This is the highest pressure. This is the pinnacle. It's the top of the mountain. The raw emotions will be on display, and containing those or running with those will be a key component going into this matchup. You think about now, you have such a boost of confidence if you're FaZe. They are so worried about their map Ancient, which is a punish, that they have allowed FaZe to go into one of their comfort maps. You heard it there from Robin. It's been one of our best maps the entire time. So you think you've already won if you're FaZe at this point, and maybe that's a problem in itself.
I mean, it really did. Like Carrigan's face lit up like, you know, he just received the best news. I'm talking kid on Christmas morning type. He looked at Robin like he couldn't believe his luck. And I'm very intrigued, very intrigued to see how these 2 teams interact, especially in an environment that's so unknown to us. 9 haven't played Inferno since last year.
Yeah, and you talk about the unknown. These 2 teams do not have a head-to-head against each other, so we are truly going to get to see how they intersect here. Right, you've got Carrigan, in-game leader on one side, you've got Minio, in-game leader on the other, Brokey, the AWPer for FaZe. We have Hades, the AWPer for 9, and I guess those are the main heavy hitters. Everyone else just a bit of a rifler, right? Yeah. Everyone else going to be rocking with those AK-47s and M4s, but I think some of the bigger impact players, we've spoken about it, Kay and Kyla on that 9 side, but Goofy's no slouch either. So I'm just looking at this 9 team today, and we've seen them choke in Rio against NIP on Mirage. This is still a new team. This type of victory would be their biggest victory ever, I would hedge.
Oh, I would agree, especially when you try and do a head-to-head. You know, like anyone who's watched a Counter-Strike before, when you try and find a head-to-head between 5 and 5, you know, Rops versus who? Twists versus who? If you're trying to find a parallel, it seems like an absurd juxtaposition between the 2, and both in the same pool, both in the same hot water. Robin making it clear it's not where they expect it to be, it's not where they want it to be, but they are. Well, and that, you have to be able to accept it, and you have to focus on the things you can control. You can control what happens over the course of these next 2 or 3 maps.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of name value here. You have this across the board with all of the games that we have going on at the moment, but the key detail is we are on LAN. This is the purest form of competition. No more of the hijinks, no more about the questions of the online and what could have been. This is where it gets done. Equal conditions and equal 0-2 for both of these teams. Someone will have their heart broken at the end of this series, and it looks like we are about to get this one underway. 9 will be starting on the CT side of Inferno. Yeah, you've heard that one, right? I don't know what to expect here. I don't know what to expect at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially because FaZe have also said they were up till 3 a.m. watching back games. Both of those games were on Inferno. You know, in terms of fresh in your mind, in terms of readdressing and tightening up, oh my God, I'm putting the 2 interviews together. They were watching the same games. 9 were watching the same games and thought we found gaps. We thought we found gaps in FaZe's setups and rotations. Sure you did, but they just did too, until 3 a.m. looking at the same games you are. So I'm so intrigued, and no history in a head-to-head. They don't know what to expect in terms of how it feels, how they like to pace their game. This is going to be a whole lot of fun for an observer, not for the players. I imagine that fun is at the bottom of their list right now. Sure, you know, in terms of running at them and feeling yourselves, and of course it is a game at the end of the day, but with so much at stake, I think it's going to come down to mental fortitude. I don't know if it's going to come down to some individual heroics. It typically does, but it is about that mental fortitude. Holding on, a game of endurance. This is not a sprint. This is most definitely a marathon, a full best of 3, and just trying to stay in your flow state. Everyone does it differently.
And I don't know what Brokey's doing there, but
I think that's him.
Yeah, that's his flow state. Clapper to himself, singing a bit of a tune right there, bit of a ditty there for Brokey. He's going to be instrumental here. We had the stats online. He was one of the few performers for FaZe. Let's see how ready and raring they are to go. I can already see the buys coming through here, but the freeze time's not ticking down. So as soon as that's the case, we'll be jumping straight in. Don't you worry about that.
Major champions at Antwerp, and now 0.
It's a lifetime ago, isn't it?
Yeah, that was last year.
Yeah, a very, very long time ago.
Yeah, in Counter-Strike terms.
I see where the issue is. It's Hades. All right, well, we'll get him sorted. We want to make sure everybody's feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's going to be a quick issue. I was going to say, I do sincerely hope for everyone's sake it's not, because this is another test. And for a team that don't have the experience, when you've had your huddle, you've had your veto, you've got your ass in the seat, you've been sitting there for 30 minutes, and then there's a PC change, a monitor change, a microphone problem, that kind of thing can just quickly take you straight back out of that flow state we were just discussing.
Now, I was going to get into the X and O's once the game was going, but a detail here is because 9, this is not expected, this isn't going to be a traditional game of Counter-Strike where you study the opponent and the positions, right? So we traditionally know these are the B defenders, these are the A defenders. You know where Hades is likely going to be, but here we go, that music. Let's get this one underway. Map number 1, FaZe versus 9, elimination on the line.
I got goosebumps. Yeah, that's right, FaZe 9. A defensive start for 9 as we get a look at their Inferno setups. FaZe starting on the attack and starting with Karrigan on a smoke flash. Everyone else is just armored up, and Twist P250'd up for that long-range engagement.
Banana here, might be some aggression.
Yeah, starting with that, but nothing to report upon early glances. Goofy spotted out. Looks for more. Really stubborn about this fight, and you can see FaZe just going to hope that Twist gets that heady long-range engagement, hoping that the Glock versus the USP, but that P250 could behead anyone brave enough.
Minio's in a very committed position here, so playing in trash, I'm curious, yeah, he's going to swing out on a bit of a timing, and, oh, they're up. He needs to hide now. I'm not sure if he's been spotted here.
Rain coming for him, and the first bullet out of the Norwegian's pistol, straight to the leader's face. Cowering in fear is Kyler, still gets 1-2 from the Julies. Okay, up for debate. Hades Library. Rops tucked in tight moto. It's a hard clear, he's ready for it. Rops does manage to take down K. And he could get another, caught on the reload. It's all fine in the FaZe hood as they combine 3 frags in the same amount of seconds to get that pistol started.
Now, you heard the conversation from Robin in the interview talking about momentum and it never gets going. Well, the pistol way is one way to do that. The conversion is going to continue that train in the right direction. It's going to be FaZe upgrading into an AK for Brokey and 4 MAC-10s for everybody else. They're really prioritizing the util here, as you do see Kyler do his best from the site with Julie. It's a good weapon for the job of him getting overwhelmed, but just not enough. And you're going to get a lot of this. The energy from both camps is going to have to be high. There's no gimme rounds. You know, even on these ecos, every round is going to be fought for, and this is a forced fight back from 9 here.
Yeah, no helmets, Chad, so these MAC-10s, and 4 of them. Going to make them very pesky to keep hold of, keep a lid on. They can bound around these corners, they can turn up the pace, they can slow it down, whatever they want.
But look at this setup, right? They just have Brokey with the AK planted at T-stairs, and then the MAC-10s everywhere else quite quickly taking space. Top Banana as well as Boiler and Halls immediately. So much room for FaZe.
A full utility dump forced a 4-man rotate. And it wasn't full. I mean, look at this. They've got a full belt on Brokey. And now it's only Hades. This is a beautifully called second round. Look at this. Just avoiding all contact.
Yeah.
That is going to be flawless. I mean, we're looking at a unicorn potentially. Whether or not they fight.
They shouldn't look in here, right? It's not worth it at all. It's not worth even to lose anything because you don't have favorable fights. Plus, we know how many MAC-10s are in play. So don't give them that extra cash. Allow them to carry 4 through to the next, and we will see the same again. So a double dip of these upgrades. And FaZe, the path of least resistance, the best way to pick up their second. So that's pistol and conversion. And they'll have to do it again. And this might actually benefit FaZe in this scenario because they're not going to worry about 9 and any of their tendencies, any of the little details when you're watching the demo. You haven't prepped for this map. You've only prepped for yourself and your approach. So this will come down to a game where Karrigan gets to call whatever he feels. And if they do get stuck, if they do find themselves offered up by some resistance, that's where his approach to the game and mid-round calling is going to be key. But those are the big ifs. So 9 already come in as underdogs in this series. On Inferno, it almost feels like this is a gimme. There's just about the resistance that they can apply right here before we do get into their choice of Anubis, a second map of play. So we do have quite the spicy map pool available. When there's no Vertigo for 9, right, that's the permaban of FaZe, you do start to worry. Their map pool shrinks quite quickly. And we'll do that again. So FaZe, they could run the exact same opener. 2-up Banana, use their HEs, condition any aggression. Have, I believe it's Rops and Twists make their way up through the second mid, take that space.
You can see that smoke line up all the way from spawn. And there is early pressure towards Top Banana. Smoke will keep him at bay. Rain work around that. Double molly to sandbags. Very diligent stuff. Very threatening, I'm sure, but not going to force the same reaction out of 9.
No, it might just be a B execute here, which would be a heads-up call from FaZe. They have Rops playing the lurk, just listening for any of those rotations, and yeah, you can see him posted here. So there is a gap available, but while mid-smoked, he doesn't really need to worry about that. They're blocking that corridor, and here comes the B exec. Send in the feelers.
Yeah, it would have to be a real stunning 5-7, and whoop, Twist using the mobility and accuracy of that MAC-10 to perfection.
Honestly, for Hades and Goofy, it's better they keep the Kevlar. They really, unless they can grab an AK, which we consider as only one of. Otherwise, maybe just hold on to that Kevlar for the next round of play. It's starting to search his rain and springs to life here. His MAC-10 will shred too. And now it is just Hades on that scout. He's the last man they have to find. Locked in library. I'll read this one like a book as FaZe grab some space for a moment and Rops will finish things off. So clean start here from FaZe. Just 2 kills going against them, and that was Kyler with the Julies on the pistol. And now we get to see, heard from the coach of 9, talking about, hey, we saw some issues, we saw some gaps. Well, let's see.
Now is the time we get to really, well, read into that. See how much truth there is or how many gaps there are to that statement. Orp on Hades. He's been really hitting a new level of form. He was very exciting at his heights. Difficult on his lows. And Goofy just lays it all out there. And he's a dead man. Booked, flashed, K will get 1. Carrigan's already gotten the man advantage and already forces another player to acknowledge that B bomb site, leaves everything open for business.
I think Banana controlled this early in the round here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Carrigan just call them back across and go for a B finish with what they have. Exchange of nades here. That one well placed, 25 damage done. And it looks like with the resistance they felt, they want to drop back. But Hades has taken a very forward position here. Combat AWPing at its best right now for Hades. He needs to hit 2 shots at least.
At the least, that's the first. And there's number 2. Brokey finally puts him to rest. But now a 2-on-2. And 60 seconds for the finish. Kyler going to be perfect for Brokey's clear, and a 1-on-1 will emerge. An AK for Rops. He's the headhunter himself and a plant. So he's got the perfect weapon to close this out and keep the clean sheet for FaZe. Up against Minio. Opts for the mini pit. A chance for his first frag. It would be an incredibly influential one from Minio as well. He's looking the wrong way. Rops has got that perfect plant. Minio's going to be in his head. Is he wrapping around? Oh, did he get him for the jump? No, he did not. Rops holds on for FaZe, and they keep 9 on the goose egg.
All right, well, we've learned that 9 more than happy to barrel down Banana through flashes and flames, and it didn't net them any success there. Those MAC-10s a whole lot better moving through the smoke, and that was essentially where the round was won or lost. Now, Hades did his job. I said he had to get 2 at least. He did that. It still wasn't enough here. You can see how difficult it's going to be when they are stomaching such men advantage. And this is the thing, you need to have full trust, right, as a team if you are going to have a play like this. Removing Ancient, going into Inferno, everyone has to believe in this is the right move. You can't have at any point in this game the sense of doubt starting to creep in. Oh, did we make the right decision? Oh, we should have played it. You cannot have that. That needs to be left behind. That cannot come in today. If that enters the head at all of 9, it's probably already over.
Yeah, and I mean, I would argue from a personal standpoint, it can't just be coming from the coaching staff. Because as soon as you have a player who's going in his head going, well, I don't play Inferno, I haven't played these spots, I'm not familiar with these angles, and he starts blaming it on the decision, the map, you've lost him. You've lost him. It has to be kind of, you know, somewhat of a democratic decision in my books. But just up against that partial now. Desert Eagles, P250. Brokey going looking. Okay, that's a great one. Brokey's lost his head and they're looking for a response. Carrigan has provided it. Both of the B defenders sprayed on down. Very comfortable stuff for FaZe in this round. And yeah, they don't have to go anywhere fast, not in any hurry. It's a great Deagle headshot, but not enough to really start being in the conversation for the round.
I think, and I know it's still very early in their game, and likely we'll see some hotter competition throughout these next 15 or so rounds. But if we can see some highlights from the individuals, like when Hades has a chance to hit 2 like he just did, he grabs them.
Yeah.
When some of the aim stars of this team are landing some bangers, it's all about having that confidence going into map 2. You don't want to feel hopeless here. 40 seconds, util towards B, Goofy and Kyler to defend.
Very diligent stuff from FaZe, and still Kyler manages to find a way to contribute. All for naught. And over the top rope, Rops with a pointy elbow secures 5. And it's a lovely double from him. Every member of FaZe Clan's already put themselves on the board.
We might not have to worry too much about the changes on the CT side if it continues like this. But this will be the second gun round, right? This will be the second opportunity for the Rifles to come back out. This is the Carrigan double. Just has to hold down the trigger and Mo's down 2. And that was the one tap on Brokey there. You see him getting a bit of a fright.
Yeah, I like those shots because it also affirms that we're not crazy for ducking and weaving at our computers.
Well, if they're reacting to a big shot, it definitely justifies ours.
Here we go. Guns are back out, and this is where, as you discussed before, we've got to keep an eye on those individuals. Twist has been chunked nicely. Working with just 42 points of health.
Really want a regress boost here.
Seems it's been in their playbook to want to try and fight for this. We saw Goofy in the first gunny just charging down towards the Logs position, conceding that opening. This one a little bit more contained, and down. Wow, up on the half-wall, Twist just knocks him out. It's always considered. It's always a flash. It's never dry. FaZe getting back to their winning ways. The juggle of utility for that half-wall flash. Brokey to provide it, but also the timing can favor him if Minio catches the right timing. Oh, what they're doing here, the bait. They're looking for the AWPer, and Minio gets a free frag, maybe more! It's 2, could have been 3, but instead, a 3-on-3 will emerge, and they're poking and prodding at A. Rain at least, going towards longside. Goofy here to receive him, and a clean headshot again from Rain. Hasn't really let off the gas since that pistol. Caught in transition here, Kyler. He's worried about long. I like the angle. It's good for 1. No, it's not on Brokey's watch. A quick one to secure the plant and the round. So yeah, it's touches of it. It's touches of like a competitive stance, but you saw how quickly FaZe managed to dig themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, those spurts of multi-frags almost need to be round closes in that moment, right? Like 2's good. 3 would almost get them the round in that scenario, right? And that's going to be very difficult to do. And then you see how quickly FaZe react, constricting the movements of the AWPer, aware of his rotation. They spring in towards A, and they deal with things quite handily. And that's obviously backed up by the shots that some of their individuals are hitting.
I'm wondering if Carrigan's letting him off the rein, or letting him off the leash a little bit.
Well, I think you want to allow them to be more confident in the fights that they're taking. This is one of the difficult things as a balance of an in-game leader, right? You want to be able to call the game. This is why defaulting is the most standard way to approach the game, and then adding in, the spices of some of these set pieces or pace changes is because you're setting your players up in positions to be able to work, right? You're not guaranteed to get those kills, but there's reasons that players play certain positions because you know that they can produce those opening kills or spring into action when they're needed to. And this is it, right? Like starting with the timeout, sure, the second one of 9. I don't know really what you're going to be able to say in this moment here because you don't have your system to fall back on. You don't have a system on this map.
I mean, I imagine at times in a conversation you go, hey, let's do that thing we did the other time. Let's do that thing that worked in that other Inferno match. It's not...
Well, this is the thing. I'm sure everybody knows like the G2 mid smoke or the FURIA smoke in Banana or how to throw a fallen flash. And you can watch a demo. You can learn these things quite easily. But it's about how comfortable you feel in these repetitions so you're not second guessing yourself in the moment. And that moment in Counter-Strike means everything. The difference is a pixel in some of these scenarios.
Yeah, and a hold of the W key. Now, FaZe, they've been very diligent in holding any of the potential so far. And the orb shot from Hades. Is Rain even considering Minio tucked in on this half wall? Goofy has taken down Brokey. That might incite Minio forward. This is a minor gap. Okay, on sandbags, but Minio has a back turn. He's waiting for that bomb carrier in Carrigan. Oh, the restraint is overwhelming here. The decision of when to strike. He's losing teammates left and right. They're going to go into B here, and that's what he's waiting for. Oh, there's the bomb. Potential for a bit more of a conversation. A 2v4 now 3.
5 bullets.
Yeah, a reload great,
AK better.
And the potential for Robs from that T Apartments to come looking. You can see Minio's considering it. Oh, and a great work from Twist. Takes down Hades. Now they are just on a bomb retrieval mission, and Minio's going to have to concede the bomb. Minio. That angle from Rob seems perfect. He's likely going to pick up an audible. But here's his walk key. Nothing confirmed. And actually, Minio heard a little lick of the flame there, so...
Twist is burning more.
Oh my god. They are walking into the first, but that's a quick response. NT. I'd be throwing an NT in the chat.
Yeah, and Ross was holding such a passive line from that T-side apartments. He was just looking for him if he made the crawl into chicken pit. So reserve stuff from Rops there to eventually find him at the end. You're seeing the shots, right? That's the second time Deagle onto Brokey in Banana. He's felt that one before, but the result stays the same. 7-0. And everybody trying to bring the energy here. But one of the keys from Norwalk, you heard him, the coach, having to say, like, Hades is the guy to pump up the boys. There's nothing to get excited about right now. You can have your vote on Blast TV of how you think this one's going to unfold. Might be a bit early for that one, but hey. These gun rounds, they're going to come few and far between, considering, right? And if they're not saving a lot of guns either, which doesn't seem to be the case here, this is the best shot 9 have of picking up rounds.
And FaZe making it clear that, you know, you come for our Inferno, we will put you back in your place. A 7-0 start. After a couple of shaky Inferno showings in the best of ones, but now looking for that reverse sweep and starting as they mean to go on. Great clear, takes down Rain. That was a Hades solo play, and there's more
there we
Hades.
Go.
That's what we expect from this Polish AWPer. A 2-man advantage on this gun round. They cannot fumble.
Good call from 9 as well. They have 3 players B.
And he's still ready for Robs. He knows it's not Robs. He's taking down Carrigan and Rain, but he knows that apartment's often occupied by the Estonian.
So he's just communicated the gap is long, right? He's not watching mid anymore. They can slink out mid towards long side. So Goofy dealing with that and apartment. So both of those are on a bit of a timer. 30 seconds, they're coming back. And oh, this is terrible timing here for Hades. If he tucks back in, yeah, he should be looking good now. Well, they're worried about the AWP on the short side.
But that limits their options, though. Like, you either have to run through your own smoke or you're saving T-side.
Yeah, I think they're saving. Okay, a bit of an awkward one here. They might go down with the time because this push down Banana is coming. So 9, let's see if they get loud after their... Oh, okay, clothesline there. Don't want to give away too many more casualties. That's enough. Everybody else stay alive. You still need to drop some guns, boys. So damage for FaZe, but the first round for 9. There we go. Something to boast. The 16-0 jinx immediately.
Yeah, look at that. Look what you've done. The power of a pole.
Yeah, it's literally.
Yeah, witchcraft and wizardry.
They're on the other side of the server, Alex. You can't forget about the poles.
Ah, touché. En français.
Yeah, but good shooting from Hades. So 2 chances where he's had them in front of them and he's hit the shots. And that's what you need to see.
That's what I look for in an AWPer.
I said Kyler was one of the quieter guys. You just got to yell it.
Well, that's usually how you get the smiles out, is when the quiet dudes start shaking it up. They're going for this boost. Oh, a little bit of nade damage, but it's all fine if Brokey can catch him with the element of surprise. Good, diligent flash out of the poles. And 3 leaning here for aggressive Banana control.
It's quite clear that 9 really want this Banana space.
Right.
They've been very all in on it in several occasions here. Not just with starting 3 players, mainly the barreling down. It does set them up to play a lot of 4-1 scenarios and some decent reads, especially in that last round after those opening kills from Hades. So let's see if that can continue here. FaZe congregating around mid and second mid. They do have enough utility. Now, last round they had a hard time with top mid due to Hades AWP. This time it's not in position. He's actually got full Banana control.
That does free up a couple of rotations. And the fact that there's no AWP top mid, Hades has been a constant presence there. They're coming and gunning for that. Oh, Hades! He's sticking around for more! He wanted Carrigan! And he pays with his life for that greed. Towards longest Rain. Again, successful in this head-to-head. He can just take it when he wants it. Minio at least responds in kind. And Robs is rat in the smoke.
Pressure's on Goofy here. He's the one pit side. Rob's
got it all to play for.
Well, he's heard the rotation. They just need to isolate Goofy on A.
He hears them coming. Impending doom. or a solo play. Gets the bomb down. Brokey has to clear him. They have confirmation Rops is lost. Brokey has hit the shot.
Call both here. Brokey can plant and try and set up for this.
Booney Pit's best option, short perhaps. Opts for sight, as he doesn't have anything library side immediately. Brokey's brain whirs into action. 3 bullets. He can afford to miss 1. And the first is perfect. Anticipating the second. Oh, Brokey! He's an animal, and he does it for FaZe again. The highest rated player so far here in Paris. And he's a closer as well.
Getting flicky with it there. That's a tidy one to win. That is going to be a nice round for Brokey's confidence here.
So we had Rops 1v2. We've had a Brokey 1v2.
They were noisy coming up short, right? They didn't know where he gotten off to. That second one is a really nice shot there. And there you go. And this is, you saw in the previous round, FaZe after they lost, you saw how disappointed Karrigan was. And then back to this, the score's 8-1. It's 7 round the difference. This is what I'm talking about. Every round matters, and straight down the guts. Goofy immediately removed. Fight Banana, it's going on.
Yeah, this one's fallen very flat, very fast. Karrigan farming up a couple of frags, a triple to be specific. And yeah, no need for the bomb, no need for a plant if you can just kill them all.
Well, this would be a really good time for us to remind you of the main stream that's going on right now, Blast.tv. You can check it out on Twitch and YouTube as well. We've got all that good action though on Blast TV, 4K, the highlights, and you have a banger of a match being casted by Harry and Hugo right now. It's Heroic taking on Liquid, map number 3, and I can hear them getting loud in the room behind us. So it means that the game must be getting down to the wire. Tune into that and see how that is going to unfold. Winner of that matchup will find themselves in the champion stage, the playoffs, where Vitality booked their berth a little bit earlier today with a huge win. So ZywOo will be in attendance in the arena for the fans to see.
Maybe up. But yeah, Heroic, Liquid, and it seems as though
it's going to the wire, isn't it?
Going all the way.
It deserves to. I think Liquid have turned things around since that challenger stage.
So, yeah.
That game against NAVI yesterday was surprising.
Yeah, and
for more ways than one.
Poetic. As Goofy, he continues his charges. He this time not going to be caught by the flashbangs, and Hades already cuts down Rain. That was a AWP through the apartments, or into the apartments rather, and he's already short for another fight. Rops shuts him down with a quick 1-2.
I think one of the keys here, right, and this is a conversation that is probably more to have about Counter-Strike philosophy at the top here, but teams at the top need to be more versatile. So in terms of changing your default or changing your holds, I feel like it should almost be consistently. Like it would probably be more beneficial for top teams with some of their players just to play spawn-based, so that it's very difficult to study the patterns and know what's coming. Mineo is about to cop a flash here from top mid. They waterfall out, they're in the face, he's dead. Top mid brackets is Kyler.
That's a big one, Kyler. The bomb's trapped pit side. Molly will force him to fight. He goes wide, and oh, despite the flash, Twist still hits it. That was their chance. And it's all gone now. All for naught. Hades with an opener, but still a FaZe advantage with that bomb already ticking. For a moment, Goofy, nice clear of the pit, takes down Twist. Can 9 find a clutch of their own? 2 for FaZe. And not for K. That is just as easy as that. Call it 10. FaZe looking very comfortable on Inferno. And probably not to the surprise of 9's coaching staff.
No, well, yeah, and this is where taking a risk like this and it goes so horribly wrong, you know, you look silly. But understanding that Ancient for them is a map of no confidence.
What did you say, 13?
13 straight losses on Ancient.
I can't fault them for trying something different.
They're
in this
1-14 in the last 3 months.
Yeah, I can't fault them for trying something different, but this doesn't feel... I'm sure this doesn't feel any better than it being the Ancient right now.
Precisely, and I think that you're picking your poison in a way. The story that I was going to build as I'm doing my prep coming into today was the fact that 9 have had so many losses in a row. They have a lot of hard prep. They have a lot of things they can look at to see their weaknesses. They don't even have a positive player on that map, right? They just can't seem to get it together. And I thought this would be the time, the pressure, the environment, all this practice for this moment, but being chewed up and spat out by Karrigan right now, who's having no issues dealing with these lighter investments time and time again. He gets that multi-kill up to 11 as it is Goofy on the side. He doesn't have an awful lot of support. The Deagle rings out for 1, but A is overrun.
Yeah, that's all for our 12th round. Grand total of 1 death for Rops as well. That's certainly going to keep his funds. Well, actually, yeah, we're broaching max money on Rops.
Yeah, maybe course correcting some of the stat lines here will be a few of the FaZe players, but they also have the challenger. Starts to lob on top. In terms of opening kills, Hades has been able to grab 3. You've got 1 for Goofy and K, and they came on Deagles. But otherwise, Twists, 3 and 1. 2 and 0 for Carrigan. Rain's been involved in 3. He's converted 1 of those. And we are into what is the 3rd tactical timeout. And your worst nightmare of what could possibly have gone wrong in this scenario is manifesting here. So the nightmares of this decision have crept into the minds of 9 now.
Yeah, and my mind immediately jumps to their capacity to shrug this off. It's something that even the very best can have troubles with. It's not by any means a guarantee or easy to sit here, get thrown around, tossed around like a rag doll, and then expect to come in and be the team you know you can be and be competitive on the next one. Anubis, Nine's choice. Mirage should be get there. But this is like a cold bucket of ice water on the face of the poles. Goofy's aggression is something very promising with Minio's nade combination. He hasn't fired a bullet, finds 2. And Rain, another victim of this banana brawl. Oh, Robs is definitely looking sharp today. He's definitely gotten out on the right side of the bed, but I think a 1v4.
Look how quick they're tracking him. They have the bomb. They've just sprung into action, and everybody now offering up potential one-on-ones here. Not ready for that, is he? So, Minio, you can understand why he wants to get in his face. That will be the second off the back of the 3rd timeout. So, another round. Could potentially become 4 if they can grab these next 2 and make it 3 consecutive before the halftime break.
Yeah, doing it the hard way in terms of what your opponent's going to be equipped with.
But this is the first time their all-in banana has worked the way they wanted, with FaZe sending, you know, more than 1 or 2 bodies. It was 3 to 4 bodies braving that smoke, braving the flames, getting in the fight. Getting flatline there, so some excitement. But as you mentioned, there was so much cash available, you were never worried if you were FaZe in the buy department. Brokey this time trying to take that pick. He has been on the receiving end of some dud deaths in Banana, and as he makes his way up mid, he'll have 3 to deal with. Kyler is close, might pick up a flash here and will. Oh, the trade.
Yeah, you'll take that if you're Kyler. He's taken down Brokey. Twist singed to 50, Rain tagged up. We need a frag and it's K to deliver. 1 and done. Twist on the AWP, no less, just for that one. And they're into the site. Hades, the unknown entity, right behind Minio on this fight, and that's a big one onto Rops. Investigating the smoke, leaves empty-handed. This would be a big round for 9 to try and just recover the half, have something to work with into the second. And they don't have to rush, they have their kits. Twist, safe from the flame. In the graveyard, and okay, not safe from the wallbang. Carrigan got nothing done, and they do successfully regain control. Call that 3-4-9.
A little bit of magic there, and I wonder if they saw anything for that wallbang to come
Good question,
through.
Very good question. I reckon that's just Hades' spidey sense tingling.
Yeah, knowing that, hey, look, we got the molly down. Let's take a shot with the AWP, see if we can find a little bit of lady luck, and they do. So here it is. Ah, okay, yeah. Well, we love it. We'll take it. And now celebrate it, Minio to take down Carrigan. Oh, I know that's a good word. That's everyone's favorite Polish. Dziękuję, says Poland. Seeing Hades pick that one up.
One more on this defense.
It's good to see like the mood isn't completely sour. There's a little bit of celebration off the back of that. Keeping the vibes good. You're going to need it. Anubis around the corner here. This is an A play. No banana presence whatsoever from FaZe. You can see them already setting up. This is going to be quick.
And Goofy delivers on that mid-fight. Carrigan and Rain, they just trying to test their luck without the smoke you expect.
Yeah, back in the day, we'd call that calling in the dark, right? You don't have any idea, and Hades grabs the 3rd.
All right, wrapping this one up nicely. 9 for their 3rd consecutive and a recovered half. I mean, 11-4, certainly much more workable than where this one was going and trending. Good to see Goofy joining the ranks as well. It was Minio and Hades up until this round. Now it's Goofy that provides an impactful triple. And Brokey, a 1 versus 5 for the ages if he even gets close to that bomb site. Bomb alongside, Minio and Hades have got that on lock. He's coming short, maybe the wallbang of his own design. But so many options ahead of him. The whole squad here on the hunt is Brokey.
Yeah, they're not giving him anything, are they? No one overstepping, no one peeking.
Understandably so.
This crossfire very potent.
And you can see Kyler primed and ready. And you can see that's a recovered half. Hades trying to keep the boys in line, an 11-4. And FaZe looking 5 for 5 more on their pick.
Do not adjust your television sets. This is your scheduled programming. FaZe taking on 9 in a 0-2 match at the Legend stage in the Swiss format here on, yes, Inferno. 9 have decided to remove Ancient, a map that they have had trouble with time and time again, to take it to their permaban. FaZe going for the punish and doing exactly that as we get back underway with the second half. FaZe 11-4 in that first half on their T side. I'm joined by Machine, and we will bring you all the action until, well, Anubis doesn't seem too far away.
It certainly doesn't, Chad, but a pistol could put it a little further in the distance. 4-9. And on this T side, they've elected to send the main body of the Assault silently creeping and crawling their way up Banana. Hades given the gift of that P250. Level the odds in this long-range fight with Rain. He is alone. And that is testament to the amount of trust in this man's judgment, but that is what the P250 does. Are they going to accelerate or overthink it? Oh, Taz was hoping to see the boys just let loose a little. Goofy, he hears a lot going on. They've lost K elsewhere. They don't want to lose the bomb as well. Goofy has to contain this. 1 is great, 2 is amazing.
Huge.
And that should really lock it in. Sure, Brokey's been spotted mid. 1 unknown entity is Carrigan. But you've already got Minio. He's cleared out ruins. Kyler's in pool. Hades taking the bomb and a smoke just for the pièce de résistance. Gets it across safe for that 5th round.
Nade, too little too late. Only softening damage, and Karrigan looking to see if he can find anything here.
Here I come.
Yeah, Brokey's also made his way over as well. 4v2, good luck.
They'd really have to fumble this one. Minio's safe and already contact taken and executed into Karrigan. And that is a pistol round win, and a convincing one at that.
Yeah, it's Heidi stuff. Hades with a banger of a shot there on terrain. Waltz in towards the site. No dramas whatsoever. The bomb gets dropped for a moment, but Goofy, he hears a lot of that rotation back. Here's the opener, and essentially the closer. A great one there, as this is Goofy dealing with any of that pressure that could be felt. Robs had actually dropped the bomb down towards the chicken pit, and they weren't expecting a player to still be over towards second mid. So that is now going to be 4 rounds in a row here. So maybe, just maybe, a turning of the tides as we get to take a look at Nine's T-Half, their attack. This is where maybe they could exploit some of the newer CT setups. Ooh, you're going to go down here, Twist, to the flames. Minio.
Wow, look at the damage of that dig. 91.
There's no HE available, is there? So it's just going to be smokes here to try and slow down the B site.
So yeah, 2 players of 9 with 9 HP. And a man advantage that they have to hold on to, but by no means a guarantee.
It's my favorite times tables.
Either the 9s?
Yeah, 9, 18, 27.
Yeah, I used to do that on my hands.
It's really easy, that one.
Yeah, there's a little trick to that one. Fortunately, even if they are hanging on by a thread, players in the red can throw nades. And there's a lot of them to be putting together their final finish. They've got 50 seconds to make this final choice.
Now, this is the problem here. If they do search out towards B and they get in, then they can just go and finish towards that side because it's just rain here. But if they get dissuaded and group up and go A, and Karrigan doesn't cause this rotation from FaZe, you're going to have very big issues. Rops is there with an MP9. Think how quick he can just melt these players apart. You see him highlighted here on the balcony. 30 seconds, and the bomb's still at chicken pit. You've got to get up to something quick, Nine. This will be a fumble.
Last smoke has faded for FaZe, so surely you let K have a little look. Goofy catches Rops. And there's the info.
20 seconds.
He's only seeing one. That bomb needs to go. It's worked out well. K has sold FaZe the fake. Brokey the only one to question it, but he's only towards the arch side. They'll have got... Come on. Be cool. It's fine. A second or two to spare as Hades finds a nice corner he's happy with.
More than enough.
I know, but my palm's got a tiny little bit sweaty. Bumping into pillars on his route through, but it's all fine. Everything's great.
And another round, so this is really starting to look juicy. Making the most of a map that FaZe were definitely going to pick here. Brokey would love this AK. Come on, Hades, one step further.
Good to me, not to be. Very similar duels for both of them, and not easy, as demonstrated by the results. So, there you go. How many is that in a row now? 5.
But that's a really nice round from 9. Nothing wonky happened. Nobody died. Everybody stayed alive. Even after that sustained damage early, they handled it with a few seconds to spare on the plant. It wasn't as worrisome as we had anticipated or potentially could have been, because one of the worst things to see is a team grouping up with 30 seconds left on a map like this and executing into a stack. And that didn't happen here. So really good fake.
Fuck that. Kurva!
Yeah, I can't believe there's a player in the site while the rest of them in A. So you're starting to get under the skin of Karrigan now.
Little jump scare for Mr. Anderson. Okay, with 600, make it 12. Injected straight into his funds. And Rops. He does like the apartment, says Minio, as he has a little look, and, well, results in another. And a very convincing one of that. They're still on the bonus. Like, in terms of building up the same kind of funds to rival that of FaZe's run, it's a good start.
We were talking about mental and 9 not getting blown out just to make sure their individuals are competitive going into their choice of Anubis next. Well, this is where, for FaZe, your doubts will start to grow the more and more 9 draw themselves into this game on how good are we at the moment, right? If we're not good enough to put 9 away on their permaban, what are we doing? So this first gun round here needs to be a statement from FaZe that this 7, yeah, you've got the pistol and conversions, has made this look a whole lot better than it should.
I've never heard someone so explicitly speak in bold Permaban was in bold there. It was. And we are ready to get this one underway with Carrigan throw its aggression into the mix and supported by Brokey, but he's empty-handed on the aggress. Fails to impress. Kyler in the apartments. He's going to be caught out by this. This is Rob's specialty and a beautiful find. And that leaves 9 in the dark of apartments. Rob successful, Brokey 2, and both of them going to have a lot of info from this rain push. Aware that there was presence on its way. Minio floored and bomb 2.
Here comes Rain. He's about to see the bomb from the banana push. So now they can set up a 180-degree crossfire.
Notoriously not too easy to clear.
No, you're not going to have an easy time with this at all, are you, Kay and Goofy? As the Go-Go Gadget arms. We'll find him an AK-47 for now. Goofy could try and alleviate a little bit of pressure coming through this boiler position. We'll have Rops, and Rops on the elevation will deal with him. So there's that statement I was talking about. FaZe will get back into the winning ways, and if they can win, wow, 2 more of those because of the clean nature of 9's start to this half, they can just put this one in. This is their chance to wind things up here. But every round is going to be hotly contested. And every round is going to have ramifications throughout this series. It's hard to keep maps in isolation when the pressure is on in this environment. We've already seen FaZe falter at a major before. Bad News Eagles in Rio was the one that sent them home, was the one that broke their hearts.
Yeah, I'm sure at times after that they vowed to never let that happen again.
Apps aggression here.
Brokey again, a mainstay in the opening kill department. Just continues to lay it thick. Can they keep it perfect? The answer, no. Hades does manage to catch Brokey's second investigation. The Molly present, but not opting to smoke it. Would rather hold on to that to delay.
In a round like this, after drawing one back, they're better off just executing B here. That smoke makes things a little bit trickier, but the sense that it can be a 2v3, I know K is low, but they should still give this one a go here. Looks like Hades to set them up with the U-tilt and that AWP, and the rest to try and find these entries, but both tucked in towards the back of the site. This is a good setup to deal with the B exec. If you were isolated one CT, one site, then they could find one jewel. This way you'll have to deal with both of them.
Minio gonna try and catch him, but the smoke does obscure Rain's reposition, playing that pillar, a power position as he returns upon the fade to that new box area, and they overlook it. It's still only Hades back for 9, and now he's got to do all of it. 3 more to find, and look at the angle. It should and is the end of that one. Rain collects, and a full team ace from FaZe. Every single member finding a contribution.
Yeah, calm stuff there from Rain, right? You see him drop out the lurk smoke. He knows that he's baiting Twisted in this entire situation over towards Emo. As soon as the molly towards New Box subsides, he heads back over, takes an even deeper angle over towards the orange boxes. And Hades has absolutely no idea that's even possible.
Yeah, and these last 2 rounds, I think, are, a perfect example of when the inexperience on the map. We saw the Brokey mid-fight into the Rops Apps hole, just nice, kind of going through the motions for them. And then you come into the next round, and it's this B defense that's got layers to it. They've got smokes, they're setting each other up, the crossfire's potent, and it leaves 9 wanting. As they started strong, sure, but we're going to have to see them demonstrate with the guns as well. FaZe have put this 6-round run across 2 halves to bed, and now finding 2 consecutive of their own.
Yeah, there's not many teams who you see winning a 3-on-5 on the T side anyway, right? Yeah. So, and for a team who has this as the permaban, you're already in an uphill battle. They need to win opening exchange. Exactly. Right? And they were so fast about that. They was basically W into that setup. But you need to find openers. That's essentially it for 9. You cannot be operating at men disadvantage. You either get the opener or trade on the opener. As Robs drops out. A little one-way smoke here to be cheeky with, which will segregate the presence of Goofy. And you just wait this out. You're in no rush if you're 9 here. You're aware that there's likely aggressive halls. So if you're against Robs, out of all of the players in like the upper echelons are playing in the halls position on the CT side, he is the most aggressive, comparing him to the likes of Shush and JKS. Just a couple of those names. As now he has relinquished that control. Speaking of control, hold up, we're in a fight right here. Carrigan under a lot of pressure and actually not relenting.
He's sticking around, so stubborn for that one, and he might get more. Minio trades. Robs relocates and nades.
Had to util dump there. It was just him.
But you have no answers, B. And the answer from us in our beautiful hindsight of X-Ray is that Twist has got full control with rain to bait and call off of this jump peak.
And Brokey just cleared top mid as well.
He can even peek over that smoke. It's just really perfect.
Has to be A.
He's got full info, full answers, but still, with Twist position, it's more of a flank than anything else. Oh, and he's caught one. Minio just at the tail of his assault. Snipped, and it's Rops as well that will combine for a very potent blend. 9 seconds, only Kyler, and he's gone. FaZe's Inferno, they thanking their lucky stars it slipped through, as they do look very comfortable right now. Sure, on the attack it was one thing, but here on the defense, 9, their cash has run thin after 3 consecutive. And not without some opportunities. This is the Minio death we were talking about. Twist, that super pushed up banana position, profiting in the tail end of that round. And yeah, just keeping it cool. It's a long road back into the potential for top 8.
It really is, and from this moment to get themselves into the next stage of play, if they 2-0 every series, that's still 6 maps they have to win. And then even if you do make it to the playoffs, well then you have to win another 3 series to lift that trophy. So they've given themselves the most maps possible if they do want to lift it here. But Inferno is a good way to get back into things, because not only will this vindicate maybe the last 2 best of ones that they lost here, it'll help build some confidence for the team, give them some momentum. But I'm sure 9 are going to have a whole lot to say as we make it into Anubis as our second map. It's just some nice shots, Goofy's right? We have seen some nice shots.
Yeah, definitely no slouch, and we know that, but yeah, taken to school on Inferno. With 4 now on the trot, we're looking for that. Just a nice, neat finish. Looking to putter in. It's on the green.
Favorable drive there. This is for birdie.
Have you ever golfed?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I'm good. I think we're getting to that age.
I took some golfing lessons when I was much younger.
Damn, Chad, a whole story arc I've yet to investigate.
People don't think I'm very athletic.
I'm interested. We'll come back to that, because of course this one...
Golf known for its athleticism.
Yeah, oh definitely. Lots of walking around. I'm more interested in the 19th hole. Charging, Minio, giving it a go. And it's perfect into rain. He was caught off guard, shot in the side of the head for an opening.
And these are the rounds when they find these openings that are still going to be difficult for them to convert, but they're their best chances. So this is where they have to hope that they can deal with the 2-2 setups that FaZe are going to opt to wield here for the remainder of the minute and 20 seconds in round 23. And wow, here comes the AWP with a tag through the wall. Okay, can't catch a break. Back towards A. So it is Carrigan and Rops.
It is.
Get through Carrigan, you still have to deal with Rops.
Yeah, and he's still short side. It's a fight he's comfortable with. But with this investigation long, it gets much more difficult for Robs.
They're happy to give them mid to B because of the AWP.
Understandable.
But the rap's a problem.
Carrigan trying to be lulled in by those sounds. Going forward on this one. Spots out off the flash and gets away, I think. Just about. And Robs unloads his spray, trying to finish it with a nade. It should. Ooh, finish off one of them. K just safe.
Didn't get the favorable bounce that time.
Brokey's relocation is caught by Hades, so this is perfect for the finish. Still presence in Robs' pit, and he nearly tapped the third. A great multi-kill, but he'd have to do it all. Robs is on the 4 and ace, as he does do as much damage as he could. A triple short, sets Twist up for more. And he's coming for this 16. Goofy will deny, a nice find, and yes, 9 up to 8. But a whole lot more required. And if anything, I think the framing for this, not necessarily chasing OT, let's frame this as, let's remind ourselves what we can do individually ahead of our map pick.
Oh, for sure. And I love this from Goofy. 3 kills from him, right around where they got the opening pick and then converted it around.
How far was he from that tap? Oh, you know.
Not too far off, was he?
Centimetre to the left of his head. Still managed to find it, of course. Great work from Robs in that pit position. Tech9, a sacrifice for the leader. He's got everyone else equipped nicely.
Win another one of those. You've got FaZe on an eco.
Yeah, you quickly find yourself a double digit, a scoreline you can be proud of on a map that you haven't played, well, since last year.
October 2022 when Spiro was on the roster. So things have changed for 9.
Rain's jump does reward him with a frag. I mean, the information went both ways, but Norwegian quicker about it.
Yeah, they had them pinned towards top banana, but couldn't just risk through the grey screen to try and take this fight. So Rain down to 70, Twist half HP, still pinned out towards that sandbag, and they're coming, all 4 remaining 9 members in banana. And Twist is even backed off here as well. Karrigan's starting to cheat over too, so a lot of presence will be available to defend this B bomb site and get 16 for FaZe. Well, they're coming.
They are, and it's a bit more pace than they were ready for. It is exemplified by Minio onto Twists. Sure, Rain won, but Karrigan's already gone. Rain would have to do the impossible, like spamming a smoke and finding a third. He's a threat, and as a product of his hard work, they have the advantage here. Flashed in, Kyler will catch him, bomb in, and they can break FaZe. They can extend play. Not if he hits that while blind. Brokey just slaps him with the orb. Need another, gets it done. Goofy extends play for 9. And FaZe, they will have to accept a likely 10th here. All the way to the double digits. Not too shabby after an 11-4 half. Yeah. It was 11-1.
They're making a game of it, right? With the circumstances, with everything we've highlighted, they're being more competitive than I think a lot of people would have expected here. And we'll shout out Taz one more time. He loved the move to get rid of Ancient. Said it's a zero confidence map. Let's bring up Inferno. He said Goofy can be a beast on that map. And it's paying off. So get Taz on a plane, get him out here on the desk.
Goofy can be a beast. He's just extended play. And a couple more of those moments, and you've got FaZe probably ringing the alarm bells internally.
Here's that eco I was talking about here. 5.7s, P250s, Deagles, flashes. That's about it as Minio really finding some pep in the step. His pace that he set into that last round caught that B defense off guard. So leading by example in the literal fashion.
Follow me, lads. I'm going in. They're pushing the smoke off the flash. Catches them off guard. And Rain and Twist did manage to catch 2 off of Karrigan's flash. Significant surprise, but not much more. Maybe that low HP, but the perfect jump out of Minio catches Karrigan into a 10th. Lovely work. Just need 5 more of those, back to back to back.
Missions accomplished for 9 in this map as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
So for their mental, I think they're in a pretty good spot here considering this was a free crack, right? This was like the slap fights, and FaZe, they're not going to hit you back, right? You go as hard as you want, and that's exactly what they've done here. Double digits reached. All right, well, we're paying attention. Is it short-lived or a FaZe? Drop the ball again here. This is a buy that is missing a lot of util. The smokes and mollies are there. The fight coming in banana. Twist forward for the first. He might even get the second. Van Dolken with the double.
Yeah, well, that is exactly what he does.
That's got to be it.
Yeah, you'd think so. And I love that they're doing that now as opposed to letting this round come to them. That's a little taste of what Robban's been talking about. If only he knew.
Yeah, that's
only he knew.
A lot of damage or a kill.
Yeah, bang on the money on that placement of his crosshair, but opts not to pull the trigger, of course, unawares. So yeah, they should be happy with that one, but yeah, letting that aggression play out for FaZe, something they haven't been doing, getting executed on was some of the analysis we heard from FaZe's coach.
This has to be done. The full banana control still, top mid setup.
Yeah, just looking to walk her across the line for this final frag. And just like that, a perfect one to finish. Competitive scoreline for sure. Kyler, a 1 versus 5 to extend play. Asking a lot of him, but a great shot onto Robs. That's
if he had the bomb.
That's the stuff frag movies are made of, Chad.
If he had the bomb, yeah, all right. We're definitely going to start humoring this one. 25 seconds and ticking down.
Yeah, but if he could teleport or tap Twist with another headshot, Kyler, man.
He's got to go. He has to run.
He has to move, and they just smoke long. I mean, you got to run into these. Rain and Brokey would have to, I don't know, turn their monitors off. And there you have it, FaZe. They will take the first in the series for survival. 9, fortunately, falling back on their map pick next.
Yeah, and this is where we saw the surprise in the video, right? If you missed that at the start of the day, it was where Carrigan looked towards Robin like, really, have they done this? Have they removed Ancient to allow us to pick their permaban, one of our stronger maps? Well, this is how it's kicked off. And look, it was a good showing in that first half. Very, very strong stuff. 11-1 was the score. Turned it around, closed the half 11-4. So a little bit of a resurgence, a pistol, and then some competitive rounds. And here's the scores on the doors. On one side, Goofy with some great shots on those Deagles, definitely starting to warm into things in the second half with the AK. Rops on the other side, but he was met with the supporting cast of Brokey and Twist there. That is the star trio of the team. Minio, in-game leader of 9 as well. You could see just how he wanted to get involved in a lot of the plays, setting the tempo and the tone. For me, Hades was hitting the shots he needed to hit, which is a good sign going into Anubis as our next map here. We'd love to get K activated a little bit more. Someone who likes to be aggressive, get in your face, has good aim as well. So this one's not done just yet. And this is a game where both of these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail. Right, we've spoken about the emotions, what is online for this. 9, the new Polish hope. It's been a long time since we've seen a Polish team at the top of Counter-Strike, and that has been a huge conversation, at least from their side of the world in recent history. A lot of support, Pasha literally riding his bike out here to support the team. And having a Polish team at the top of Counter-Strike, it was always important. It was great when VP were contending.
I will always say that Counter-Strike was extra special when we had that VP roster in it, just by virtue of their character, their personality. Yeah. I think Taz, I mean, I will never forget the way in which he kind of completely on his own volition, walking out onto that stage to try and the crowd that were cheering for him.
Yeah, with
and
the
his
all-off
victory,
situation, yeah.
You know, but I mean, yes, there is definitely a history for it, and Polish Counter-Strike is back on the map by virtue of 9 and the individuals that are performing. I don't know if they can completely shake off this Inferno, but I definitely feel like a strong start on Anubis, we could be talking about all 3 maps.
Yeah, and now with this going into Anubis, the pressure is all on FaZe to close and get this done in 2-0 fashion, and this is a team which we're expecting to see as a certainty in those playoffs. Have to do it the hard way. 0-2, it's going to be 3 best-of-3s on the trot, and you get a difficult opponent like 9 to start that campaign. This is going to be a tough one.
It's going to be a tough one, and we will find out when we return from our break. How will Anubis play out? Join us in a minute. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for our second map. It is do or die, sink or swim for 9 FaZe. Now we head to perhaps greener pastures for 9 fans.
Definitely so, definitely so. You look at the stats for these boys on this map, it's much better than their permaban, right?
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah, and it's their map choice, so you'd hope a whole lot more confidence going into this. But look at some of their recent results. Last 3 months, they played it 10 times. They've won at 8, they've only lost at 2, and those losses were to Monte, who we know is a bit of a specialist on the map. We've seen that throughout. They actually lost their streak at this tournament so far, have they, Monte? So I don't know, maybe that specialist conversation is one for another time. And the other loss was to Into the Breach, who actually beat FaZe yesterday. So we'll add that one into the hat. But in recent history, a win over Into the Breach Sprout Vitality on this map for 9, which is very good signs, and feeling some confidence into this one. Hades, their best performer on this very map, and we saw him starting to get activated with that AWP. For FaZe, in the last 3 months, they played them out 4 times. They've only won it once, but they've only played against the Tier 1 upper echelon teams in Counter-Strike. We're talking ENCE, Vitality, FURIA, and Vitality, with the only win coming against FURIA. And that Vitality game, that was the 14-1 special.
Speaking of FURIA, want to remind you as well, any of you dual monitor gamers out there, or you got your phone and your iPad, whatever you're
Which
doing.
you definitely do have. Don't pretend that you're not having a screen on, the television on, the radio on, the iPad on, the phone on. You've got 2 screens for this action.
Yeah, and that is kind of, it's very 2023. It's very vogue to have 12 different inputs into your brain.
We want to keep you stimulated.
Yeah, exactly.
All the time.
So you have those 2 on, and then you play as well, and now you're probably appropriately entertained. Well, yeah, FURIA G2 is just kicking off. We just saw a mad little 1v3 number out of JKS. Don't know what happened there. I just saw it in passing.
Yeah, the post-mortem.
Yeah, I saw the post-mortem. I saw the players' reactions in my in-game client, but it looked like a lot of fun over there.
You know, one of the interesting facts, just looking at this Anubis from 9 here, is they're 50-50, and I'm talking in round split. So it's not just the T side that they've been able to get hauls of rounds here, right? Their round split is actually a 50-50, which is quite unusual for this map. If you haven't been paying attention to the newest addition to the map pool, it is the most heavily T-sided we have currently, right? And with the evolution, with time, just like an Ancient, just like Vertigo, you will see the ebbs and flows of this. But currently, as we are looking at the map through professional Counter-Strike, it's T-sided.
But with a team that's got 50-50 round distribution, that implies that 9 have got some ideas on their CT side. Something to check out. I'm sure FaZe have too, you know, in terms of this constantly evolving theory of Counter-Strike.
Hey, official!
Hey, mate!
Get out of the way!
Thank you.
We got some emotions to watch here, because that's what this is about, right? Sure, the Counter-Strike is one thing. That's how they're doing battle, but it's how they're going to feel after this. The odds clearly favoring FaZe after scooping up that almost guarantee of a first map, but no slouches. 9 should have built some confidence off of that, shown, hey, even though it's our permaban, we can still tussle with FaZe. We can still hit some shots. We can still win some rounds. And that here for the Polish hopefuls, there is an entire nation watching these lads about to go to battle against one of the best international teams in Counter-Strike. This is going to have everything, and tears almost guaranteed, right? For one of these 2 teams, elimination, last place in the Legend stage, available.
I hadn't even considered that, of course, it is as if last place in terms of your final foray into a global offensive major. Some players, you know, it's their first taste. For others, it's a routine.
Well, not only that, you could leave the tournament as 9 without a map win.
Yeah.
So this would be great just to say, hey, we came, we saw, we won a map. We didn't conquer, but it wasn't all for naught, because this shouldn't be the last we see of 9. Maybe here, hey, only time will tell, but this is a team that has definitely put themselves in the conversation for World Counter-Strike going forward into 2023.
Yeah, and I mean, they're up against such a star-studded roster. And through interviews we've heard from multiple members of the squad that there was such a huge hunger to get that Grand Slam in time. And I think the euphoria of making it and collecting it, it did put FaZe in this kind of a box where they were like, okay, now we've got to bloody qualify for the major. We saw how that RMR went, right down to the wire, and they returning to their form, returning to their feet, and looking to do so the hard way, as we do have a star-studded roster. We got the 2-time, the North American superstar, Twists in the server.
A Grand Slammer.
He is. And we're going to be seeing if there's any, well, slamming to be done on this pistol round.
Oh, FaZe have opted to start on the defense here. So they want to go for the CT start. We've seen the way that they've been shaking up their defense in recent times. They love to throw in a little bit of aggression here. P250 for Hades, and he had a cracker. Oh, onto Rain on Inferno, but Rain finds revenge.
That's naughty, and he's sticking around for more. It's just Glocks jumping at him, and he does turn away, baited out. Good frag back, Twist's only the one, and into B they go. Smoke up Temple. Brokey quick on the tempo for the flank. Maybe this Julie, perfect for the job. Oh, the open plant, forced off. Minio will survive at least. Trying to whittle away, more from Brokey, and that is another FaZe pistol. Well recovered, and a great shot out of Rain.
All right, well, they'll take that one, and they denied the plant. That is the key on that pistol round for me. FaZe making sure the bomb doesn't go down really changes plans going into what could have been a tidy-looking force buy for 9, even if they didn't convert. So not punching those digits in, and this is how it all started. Rain's revenge, dish served cold over towards the canals, and then Brokey just chewing away with these dual Berettas. A mainstay in the pistol rounds these days, but 9 will have to concede and take the full eco. So 5 Glocks and a very unlikely opportunity to do too much damage here. They have taken the long way around Rugs and the silent descent to Canal. Do they want to fight this together? I guess they do, and they'll be greeted with Rain. Oh, the Glocks! The Glocks! They might even grab a second here. Twist is very low. Brokey's here to save the day, so it's all good. There you have it. Okay, well, the clean 2-0 start from FaZe, and the rifles will come out now. AK-47's available across the board for 9. No AWP just yet for Hades.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do choose to start this one. Had team talk outside, and a much more comfortable terrain in order to kind of ply their trade, and 5 AKs into the mix. Let's see what they choose to throw at FaZe first. It's a very potent pairing in that mid-A hold, by the way. You got Robs and Brokey, Twist mid to hold it down. And Minio the first to try and test them. He's going to be responsible for these dark fights, and some players have really started to master their craft of when is right and when is wrong. That's glorious for Goofy. He's taken down the A anchor in Rots.
It might lull them into a bad call here if they try and split A. Brokey and Twist is still over towards that side. So you, in some of these situations, you talk to players after the fact. They're like, no, we have a plan behind this.
Twist, he's going to be forced to extinguish that if he wants to keep them at bay, but he's actually choosing to wait. And it leads to a nice one. Onto Minio. Rain gets 2 on the MP9. This bonus round is worth its weight in gold. FaZe have managed to use MP9s to best 9 on their first buy.
Yeah, that sucks. They got stalled out after what looked like a great opener. And another one.
Wow.
Yeah, just absolutely hands up.
That's
on his back, and it's just
swimming.
Goofy. Well, this was the opener.
What you got for us, Goofy? Nothing's the answer. Brokey, comfortable. FaZe Clan the same, and dude, they leave with 4 AK-47s. They did their recycling, making sure they could scavenge what they could, so that one-shot headshot potential immediately gifted over to FaZe after the first buy round. Check this out from Rain. The fact he gets 2 here, that's going to leave a sour taste in 9's mouth.
Yeah, well, more than he was worth, as it will be the first timeout called here from 9. You don't want to feel like this one is slipping through your fingers, so a partial investment likely here. As Robban just stone-faced as ever, arms crossed, things are going well. Let him cook. And it looks like it is going to be a bit of a partial investment here from 9. So some Tech 9s have been equipped. Hades with some utility. And we'll see if they want to go for their standard A execute. I was just scrubbing through some of the demos for 9, just taking a look at what their moves are. They do love a bit of an A finish, a very standard one. And yeah, here you go. So if this is going to be the A play, you'll just see probably a Fountain Molly, a Bricks Molly, a Heaven Smoke, and a go. Yeah, this is going to be exactly that.
Oh, look at that nade. All the way to Rugs.
So Hades lining up the Heaven Smoke. There should be a Bricks Molly available as well. I like that position from Brokey. Rops still has a smoke to extinguish here as well. Here they come.
Okay, pressure on. Rops has to go wide on the flames. He still delivers the frags. Stands and burns, but delivers a double. And now just hinging on Twists. He had to get 1 there, but only 70 damage. Quick from Rain. Oh no, it falls apart. He gets them both. And 9 do succeed with 31 points of health on the last 2. Minio just 1.
Excuse me. How did they get away with that?
Great question.
That's 3 kills on the way in. The trades come through. Rops burns down. You're right. Twist getting nothing. You wonder how he gets nothing there. It feels like they have enough bodies responding to this. This strategy right here, you only have to go back and watch Nine's last game on Anubis to know that this is a play they like to pull off on a lighter buy. And that is a nice shot. I mentioned Hades, their best performer. That's a banger of a shot to secure them their first and rattle FaZe here.
Oh, certainly. That's the first time they're going to be scratching their heads a little. Karrigan trying to respond with aggression immediately. Look at this util set that actually smokes off the stairs so we can focus straight towards the Rugs position. And they actually concede. Uninterested in forcing the issue, but that util definitely gets the Feckles up. What's happening here, says Nine?
I think they're worried about a B explode if you're FaZe, because you push all the way down, you see nothing. You actually spend a lot to take that aggression, and now that you don't find a kill, they just sit in their default wait. Look at the economy of utility from Nine. They haven't thrown an awful lot in the opening stages. They've held on to everything. And FaZe are on a timer. The half-life of pushes like this, it's short. They have to drop back, and now it's going to come down to where the lion's share of the individuals are on the defense.
Two mid setup. It looks set for success here. Twist can hear him coming. Brokey and Rops as well, ready to address this. Twist trying to force the issue. Good timing on the first and a second for good measure. Hades gone. And now they have the bomb. Kyler would have had to take both there if he wanted a chance to have a real conversation for round 5. Instead, yeah, bomb lost on the other side of the smoke with Brokey staring at it with his signature weapon. And you can see there's a real hunger for FaZe here. They want to keep it as clean as possible, especially after their first fumble.
Yeah, some of the changes out of... Oh, there we go. There, it's been taken down, just playing now. Some of the changes in FaZe's setups make a lot of sense because there's areas of maps which get pressured a lot, and we see some in-game leaders like to play mid on this map, and they can be targeted, right? They're also the ones who are more willing to step forward and take a lot of fights, but you need to be a player who can do both, like Electronic, for example. So moving Twist to a position like this and having him as a jarring force, you can really unleash not only his brain, but his aim. And I understand having Karrigan over towards the B site, he can play for info towards dark a bit more, play out towards long, but it will become an issue if you're playing against a team who likes to just do these really heavy B pressures. There's some teams who molly B main on the T side and then just come and aim map behind it, because if you have strong aimers on the site or no AWP, that's a duel the T's are confident with, right? Taking out fights with the AKs, getting across to the pool side, really comfy duels. So Karrigan may find himself under the pump, but we'll see how this game matures as FaZe lose one and then win right back. And without the plant, it means that Nine have something a little bit odd looking for round number 6.
What do you call this one?
I call it 2 AKs and 3 pistols.
Yeah, 2 players opting to whip out an AK-47, drop in a couple of Gs in pursuit of glory. Trying to catch him off guard, hoping FaZe's setup's a little unusual.
I wonder if FaZe were, well, this would have been one of the maps they would have been expecting to get picked. You also could have started at least the whispers of a nuke, overpass, maybe a mirage. So, you know, there was a few places that Nine could have gone, but their confidence with their results has found them here on Anubis.
See, the depth of range of smoke is optimal.
Yeah, very stifling, isn't it?
Well, it just stops any funny business flashing through. I'll say that as they try their luck, and perfect demonstration. Thank you, Ray. Thank you very much. As this round looks to be falling into place. Now, Minio's AK's been spotted out, and it is B main. He'd love to get that smoke out, but already through. They're in! And so is the headshot. For a moment, they had it. But Rob's quick to correct by judgment as a triple kill comes on in.
Look at that posture as well.
Oh, yeah, no, he is. I mean, when we call him a robot, you know, because he plays like one in the server, like so mechanically, you know, in
precise and considered,
but in his and in his best moments, there's just doesn't set a foot wrong, doesn't breathe incorrectly. Everything is just flawless when Robs is on his A game.
Now, because of the stat line we pointed out with Nine having their round split on this map 50-50, we're not going to get too worried about the score just yet, but they will need to start tussling with them. And Rain, the extinguish means it can't be aimed at now, but Karrigan's out mid.
Chill your beans, Karrigan. And there's more behind it.
Look at the aggression.
That was the bomb carrier, and that's going to be feeling real good for Rob. And this was one of his notes. It was one of the things he wanted to see more of. As Karrigan's already at T-spawn, there's still 90 seconds of the round as Hades is going to clear him out. Can he, like, burrow in? Yes. Oh, he has. How hard of a clear. does Hades want to do?
Such a rat position, isn't it?
Because, like, they don't know where else he could have gotten off to. Sure, T-stairs and... okay, Carrigan does get met by force. Hades has cleared out the rats in the system.
Look where Rain and Twist are.
Yeah, good luck. Have fun.
Rain's covering the mid-cross. Twist is making sure that they can't go down T-stairs towards A, but K could always go the long way around Rugs and then come back for a fight, which is going to put Twist on 2 different axes for a duel. And, spotted. And wins that with ease.
Wow, made that look easy. That was not a easy to manage spray. That is
Rain's going to be behind them. Rain's going to be behind them in a moment.
You're right. Hades is not considering this at all. He does get both on the spray. A stunning pair.
Gave a bit of an oof on that one, didn't he? Don't think he meant to get the second on the fade away.
We'll take that last bullet of the spray. Whoo-wee. Okay. Yeah, limited now for 9 after they did perfectly calculate what they could afford in terms of keeping it all level. But threatening round with that previous.
And this change of tempo on the CT side by going full aggression across the map here, it is going to leave 9 scratching their head a little bit. Yeah, a beaut, right?
Nice!
And there's that energy again.
No, they could not cross mid.
A mid push thrown into the mix. What was that? Round 7. So, you know, just after they've got through the motions, they've had a couple of more standard rounds.
What did Carrigan say there? No, they won't cross mid. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. You're worried about what the game plan is. I'll tell you. Make sure mid is not under the control. And that is one of the keys for most teams is the pressure, because what you essentially do is split the defense into 2-3 or 3-2, whichever way, and then isolate and just slowly constrict. It's one of these maps, whereas if you do get that mid control, it's just a matter of being procedural and working out the next angle. So it is going to be another one of these techers to wreckers, which is where the only round has come from with an A execute, but here they come. Maybe they will cross middle.
They want Twist. Let's see what his plan is here as he turns tail and just perfectly gets away scot-free. Their response is trying to erect a boost. I don't think they can. Same smoke for K to stare at.
And 3 people fighting mid. Look at the stubbornness from FaZe to retain this key quadrant of the map. Goofy burns.
And that was Minio. Is still Minio. He hasn't gone down. Oh, even the USP's not enough. Robbed. Both leave wounded. Let's see what Goofy and his 28 HP Tech 9's got to say about this one. He's hoping for a regress mid for answers, but Twist had the molly. He hasn't had any pressure elsewhere. He's not feeling particularly compelled to investigate.
I don't know where you're meant to finish. You're so low on HP. If a kill's not given up and you can't snowball any space here, it's going to be maybe a clean sweep. But returning to B, and Carrigan is actually playing somewhat of a retake setup with Rain on the platform. Here they come, here in the steps.
Yeah, should be good for a couple here. Rain, run down and flattened. Every single one. Locked out, sent back to spawn, and still only 1 round to boast on the attacking side. Chad, it's starting to feel like it's not enough.
This gun round here will be the next most telling point in the game. If we find nothing from 9, if they don't get the bomb down, if it's not competitive, if it's not a round where they're looking like they can convert, FaZe might just be sailing to a 2-0 victory here and sending the Poles home.
Cutthroat scenes of this Legend stage. That second day, and already we'll be waving goodbye to 2 teams.
Ross is pushing A again here. Rain is just dominating this dark position. A dink through. Look, aggression on multiple fronts. The nade might even try and chase him down. Goofy gets away. But look at the space. This is such a clear game plan. Constantly harass, constantly push, take these fights. And they're happy to play a little bit more retakey on B. A lot of teams are really, really worried about this B site. The focus from FaZe is mid, and then making sure that they, spotted, and down. Good shot from Hades. Something back now.
Really good catch. And he's got Minio to actually escort him through. That's bomb, and no rush. But they're hearing pins pulled, and, well, Twist and Brokey are here to attend to middle.
Carrigan too.
Getting swing on this. Minio flattened. Hades, the same. Okay, that's a real telling tale for this one. They've got no hope now. Rain just seems like he's on one. 12 and 5 right now. His first opening was great, but another multi-kill from the Norwegian puts him up to 8. And how's that for lack of damage, Chad? The last couple, just 1 casualty.
It's worrying now. Yes, it's worrying now. The half's been won already. Very worrying signs. Look at Inferno. It was 11-1 start. The half ended 11-4, and then a classic pimperism, we'll call them, the cosmetic comeback, right? But that was Inferno. That was a free crack. It was the permaban. They let it through. They took a risk. And you're going to be very happy with how things are unfolding right now because, as we mentioned, this is greener pastures for 9. I know it's an orange map, but it's a map where they should find more comfort. And they burnt through their 3rd timeout already. This half has gone like a locomotive, just steaming past in the favor of FaZe as they are waving goodbye to 9 here.
Yeah, and you heard from Carrigan just there, he specifies 6 CT, boys, because this is a haul they can be proud of already. You're only 9 rounds in.
I'm loving it, though, from FaZe. This approach they have is great. Just the key of fighting mid, whether it's early or late. You see they're swinging. They understand that numbers is the key to the success in mid. Normally, if you have one guy fighting temple side, one guy fighting from the A connector side, that's very susceptible. They have like 3 bodies, and they're coming out, trading with each other. They're just taking those fights. And it's set up by this early dark presence. Rain stalls them out. They keep the re-smokes because T's like to smoke this position themselves. If you chain 2 smokes, that's 60 seconds.
See how far it gets them. Oh, Minio wants to force any util he could out of them. Goofy asking questions of A main. We've yet to see a real commitment.
It's a full-on fake.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of smokes up.
It's worked
too, and it's working well. Rain calling for help, tucked on Ivy, hoping he can play around that gap. It's a nice one. Jail occupied. Kyler lower. Lots of connected bullets from FaZe Clan here. One has slipped through Goblin, and Rain just about gets away. Brokey's Orb the first to break the silence. But look at their health. Running hopes for a round fall apart just like that. I guess you can play retake B.
Yeah, definitely so, especially if you save a bit of util, which wasn't necessary in this environment. But a fake from 9, it worked. They got in, they got the bomb down. That's the first round that FaZe have won where they've had to get the defuse, right? So at least that is something to help out 9 in the buy department here. The max loss bonus is in play. Yep.
Yeah, we're just watching the
B stream, right? A stream. We're B stream.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my.
Yeah, he hasn't done him. There might be time for the defuse here.
Yeah, I think he has. Exciting scenes all over the shop as we continue where we left off. Round 11, yes, indeed, on fire are FaZe.
Looks like this is going to be a bit more direct. It looks like this might just be an A play as that nade. 100+ damage there.
Yeah, and look at the damage coming from Brokey's Orb. He's in the right spot. Minio sent straight back to spawn. As Robs is there to back him up as well. They're coming. Flash turn, Robs farming, a nice double. Him and Brokey have completely repelled the invaders. And Rain's even coming for the finish onto Hades. Your back is turned, and soon your AWPer is dead. And so 10 secure, 7 in a row for this FaZe Clan run as they want to get this done quick. Like this discomfort, it's not something that they want to grow familiar with.
Yeah, and this is really just souring the mood, I think. Knowing that we will be losing 9, it was probably the hipster pick for a lot of people coming into the legend stage of a team who might be able to surprise and make their way to that playoffs.
And I think a big reason for that was their rise in the rankings. They started the year in January at rank 44. They come into the major at rank 19 in the world. You know, they've been on the up and up on the climb, but up against FaZe. It does seem like it may be too much for them to handle.
It's just so direct. Now we try B, and there's so many bodies here. Oh, dealt with 2. They're in.
Oh, and Brokey only another. Kyler contributing heavily. Limited options for Robs and Twists.
Both of the rounds here that 9 may be looking to post if they can just find these final 2 have come from these lighter investments in explosive scenarios. First time on A, this time looking to be B. Twists and Robs are really going to do it to them.
There's certainly grounds for it with the 2 smokes, the kit, and the players involved. Hoping Kyler can take some more contact, both of them playing towards this glyph position. Twister's even got the retake smoke for Dark. This is going to get interesting. Hades locked out, backs a turn, Rob strikes. And Hades isolated behind the smoke. They know Goofy's on the plateau, but no time for this one, really. They've done enough, despite the headshot from Robs. He just wants to do as much damage as he possibly can. Hades holds on, and 9 leave with a second. But yeah, good. I hadn't quite put 2 and 2 together in regards to the rounds we've seen from 9, but it was that A site round, right?
Exactly, where they overrun them in the same kind of way.
Yeah.
But it started better for FaZe in that round. They got like the first 2 in the trades, and then Robs got burnt out, Brokey went down. So good work on this explosive nature here from 9. But let's see if they can get 5, right? 5 is still very much possible here. And we haven't really painted the picture of just how green some of these 9 players are. First majors for Minio, K, Goofy, and Kyler. Hades is the only one who's a repeat offender here at his 3rd. And we spoke about where the team started the year. This is not how they'd hoped to finish the major. And they're not going to give up just yet. The tenacity, the fight required until the final breath is B. Long taken. The pressure about to come through. Carrigan just surging forward. Look at this utility that they've thrown out. I think it's a CT smoke and a molly to help grab all this room. So
Minio can't believe what he's looking at. What does this mean? He's worried about the potential headshot angles, making noise now, but they're coming A as well. Rops on the AWP. Surely another. Yes, indeed. The back turn. Goofy takes on Twist, but it's all over. Red Rover straight into A. And escorted off the premises by a real mix this time. Rops on the AWP. A nice double AWP setup. How often you get to see that one?
Yeah, it's good that they can bring that out, right? Something that is really available to this team. Yeah, Twist could even do it if you'd like in certain scenarios, certain maps, and there you go. Carrigan will find out Hades, and they lose, but straight back into victory and back into what we were all expecting here. You come in today, you think it is going to be, imagine if FaZe were to go out again. The Bad News Eagles story from Rio. This time around, I don't think that they would, as a team who have been through an awful lot, be able to recover from 2 losses in majors like that. It's gonna, I was thinking it's gonna be a funeral today. The same thing could still happen with G2 versus FURIA. Either one losing that game. Those are 2 of the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, locking horns right now.
This guy was confused.
Yeah, he was confused on B because of that little play. You got to bring out all the stops right now, though, don't you?
Another aggressive
They're using every move, everything they got right now. Another aggressive play. Molly, smoke, aggro, double kill.
But it also immediately confirms to them that their suspicions that their CT side can be incredibly potent. They're just pushing at them. They're bullying them now. Not letting 9 have even just a moment to breathe, to catch your breath, to process the call. And already you're just getting facefuls of FaZe every avenue. I mean, look at the way this is going down. Kyler, he's into the site. Congratulations, but you're surrounded. Rain's dark, Twist's main, 5 HP, and it will be Rain. What does that put him up to? He's definitely farming now. Yeah, 17 and 7. So good to see him awake and bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. Kill distribution for 9 is understandably quite bleak. But when you're boasting only 2 rounds on your attacking side, the favored side of Anubis.
See, the thing is, this is experience, not the type of experience you'd be hoping for, but these type of tough losses against opponents of this scale, there are a lot of lessons to be learned here.
Right.
It's just right now, who cares about the lesson? We're here to party, you know. Like we're not here to think about the future. This is the only thing that matters, and it's so hard. They haven't gotten going. The most kills is Hades with 7. The 2 rounds they've won have been lower buys where they've been able to explode and catch FaZe a little bit more off guard. We know that individuals can frag. We saw it. And, get on out of there. Yep, he will just survive. Just survive.
I can see it going down on the minimap, and we get to catch the blunder live. It's very easy to do. It has to be a perfect crouch jump on that one.
Yeah, the curved nature of the terrain.
It'll get you. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible for Minio. He doesn't want to go forward, doesn't want to go backwards, and he goes straight into Twists. And so another opening as we look for 13 for FaZe to survive here. 2 best of 3s required after this, should they convert.
I'll watch Twist going to drop in after Carrigan takes this shot.
Ouch.
Oh, not dropping in. Just holding the bomb. I guess that works too.
Yeah, you can have the site. You can have it.
We'll take the package. He's hearing this, or it will be now.
And delivers the 1. Another from Goofy. Another from Goofy. And these individuals shining bright even in the face of adversity.
Rain's ahead of this. Rain's already over towards A. He's in the heavens right now. If he tucks in,
does he go in?
He can just tuck in that corner. He's ahead of it.
Across.
Oh, Rain.
This is smart. He's done it all. I reckon this is enough. There goes the bomb. There goes the round. Doesn't matter what Goofy does. He feels like a Looney Tune as they stare down the barrel of 13. It looks like FaZe have got it in the bag, and we likely wave goodbye to 9 when we return from our break.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's have Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Fist bumps exchanged as a tut of the tongue for 9. They don't feel like they've got enough done on the attacking side. Now, this is their map pick. I'm Machine, I've got Chatty B with me, and we're here to witness a team that have had some highs over the years, but I imagine this is on the other side of the spectrum.
Imagine staring at Mount Everest and you don't have climbing gear. That's essentially what this is.
Yeah, they're in shorts and a t-shirt right now.
Yeah, this is a chilly finish to their major campaign.
It's going to have to be a spectacular run from here. Near impossible. But nothing's impossible in the world. I haven't seen a 30 before. Yeah,
the 20 was something. The 30 is old.
Yeah, Unicorn doubting. Ooh, Tyler fragging for the first, but Carrigan quickly fixes their problems. They're into the site, Minio Heaven's side, and he's done well. K1 needs another and doesn't really have the chance to do so. Backing away, bomb to be planted. It does mean he's got a one-on-one with Brokey, just dancing around that fountain pillar. Looking for more. This could still go wrong. But he hasn't been able to find the shots, and Rops is there for the punish. Carrigan happy with that. He knows what it means. He knows that the rest should be a formality. It's brutal decision-making ahead of 9. What else are you supposed to do? You're supposed to put it all on the line?
Here's the choice. We take a save, and we buy next round, and we just have M4s but lighter on util for the first gun round, and that means the score is 15-2, and we need to bring it back with 13 consecutive just to go to overtime. Or we force buy, where the economy should be a little bit more level. The problem is they're on the CT side, where they don't get the influx of getting a bomb down, and Carrigan acting like he's almost won the whole damn thing here, but this energy is required of FaZe.
They can't let off the gas. Not for a moment. Not for a second. As Brokey continues where he left off.
I don't know if you could see him there.
I don't think so. Minio just seeing this round fall apart now as every single shot connects for FaZe, and already that full investment from 9 is over. Kyler won a consolation perhaps, as he might be able to scoop up something better. It's only the MAC-10. Carrigan happy to take some extra risks on that with his frag in the bag, and the MAC-10 going to be taken away perhaps by Brokey. Nice find, an upgrade to the AK-47 as FaZe are on the way.
No one's near the ball, but oh, that might matter now. So good damage from Kyler. There's no doubt about the individuals for 9 and how good they can be, right? They've hit some good shots. They look like they're good players who are now starting to grace our screens. And I hate the fact that we're already setting the dinner table for this to be done, but I don't see how they win 13 consecutive rounds right now. It's just a real gut punch. You do great in the RMRs. You get the good graces of having the Legend stage, not needing to play in the challenges. You come in, you lose 2 back-to-back best-of-ones yesterday, and then you find yourself against FaZe. You wonder what you did. You wonder why the man upstairs, Lord Gabe, is. Have you besmirched him? What have you done to deserve this? And
you throw into that mix as well. This is your first ever head-to-head against FaZe.
Yeah, so it's oh, this is what it's all about.
Right, like this just feels like a horrible and a rude shock to the system. As you can see, that smoke lined up practically from spawn. Looks like his intentions off the rip. 4 leading B lane early. And Carrigan is happy to fight and scrim over this Molotov. As you were talking about, Chad, Carrigan's the one to open up the account for the finish. As 9 holding on by a thread. It's Goofy, stubborn in the defense. Keeping it level as Hades will connect onto Brokey through that smoke. Didn't take the bomb there, but maybe Twist is going to be cleared. Minio will happily take the AK, but will he clear the corner?
No.
He does, and overlook.
Oh!
That's a horrible way to go down. You jump scared as you perhaps play your final round of the Paris Major, of your first Major, for everyone bar Hades. And Hades is the one that's holding on. He's posted 2 in this one. Bomb maneuvering to probably join Rops. I say that as actually no. They want to go and bring the fight to them. A wide open. Kyle is going to be investigating that option as well.
Well, if it was relayed that there was a decent amount of damage done to Hades there, obviously they won't know exactly how much, but FaZe are a team, I think, who will trust their teammates. You know that he has to be the walking wounded, so a stiff breeze would be enough to knock him over, and the two of them about to, make some noise. So Hades has heard that. Yep. Kyler's coming over. Everyone will be here for the finish.
There's no guessing. You know what's up. Now it's about putting the crosshair in the right place. FaZe looking for that clean finish. A confidence boosting 16-2. Doesn't look too easy now as Hades has taken down Rops. And Twist does manage to equalize and is surely aware that there's going to be likely a body close. He's planted for Temple. Wasn't ready. Kyler will extend play. And we will go again. Not the spotless finish they were hoping for, and they got Hades to thank as well. He did everything, fighting tooth and nail just to extend play. A triple from him on that M4. You can see Goofy as well, managing to stop Carrigan before he found any more. And Twist was not expecting Kyler, expecting perhaps a slow rotation through.
No idea, but I think it was something good.
Yeah, 12 more of those, perhaps.
Here comes the boost, the AK on Twist, the chance to look over, nobody on the other side. 3 towards B, Minio mid, Kyler A. And, well, what is the best purchase FaZe could bring into a round like this is more than enough for them to finish. A Galil, an AK, Tech-9s, and a Scout. And already mid-control. They are swelling right now for an ace split.
Quite quick off the rip. Like this already feels like a FaZe finish. They've got 70 seconds on the clock as they charge into the 2-man defended site. Minio, he's kicking up a fuss. Successful and lethal. Onto Carrigan. Hades there as well. Quick to respond. And in combination, Kyler, Hades.
Good defense.
Perfect. Does not get better than that. That might be enough to have FaZe just perhaps considering the other bomb site, because that was a shutout.
I love the way they played off of each other as well. The crossfires set up well. When the crosshair was placed elsewhere, they were just able to take them down. And I feel like Broki's face there is it's a matter of time, but we will have to stomach this eco. So they do give up the 4th. Yeah, only the 4th. But 9, do you have it in you? Do you have it in you to bring this game all the way back? Well, you'll get a chance. You're going to get a freebie right now. P250, that's it. That's all FaZe have. And this is one of the first opportunities in Anubis to have a breath. A bit of a sigh of relief for every 9 fan out there as screaming through the smoke. Karrigan getting cheeky with it, keeping the pressure on Minio. The FURIA versus G2 game has tightened up a lot if you haven't been paying attention. You guys know where to find that, Blast.tv. That is the mainstream for the day. Scrawny and Monte is bringing you all that action as there's the action. We want satisfaction. Oh, we want no satisfaction.
That's a lot of Glocks connecting there, but it only leaves with 1. And Rob's just going to be the last one to fall here. He looks to take 1 down, not to be. Keeping 4 alive as our 5th is secured. But yeah, in terms of crazy comebacks, actually Anubis has had some of the craziest.
Yes, we saw FaZe drop a 14-1 T-side lead against Vitality on this very map.
Okay.
T-side lead.
T-side lead. How about a CT side?
I don't think so. I'd have to check out the history books here, but if there was any time for it to happen, it'd be now. The major magic.
Yeah, tough. You can see the pressure as well when you're trying to call a good
you hear
game.
that music at the start of every round. You hear the, well, we don't hear it, but they do. They hear the death toll, the gong, the play them out music. So Robson Rain ready to get rowdy over towards A. The 2 of them curiously scouting out the canals. Karrigan park top mid for any aggression. Twist baby sitting outside B as the setup from 9 is heavy. So exactly there, it's Goofy, Kyler, and K. And this is the same type of scenario they ran in the previous 2. So light on with their A defense. And Minio, I love the fact that when they're in this much trouble as far as the score is concerned, he's still playing his game, still looking out mid. He could get spammed through the smoke like that. It's not a wall.
No, but respected as such. In this one, Karrigan though versus Minio, that head-to-head, leader on leader action. Karrigan gets off the better. Oh, yeah, this is going to be weird now. K on Karrigan. This is a big duel, and he's absolutely bopped him. Takes off his head. 9 for survival.
Out to 2-2.
The pincer's coming.
It's Kyler on the platform. Goofy's in temple. He's too far away. He can't actually assist this here.
And this is going to be a very, very important.
Kyler's an aimer. Kyler's a gamer.
And 1 won't be enough. Karrigan gone, but the second kill so much more important. It's Goofy that provides it. 1 more required from Kyler, and he can't quite get it done. Instead, a 2-on-2 emerges. Quick from Minio into Temple, timing everything on his next engagement.
10 seconds.
Needs to clear. Rob's distracted. Twist onto the 1-on-1, looking for the duel. He's hunting him down! And Hades extends! As it was all out to Twist, he had to find the frag. He headed the right way. It could have ended right there in that engagement.
Well, Hades yells to get them fired up, but the laugh that follows through, it's, yeah, I like that round. But then it seems like he's reminding himself of still how much work there is to do. So a nail-biter here. Kyler and Goofy combine. Minio, by the good graces, gets an open door. Nobody looking his way. And Hades, here's Twist coming from a mile away.
God, yeah, it's like that kind of nervous giggle I've got. It could have been that one. 7 seconds, he's coming for me.
But we're still almost dead.
Yeah. And that is a death of Rain. A little bit of revenge from the first half.
This is a B-exec.
Karrigan strafes through for a bit of an aggressive molly Temple. Goofy's behind him. A nice push. A perfectly timed flank and more. Karrigan down to his own flames after all of that. Goofy with the assist. That's a deagle headshot that shouldn't be too much more.
They're locked in. There's a mid push as well. If they didn't deal with them there, they were definitely dusted. Okay, Karrigan, he's said hello to Summit. We always love a 1G, don't we? So going down to his own bottle of flame right there.
Yeah, it's
No shame.
It's the opposite of padding your stats. You're making the...
You're sandbagging.
You're pruning them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tanking. That is 5 in a row.
It is.
It's just that they're walking a tightrope right now.
Yeah, and so long as FaZe don't start getting in their own heads, there's... not much in Nine's wheelhouse, not much that they can really control in terms of these 5 individuals from FaZe at some point finding an opening, finding a site less guarded than it should be, manufacturing one as well. As we are seeing an aggress A, Rob's holding this one with Brokey and Carrigan en route. Oh, perfect angle, and Minio now has to watch as that headshot comes through. Kyler, however, in a forward position as well. They are not playing scared. And that is admirable, as the flash is enough to force him away. Wants to drop that smoke to delay. Is actually Twist gone. Hades can now focus his attention on A. He knows it's likely just a mid-lurk. Lots of pressure and flashbang through that smoke. Kyler finds a hidey hole. And a double spray.
Another
Carrigan.
TK.
He team kills Rain. Kyler robbed with a double, but he'll take the round. It's still up for debate, though. Jumping through the smoke into Hades' scope, and one more for good measure required. Brokey, he's got the bomb.
He can rotate back, but he doesn't know where all 3 of them are. He doesn't know the response time on this. Now, there is an open avenue, and he could make it. We've seen a clutch like this the other day, OC versus Greyhound. But I think Brokey will go for the A finish, so into the den.
He'd need 3 clean headies here. Maybe a body onto Hades. And they strafe him wide. He knows where they are, and they handle it well. Have to say that's an incredible recovery, considering they lost that opening.
I feel this is the point in where now you really do believe, right? You were never going to come in and give up, and you were just going to let them win. No, you're always going to fight. But the fact that you've done this, and you've clawed back number disadvantage situations, you've had scrappy rounds, down to the wire rounds, good shots needing to be hit here, you know, getting fortunate scenarios unfolding just like that. You forced a second timeout out of FaZe. You're feeling their pressure, and you're seeing that frustration.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that it is getting under their skin, like, you just need one more, and it's all cool. You can get in the bus, you can get your fist bumps through, and start focusing on the next game at hand, but crazy things tend to happen at the majors. Just ask G2 and FaZe after day 1 of play in the Legends stage. Best of 3 territory, and 9 were put in the bin. In that first half. You can see Hades, he's fighting tooth and nail up to 18. He's hanging out with all of the FaZe stats. He's on par.
Poor Goofy, 7 assists. Still managing
really?
80 ADR. Yeah, he's having one of those games.
Yeah.
Rops has had 8 assists, though, so the 2 of them got to finish their meals.
See what their objective is with this. We can see there's a game plan behind it.
It's an A play.
Yeah, and Brokey's going to be the one to throw out the util.
Who's dropping in?
Video.
Did Twist hear that?
I think it was.
B's clear, guys. It's just Kyler on A. Oh, he's blocked at the perfect time. Okay.
Necessary.
As soon as that gets called clear, if Kyler's not blocking, he needs to be running. And bought them the rotation time. Minio and Goofy, the support staff are here.
Could hear a pin drop here. FaZe prepare for the Tech 9 charge. Here they come. Gallivanting towards the A side. Good flashbang usage, but it's still comfortable for Kyler. Carrigan, first to fall. Rain, Tech 9, long range. He's hoping Rops and Brokey can help and try to overwhelm with numbers, but look at their health. And there's even a flank for good measure. Straight into the grinder. Ooh, only 1. Okay.
Wait, Twist has so much room.
Ooh,
Twist has so much room.
They try and rotate through mid. He's set for success. They're overlooking it completely. Minio rotates beachside. Hades
pushing A. This stack, he can't kill both. If he pushes past, he can't kill both.
Yeah, but stay here.
Time. They have to go.
This is the frag. This is the frag he needed. A second would be great, but Robs keeps the round alive.
Twist has the rotation.
Oh, dear. Not like this for 9. Just as hopes were starting to feel a little real. Minio has to save him. Twist looking the wrong way. And that's the headshot. Oh, he's found the first. Twist gone.
He can wait for Hades now. The flank's coming. Robson a 1-on-2 to close this for FaZe.
He can do this. He's done it time and time again. Rob's bringing the fight to Minio, and the first has fallen. Can Hades keep 9 in the major, or will they take that last place straight to the chin? FaZe to throw that blow. Rob's to throw it, and it is safe and sound for another day for FaZe. But 9 eliminated in a 2-0 no less. Just gonna have to be more of that from FaZe Clan, almost dejected by the way in which they clawed their way back in. But 9, I think the way you summarized it as well, they're not just gonna roll over, they're not gonna accept defeat. But that first half was a condemnation, and they fought hard, extending play in the second.
It's great to see them getting straight in that huddle here again for 4 players in this team, for a team that started the year outside the top 40 to get themselves here straight to the Legend stage. A great performance in the RMRs. They are on the map as far as World Counter-Strike is concerned, but the major has not been kind to them. You talk about the response from FaZe here in terms of the victory. There's no need for the celebrations to be over the top. The energy needs to be in the server, but the job has just started. A 0-2 down. Now they find themselves 1-2. 2 more best of 3s required, and they're going to be hard fought. The lower bracket, well, I guess there's no real lower bracket, but the journey to those playoffs is littered with massive names. Massive names. I think that 9, you know, they are obviously going to be very disappointed. I like the fact they had the balls and the veto to pull out Inferno, to try and at least take it in a different territory than Ancient, where they've had so many issues. You saw the individuals in form on display in certain moments here for them, but this one is going to sting. Not a single map won throughout.
I think that specifically, you know, but you and your perception as well in terms of lessons to be learned, it's not something they want to hear now. Probably not something they want to hear this week, but perhaps in a couple, that is a conversation that I'm sure they will be having in terms of what they can take away from this one. And to do that against FaZe, this is a team full of stars as 9 just start their stardom, as we're going to take it and leave it there. Let's check in with Dinko.
Yeah, I'm here with Hades, just eliminated, but there's a lot to talk about in terms of your last few months of 9 have certainly been positive, but a lot of tough games here at the major. Just talk me through some of the first thoughts that came through your mind after that.
Well, like in the major, or? I mean, we just had really bad starts to both maps. Just couldn't get rolling, and FaZe just felt like they were on another level today.
And in terms of looking at this major as a whole, you know, you come into this event, best of ones can always be tough starts. You didn't get vertigo. Are you disappointed you weren't able to show us some vertigo? Because that's where we've seen you at your best.
Well, of course we're disappointed, but then we also need to be better on the rest of the maps. We can't just hope for vertigo all the time. So.
And in terms of the coming into the major, you know, we were talking to your coach earlier today, and he was saying that maybe the energy wasn't the same as we've seen you guys in other tournaments. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, we definitely wasn't as hyped as we were during the RMR.
And I mean, it's been a positive last few months anyway for 9, right? You've had a lot of progress. I think you started at the year, you're outside the top 40 for the majority of your players, right? And so you've got yourself here to the Legend stage. You still happy with that progress?
Yeah, of course. Of course we're disappointed. We couldn't show what we're capable of here, but I mean, still qualifying was a big success for us.
I just want to give you an opportunity to speak to the Polish fans, because I'm sure they're extremely proud to see you come here and represent Poland as a full team again at the Legend stage of a major.
In Polish? Dziękujemy wszystkim za kibicowanie, no i przepraszamy, że nie dało się zrobić więcej, ale będziemy pracować dalej i zobaczymy, co będzie w następnych turniejach.
Commiserations, thank you. 9.
Is what they'd be saying if they were German, but the Poles eliminated, and a great interview there from Dinko. Not easy as well, especially fresh off of the defeat, but Hades, consummate professional.
Yeah, talking about vertigo there as well, can't always have it, and that's bang on. It's a permaban for that of FaZe, right? So in certain matchups, they're not going to have that available to them. So still proud of making it this far, and they should be, right? The fact that Polish Counter-Strike returning to the map with a full 5 roster is key. There's still hopefuls. Rallen, here we got Krasnal, we've got Shui, they're still in the mix, right, for different teams. GamerLegion, Monte, and of course, Into the Breach, those representatives there, they still have chances throughout this tournament, but the story now shifts to FaZe, right? They are still in contention. They haven't been eliminated just yet, and there's a lot of chat about seeding, about formats, about best of ones. Well, this is the opportunity for the likes of G2 and FaZe to show that the best of ones for the household names, it is their kryptonite, and they can turn things away in the best of 3s. But we do have an interview with the winners on the sideline. Let's throw it down and hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm here with Twist. You survived the 0-2 today. A very strong performance in comparison to what we've seen so far in the Legend stage. What was something that improved for you guys today?
I think
I mean, every team in this situation that's down 0-2, FURIA, G2, us, 9, we probably all just had a big team talk in our rooms to discuss how we want to play, how we've been playing, kind of reflect on the whole thing and take it from there and try to improve and, you know, at least not play scared in these games.
And in terms of the veto here, we've seen Inferno come through. We think Carrigan in the veto was pretty surprised by that. Were you, as a team, surprised that Inferno came through today?
Finn said he saw like a vision. He had a vision that they banned Ancient, and honestly, it makes sense for them. I think when you have like 7% win rate on a map, you might think that anything else but playing that map is better. And I mean, it's not like they played Inferno that bad. Also, you could tell that they were pretty new to the map, but I mean, for them, if they were to stop playing Ancient and practice Inferno, I think it could be a better veto for them.
Speaking of new on Inferno, you got a new position on that B side. Are you feeling comfortable with some of the change-ups that have come through?
Yeah, I think this change was just to kind of refresh things. I played Banana on T side, so it only made sense that I'd try it as well on CT with Rain. I think it still takes time. I mean, CT's a bit different on that map compared to A. B is kind of the focal point of the map, and it's the same for Anubis. Like playing mid is a bit more action happening, more rotations, and kind of dictating the game.
Thanks, Twist.
No worries.
Would you think they won?
I would say they probably didn't win yesterday.
Sure.
That's exactly what that tone.
It's very realistic, isn't it, in terms of the mood? And I think we always get that from Twist, someone who's very open and honest with us in the interviews here. Did manage to top the server for Anubis, but a great showing from everybody on FaZe in a drubbing here, 16-8, 22-21. You can see right there the kill distribution. You don't need me to read it out for you. But yeah, that will be the end of the road for 9 here. Now we need to wait for the G2 versus FURIA game to come to its conclusion, which is going to be going into its second map shortly, before we know what the matchups will be coming our way tomorrow. But again, we've spoken about this. It is a long journey back. There's a lot more maps for these teams to win if they can get there. And I'm sure they want to prove that the best of ones is really not where they do their best work.
Yeah, I just had like the overview open in terms of like which teams are still like in that 1 win 2 loss column in terms of coming into best of 3s soon rather than later. It's gonna be cutthroat. I think every day from here on out, we're gonna be raising eyebrows and waving goodbye to some big names.
Yeah, you can see here the result with the FURIA G2 game there. 1 map up right now, but there's more.
Look at this. Into the breach 16, ENCE 7.
Yeah, that's crazy. ENCE are in that 1-2 pool, which is where FaZe have just found themselves after that victory.
Fnatic are there.
NIP are there as well, right, with their loss to NAVI to start off the day. So we will be saying goodbye to household names tomorrow, right? We don't know how the matchups are going to split out just yet. We might be seeing a couple of household names tomorrow make their way in towards the playoffs and join the likes of Heroic and Vitality. I think it's fantastic that we've been able to get ZywOo in towards the arena. Obviously, for everybody coming here to Paris to watch. Look, not only is he French, right? Apeks too. We won't forget about you, Apeks. But it is the fact that it's ZywOo, right? Yeah. You want to have somebody who's able to, like that 1-on-4 yesterday, mate. If we can have any of that once we get to the arena, anything like that.
But yeah, no, that is going to mean so much to him, and I think so much to the fans.
I think
it goes both ways.
Was here during the stage. I think I saw him walking around. I was like, oh, okay. So this is one of the things here on home soil. There's a lot more on display. There's that pride of being in your home country as well. Yeah, it always sucks. There's a sour mood when we have to say goodbye to one of the teams, especially one of the hopefuls like 9.
Yeah, no, and it is en français, c'est la vie. It's sometimes just the way it goes. Life is cruel, and there's lots of different things you can do to address that.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. All right. Well, that will be the end of the secondary stream for the day.
Yeah, but I know what I want to do. I think we're both going to do the same thing, which is go get comfy and check out that main stream. So why don't you do the same? G2, 1 up against FURIA, but why don't you go check that one out and see if G2 can survive to play another day.
I think there are 2 types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about dupreeh being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major!
major championship.
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable, because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major.
I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olzeo. I want to be like all of myself. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do in my career. Immediately, the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston Major.
Cloud9, the E-League major champions.
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, which was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico, I think, is the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
Let's go!
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.